If you had the chance to change your fate, would you?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to another scene. There we go. Welcome to another episode of Change Your Fate. Do you like that little intro video? I threw that together for this one. I didn't have it for the first one, but I had it for this one. How is it going? Oh my gosh, how we doing out there, guys? Are you excited? I am beyond excited. A little nervous, but I think you guys are gonna love what we have in store tonight. It's Batman. Yeah, thank you. It is Batkip. Am I blindfolded? Yeah, I'm actually playing the whole D&D stream blindfolded, but that is how we're doing things here. All right, look, chat. Today is a very exciting day because it is our second ever episode edition of our D&D interactive show here, which we call Change of Fate. Technically speaking, it's not the second episode because we did actually have to split up our one shot of Adventure Skeletons into two parts. If you haven't seen that already, then make sure you head over to the YouTube channel. You can actually watch it in full length there, although some of it's muted due to copyright reasons. But we had a great time. So this is it. This is our second time doing Change of Fate. I'm already regretting the mask because I can see about half my screen, but it is okay. Because tonight, we are going to be playing a brand new one-shot. One that we haven't played on stream before, nor have we played off-stream. And I'll get into that in just a minute. First off, though, we should talk a little bit about how this stream works. If you are new to Change of Fate, which I assume a whole chunk of you are, so welcome. We're very excited to have you here. This is our interactive Dungeons & Dragons stream, which is very fun. And what that means is you guys as chat have a lot of control over tonight's story. Be it minute details like characters' names, or larger interactions like who is hiding a deep, dark secret. In addition to that, of course, we do have a lot of channel points redemptions, but I'll get into that in just a second. A couple of things to note if you are new here on this stream, because I, as both the DM and the Twitch host, have a billion moving parts right now. I will not be reading chat as closely. So I apologize. I usually am pretty good with keeping up with chat. This kind of stream, I will not be. I will glance over and I will see your suggestions and catch up when I can, but I will not be reading them out loud, and that'll mostly be for you guys to talk amongst yourselves. In addition, no TTS tonight, or at least there shouldn't be. I believe I turned it off because it would kind of interrupt a lot of the stuff. So if you could refrain, I would appreciate it. What you guys can do as audience members of this interactive D&D game, you can use your channel points that you earn just by watching the channel for free on polls, like the one that's about to start right now. So that's going to be very crucial. If you guys want to direct the game in any sort of location, then you want to spend those channel points liberally on the polls that pop up. You should be seeing one in just a couple seconds here as we have our mods scrambling to get that ready. After that, you can also use channel points during relevant areas to influence the stream in the channel point redemption. If you guys click on it now, you should see loads of different channel points that are there. You have some original ones like Poyo and stuff, but you'll have ones that are this game specific. I would take a read through them because there's no use in redeeming them early because they won't do anything and they will get ignored. For example, a couple of them will only affect the game while our characters are racing. And if you redeem something while they're not racing, nothing's going to happen. So save onto those points, read through them all. There's some really good ones in there. I'm really excited. And spend them whenever you see fit, whenever the situation calls for it, to cause some chaos. Help our characters, hinder them. The choice is yours. In addition to that, occasionally I will ask for what's called a free ask. Now, one of the channel point redemptions is called Name Something, and I will say, hey, everyone that wants to redeem, go ahead and redeem a name for, a store, a shopping, whatever, something that I need. Other times, I will just say, everyone in chat right now, I'm free asking for a brand of chocolate. And then all of a sudden, you guys can just type away. You can spam as many brands of chocolate as you want, and I will pick one that I like from chat rather than picking from redeems. So that's the difference between a free ask and when I actually ask you to name something. Make sense? Okay. There's two final ways that you guys can help support the stream as well. If you want to see the true, unadulterated croon ending of this stream, then in fact, there is a true ending community challenge going on right now. Go ahead and spend those channel points. You can spend up to 2,000 per stream. And if we beat the community challenge before the end of stream, then no matter what happens, our cast of characters will see an ending that they might not foresee, a bigger scene, if you will, than might be expected. But you have to hit that challenge in order to see it. And can I just say, it is bonkers insane. A lot of this sort of game is based on the Fast and the Furious, and oh my god, that final community challenge scene is basically all of the movies smushed together as if they had a love child. So I would strongly recommend putting some points there. And for our more generous patrons, if you're feeling particularly generous, you can also type !donate to be taken to a PDF that shows all of our premium actions for tonight. You can do things, I'll just go over them right now. You can do things like being a benefactor, which gives a hero of your choice a random convenient item. Inspiring leader, which grants a hero of your choice inspiration, allowing them to re-roll a situation into a success. There's Pope Mobile for $5, which allows you guys to actually design your own car that I have to then put into the game somehow. That'll make more sense in just a minute. And finally, Assistant DM. If anyone is feeling particularly generous, then you out there can design your own NPC in the little donation box, and I have to insert them into the game. There's a caveat. I think I said it was about 5 sentences for a description of how the NPC is, how they talk, that kind of stuff. So a lot of premium actions tonight for you guys to sort of spend on. Good job. I can see that the poll is working, and you guys have all voted for which snack is a delicacy to all of croons. And of course, raw macaroni. I mean, why wouldn't it be? That makes a lot of sense. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Okay. I think that is everything about all the premiums and the channel points and all that kind of stuff. Why is it called chewing gum? You'll see. You'll see. Also, thank you all so much for showing up. I appreciate it. We're still sort of in the testing phase of a lot of this stuff, and if I miss any regulars, then I apologize. I did see a lot of you when you joined, and I really, really appreciate it. So we will see how this goes. Okay, so I also want to give a big shout out to D. Chobani in chat, my personal close friend, who is moderating tonight. He is actually running every single poll that you guys see, so I don't have to do anything. Also, Bazwad, thank you for the early follow. I appreciate it. So everyone, give a big round of applause to D. Send them all your love, because it's a lot not only trying to read through my chicken scratch that is this story in the Google Doc, but also make all of the polls. So that's what D is doing tonight. Yes, thank you. I think that is it. Before we get started, we do also have a sub goal that's going on right now. It's unrelated to the stream, but I did want to point out, because I know this is one of our bigger streams, if we hit 100 subs, I think it's actually either before tomorrow or before the day after that, because that's when I have a big sub reset. Basically, if we hit our sub goal of 100 sub points, then my friend Yona and I, you guys know him as Undying Prince, I guess we're releasing an album. So if that's anything crazy that you guys want to see and help us push towards, then I think we're only a handful of sub points away. So maybe we hit that, maybe we don't. Unrelated to the game. Enough talking. How about we bring our cast of our characters on, shall we? Let's actually talk about what game this is. So I will bring us to our main scene right now, which we can see is our lovely D&D screen. So Crash Pandas, what actually is this? For those of you that don't know, it is a one-page one-shot written by the legendary Grant Howitt, who also made our previous one, Adventure Skeletons, which is really cool. Which is awesome. It's basically a game about street racing raccoons in the hard knock city of Los Angeles. Think Fast and the Furious, but the main cast are raccoons. Now, is everyone a raccoon? It's a good question. We'll just have to wait to find out, I think. So that's pretty much what it's going to be. There's going to be phases of racing, and there's going to be phases of not racing. Now, this game is a lot simpler than D&D, so you should all be able to follow along very easily, even if you've never played a tabletop before. Our pandas tonight will only have 4 stats to do everything. That is it. They have no bonuses, no negatives, no crazy armor, anything like that. Their 4 stats are as follows. Alacrity, which is anything to do with movement, climbing, leaping, running. Chutzpah, carrying off schemes, ruses, lying, you know, that kind of stuff. Ferociousness, your physical aptitude, scratching and all that. And of course, rotundity, how sort of boisterous they are and resilient in the face of adversary. That's it. Those are their 4 stats. They get dice based on their 4 stats, which you will see in just a second. And that is all they'll be rolling on. It's a D6 system for any of my tabletop nerds out there. I'm gonna have to take this mask off relatively soon. But enough about me. Why don't we actually meet the creative cast of characters that is here today? Let me just make sure that I have my my alchemy music go in there. So we can just do one of these, and we can just make sure we actually play that. There we go. All right, you guys can also let me know if the audio is off in any way, shape, or form. All right, well, let's go ahead and bring them in here, shall we? I will undeafen so they can actually hear me, and I will make them live on stream. And there they are, our lovely cast of characters today. Why don't we we'll just go through top to bottom. You guys know and love them, a large majority of them anyway. At the very top, we have the illustrious Quartz, who is playing Periwinkle. Quartz, how's it going? It's going. I can't. No, there we go. Now we can hear you.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be here again.
Yes, that's right. This is your second rodeo. You guys know Quartz as Radish Bastard in chat, of course, our one of our illustrious mods. Underneath Quartz, of course, we have the badass themselves, Nikki. How's it going, Nikki?
Good.
Yeah? You all know Nikki as Bon Chancy, our VIP in chat as well. Nikki, are you excited to play with some raccoons?
Hell yeah, I was fucking bored for this.
I know you were. Ever since we became friends, I was like, Nikki, destined to be a croon. Next up, we have Mitch, who I don't know if you've been on a stream, Mitch. I know we did some played up before, but I don't know if we did face cam stuff. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so Mitch playing Cornelius.
That's right.
Very excited to be here tonight and to have the face reveal. Yeah, college roommate of Nick. So.
That's true. We did actually go to college together. So you are used to all of my DM antics and this kind of stuff.
Yes.
And last, but certainly not least, we also have Shannon. Shannon, how's it going?
Good. Excited to be here.
Yes. It is both of your first time live doing this on stream. I really wanted to get both of you in for one of these sort of rounds to do this together. So I'm excited that we actually got you on for the racing raccoons for Crash Pandas. Have any of you ever been a raccoon before in any facet of your life? Just, got to put that out there first.
I was actually assigned raccoon at birth.
Were you? I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Did that last, or?
No, not really.
That's fair. That is fair. You got to find yourself, right?
Yeah.
Well, I think we're all very excited to get going. These guys have done a wonderful job learning the game in the last week. I've only really given them a week to learn this. They've got it all together. They've got lovely characters to play in this story, which is going to be fantastic. So I'm excited. Do you guys have anything to say to chat before we jump into some more stuff about the game? All right. Hi. Hi indeed.
Hi, chat.
Everyone is very excited. Yeah, an album would be wild, guys. You're right. Maybe we can make it happen. We'll see. We're not too far away. Okay, so that is our cast. We have our mod D in chat. I think that's everyone that I have to introduce. Oh, I'm obviously Nick. Hey, how you call me, Mudkip Ninja, or I guess Mudkip Bandit would be more apt for tonight, right? With the mask going on. And I will be DMing, which I'm very excited to do. This is a very sort of friendly game. There's not a lot of rules. It's quite literally a one-page one-shot. So if you're interested in TTRPGs as a whole, then just know a lot of this is going to be very sort of loosey-goosey, just kind of us having fun and being street racing raccoons, which is super exciting. Now, of course, because we went to the most innovative school in the Northeast, right, Mitch? Obviously that's something that we did. I have added a couple of my own mechanics on top, which I do want to explain really quickly. The characters know they have 2 added counters that they can track throughout the course of the game, and chat, you can help them with this as well. There is a dirtiness points meter and a trashiness points meter. Basically, raccoons, they are very filthy creatures, and they get into all sorts of nasty scrapes and situations all the time. Whenever something like that particularly happens a lot, I will assign that character +1 dirtiness point. The dirtier that a raccoon is, the harder it will be for them to perform certain tasks. Now, they can take some time to clean themselves or use some items that you guys give them to also help clean themselves and reduce their dirtiness. In addition, you might think it's similar, trashiness points. Every time that the raccoons perform something that is very in line with a raccoon's nature, up to interpretation, I will award them 1 trashiness point. A trashiness point players can spend at any time they want to re-roll any singular die that has been rolled. Now, that can be one of theirs. That can also be one that I've rolled or an enemy has rolled that is sort of visible to them. And that makes sense. We've talked about that. Right, guys? All right. Fantastic. Okay, so I think we are good. Wash your food for trash points. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, Matrix. Okay, I believe that is sort of Crash Pandas in a nutshell. The meat of the game, instead of there being combat, is going to be racing. So the croons, as we call them, will be able to sort of go around just like your typical D&D, you know, pulling off schemes and infiltrating places and just generally hanging out. And then instead of combat, they will enter races, where they will be able to race against other nefarious teams, which I will get into in just a sec. I believe it's time to introduce the story, unless there's anything that I've missed. Are we good? Audio and everything good, everyone? I think we're okay. Okay. I will emphasize for you, chat, this stream is built heavily on interaction, so feel free to use those channel points as fast as you can. Spend them on things when they make sense. Spend them on polls. Spend them on the large channel collective thing for 20,000 points, so we can see the true ending that we put a lot of effort into. So yeah, we'll see how this goes. All right. In that case, let us sort of jump into the overview of this world that you all are in. Of course, we do have something for you four to note tonight is chat has determined that raw macaroni is the most delectable snack that a croon can have. So keep that in mind when you're sifting through the garbage bins in just a little bit. All right. Turn down the music just a little bit to explain this. So let me just set the scene here for Crash Pandas for us. An unlikely band of street racing raccoons, colloquially known as croons, take to the mean streets of Los Angeles to save the sanctity of dirty street racing from the clutches of the Tanuki clan. The Tanuki have recently moved onto the street racing scene and have been occupying territory for the last few years, trying to hustle money out of well-meaning racers with cheap tricks and drive out those who can't pay up. They've all affected our heroes in one way or another, and thus have sparked the fighting spirit in them all, or monetary fighting spirit for some of them. Thankfully, the clan doesn't have total control of the streets. Everything they've been doing up until now has been pushing back under the umbrella of the law, that is LAW. But whoever wins the illustrious Trash Bin Cup has total control of how the streets are run for a whole year. The Tanuki have been trying to rustle up a nefarious racing team for years now, and it seems just in time for the cup this year, they finally made one to watch out for. Now, it's up to our heroes to rally together and beat the Tanuki clan in the final race, or all hope for street racing will be lost. They all have their own reasons for racing, but they banded together under the guise of companionship, not quite family, to save the city. There's just one problem. In order to find out the time and place of the final race in the Trash Bin Cup, all members registered in Trash, that's the racing and speed hierarchy, must win in several races around LA until a representative of Trash, or a Trashman, if you will, tells them when and where the final race will be held. Lucky for us, our team only needs one more win to earn that location. All right, are you guys ready to jump in?
Yeah, let's get trashing.
Do it.
Get trashing. That is so true. Okay. So the first thing that I'm going to need from you guys, chat, as we jump into our in media res here, is I'm going to need some name something redemptions. The first thing that I want you guys to name for me is give me a name of this qualifying circuit. It's near Santa Monica Pier. Give me a good name for this cup or this circuit that you'd be racing, like a Moo Moo Meadows, like a mushroom circuit. And you guys can go ahead and redeem something in for channel points to give me some of your best names. Which we will hear, of course, which will all come out. And I think we can probably go over to our in media res as people begin to sort of drum up their own names, which is very exciting. Also, hey Visoro, thank you for checking in. Kip's kart track is one that I've seen so far. It's kind of cute for the first qualifying race.
Kind of
like
adorable.
that. Yeah, right. It's not bad. I will bring us over in Alchemy to our qualifying race. Here we go. Let's go. And we should have a nice little change of music here. Oh, look at that. Okay. Welcome to the Santa Monica qualifier. This is a very sort of in media res session where we're all joining. Rocky Trash, Rotten Onion. Hey, Zoe, how's it going? Oh, those are all good. Let's go with, for this one, where I'm gonna call this one the Croonscapade. I'm gonna call this one the Rotten Onion. I like that one the best. We can stick with that. And the next thing, chat, I'm gonna need you to come up with a team name for our 4 croons. Because up until this point, they haven't had a team name racing together. But by God, are they gonna need one after this? So go ahead and name our croon racing team. Okay, let's set the scene. We see an overhead shot of the area. Faded yellow tape stuck to alleyway buildings and benches, marking out a crude circuit just east of the Santa Monica Pier. The moonlight illuminates the smattering of vehicles as they speed around this temporary track that only pops up at night when there are scores to be settled. We'll just call it, it was the Dirty Onion, the Rotten Onion, the Rotten Onion. The infamous Rotten Onion Circuit. As for where it got its name, well, I'm sure you'll find out soon enough. There are a few ne'er-do-wells hanging out on the outskirts of the track, drinking and placing bets on the outcome of this trash-sanctified race. The whole scene is one of debauchery, rivalry, and overall claw-biting, gas-pumping action. And it's one our pack of heroes know all too well. Our attention is taken to one car in particular, if it can even be called a car. It appears to be some sort of modified trash can, large enough to fit 4 raccoons inside of. And we will get to some of the names. We have the Greyhound Blurs, Team Friendship, the High Tides, Ich Bin, oh, that's pretty funny. The Croonin' Rascals, Bindits, oh my god. All right, I think
love Bindits.
Yeah, I think we have to go with Bindits. I think Bindits is absolutely the name that we're gonna go with for your team name. Those were all some great ones, chat. Those were some fantastic ones. On the outside of the steel corrugated body of this trash can turned vehicle, a logo of a smaller trash can can be seen that reads the Bindits. Crude windows have been hacksawed out of the trash can, allowing those within to see the world on the outside, as we now catch a glimpse of the team piloting this vehicle. So we're gonna kind of go to shot by shot of each of you introducing yourselves, but first up, gripping the leaden wheel is none other than Croonelius, the ragtag racing croon. Let me just flash us over to... All right, Mitch, go ahead, introduce your character. Doesn't have to be too in-depth, but just give us a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so hi there, I'm Cornelius. I've loved to climb things and jump across massive gaps ever since I was a young raccoon. My parents actually encouraged me instead of scolding me, as most parents might. And this just fed my love even more, since I could reach places that others really couldn't reach. I didn't really have anything to my name. I just kind of hung back at home and helped my family out. As I grew older, I was the kind of go-to raccoon to just go to places no one can reach. But I felt like I was destined for more. Unfortunately, my mother fell ill and we needed help, but we didn't have any money. And then one day, as I was scrounging around in the trash, I see this flyer next to me for the Spectacular Acrobatic Warrior Expedition, or SAPA, as it's known. And I immediately entered it. I felt like this was my big chance. I was gonna do great things. I was phenomenal in the competition. I thought I did really well. I scored all high marks, but unfortunately, I didn't win. And after the competition, I saw someone from the Tanuki clan pay off one of the officials, and I was livid. So I knew then that I needed to get rid of I needed to do something to just kind of make my family's name whole and get the Tanuki off the streets. And my mother unfortunately passed away, so I'm playing in her honor.
We got the whole life story from Cornelius. You also have received a lucky from chat, Cornelius, because of your name. So that will allow you to re-roll 1d6 of your choice, which is, add a d6 to a future roll, which is very nice.
Cornelius is already a fan favorite.
Yeah, that was, when you learn everything about a character, I guess, it's easy to do. All right, following Cornelius crouched with one paw hovering over the gas pedal and the other over the brake sits Periwinkle. Let's go ahead and take a look at Periwinkle. Introduce yourself.
Okay, yeah, so I'm Winkle. I'm just a chunky little girl. I have 2 brothers. I'm the smartest out of the 3 of us. And usually in the big city, I'm the one taking care of them. But the Tanuki clan, when my brothers and I were getting on a plane, they paid off the pilot to take off without me. So my brothers are in New York, and I gotta get there.
That is some fast level shit. That is absolutely something that would happen in a movie. I love it, Periwinkle. You have actually received an unlucky for copious amount of chonk here already.
Aww.
So we will have a subtracted roll on your next roll, but that is okay, as is the nature of the game. Periwinkle and Cornelius driving at the front of the car, but who sits behind? Sifting through her leather satchel in the back of the can, Ruffles Magpie. Let's take a look at Magpie. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
Bonjour. Good day.
Oh my god.
My name is Magpie. Je m'appelle Magpie. I grew up on the streets of Paris with my brother. His name is Pierre.
Yeah.
And he's stupid. Pierre never had any business sense. We grew up and he was always just stupid. Never knew what to do. He never came out on top. I sent him to Los Angeles to see if that would do any different. Maybe a change of scenery would do him good. But it didn't. He fell in line with the Tanuki clan, and of course, he screwed it all up.
That is
So,
true.
I am in Los Angeles. The Tanuki clan took everything. My reputation, his reputation. So I race. I need to restore everything that they took.
Oh my gosh. Magpie, I love your accent. Where you say you were from Paris? Is that where you were from? Yeah, okay, gotcha. Just making sure that was a Parisian accent. That was very good. Wow, all right, thank you, Magpie's got some real scores to settle with the Tanukis. Dumb Pierre. And finally, leaning out of the side of the trash can, lead pipe slung over her incredibly hench shoulder, and lit cigar in mouth, sits Tutu. Tutu, you can go ahead and introduce yourself as well.
Hi, I'm Tutu. It's short for Too Fast, Too Furious, or Furious. So racing has been in my family for ages. You know, it's really all about family. And I'm here because my dear sibling, Tiff, which is short for The Fast and the Furious. They're a racer, and I'm here to bring honor to their name because they've recently disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the Tanuki clan has something to do with it.
It's a good guess in this kind of world. Thank you very much, Tutu. Certainly both the looks and the muscle of the operation makes you wonder what the rest of the croons are going to be doing. But I'm sure they'll figure it out as time goes on. Well, yes, that is our whole team, of course. Yes, round of applause for all of our characters. Absolutely. Some real colorful cast we have here today. And of course, Tutu is ready to clobber anyone unlucky enough to get too close to their trash mobile. Now, of course, this is sort of in media res. We catch the croons, otherwise known as the Bindits, in their final lap of the Rotten Onion. All they have to do is eke out in first on this final lap, and they will secure the last victory they need to find out where the trash bin cup is being held. Now, chat, I do need one more thing from you. I do actually need a name of their vehicle. What would be a good name that they call their sort of trash bin racer, their car that is made of a sort of an old recycled trash can? While I plug back in the headphone that just popped out. That was a good thing. There we go. As for my croons, it is time to just throw you guys into the deep end right now, because you are going to be doing your racing. So let's get ready to race. I am going to bring up the battle map, which you guys can do as well. Inside of Alchemy, at the very top right, there's a little foldy map icon. If you click on that, just like we talked about before, you should see our very first battle map that we have right here.
Oh my goodness.
Which, yes, this is going to be fantastic. And, of course, we have to make sure that we actually get the croons in there. And our other racers, which you will be seeing in just a second. Which I'm also very, very excited for. So let's actually put everyone on the board here so we can see what this looks like. So let's get a little, there we go. We have the starting lap is right here. So we have the croons right there. The croons are currently neck and neck with the Knight Rider, which is right here. Followed closely behind, that's right, Drift Punk. Followed closely, relatively closely by, that's right, the Goslings. Okay. So, how racing works in this game is rather than you guys rolling dice, every side of a d6 is actually assigned to a different action. And I will just say those actions right now so chat knows. Chat, you can also do ! Croon, and that will bring you to the PDF that actually has the rules, which is just a 1-page. Those actions, I remind my players, a 1 is a break, a 2 is a turn left, a 3 is a turn right, 4 is use one of your items that you're carrying, 5 is accelerate, or +1 to your speed, and then 6 is other miscellaneous driving actions. Now, you guys don't actually get to confer with each other what you want to do. You merely have to feel it through your camaraderie, and when I count to 3, I want all of you to type a number in the Alchemy chat of what action you are going to be first performing on your final lap. Right now, your speed is equal to 2, which means you'll be able to move sort of 2 tiles at a time. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, I'll give you guys a couple... Oh, yeah,
I don't know if it's just me, but I can't see the tokens on my map.
That was going to be one of my questions.
Me neither.
Okay, well, at least chat can see them, but that's totally fair. Let me see if I can make them unhidden for you, because they should be unhidden for you. That is curious. It might be something you guys have to look at the stream for.
No worries.
For now, I can look at it in the break, but I don't believe they're hidden. No, because I can definitely hide them. Weird that you can't even see yourselves. I will be honest. Oh, you know why? Actually, it's because I haven't done this. Okay, can you see them now or no? It's okay if you can't.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
No.
You'll have to pay close attention to the stream then. So right now, the way the circuit works is you guys are going to be driving down along this right-hand side, which is where you currently are starting the lap. You're going to be going left over the bridge of mysterious LA water. You're going to cut behind these buildings where this little tree is. And then you're going to go to the right of that over this windy bridge in the middle. You are going to cut north over to where the Goslings are, and then come all the way back down to finish the race. Currently, you are in the lead, but very close, followed by the Knight Rider. Okay. Are you guys all ready for this? All right.
I hope so.
So
Ready as we can be.
On 3, all of you put a number in Alchemy chat, and we'll see what's happening to this car. 1, 2, 3. Go for it. All right. Periwinkle has put the pedal to the metal. Cornelius has also put the pedal to the metal.
Oh, oopsies. Sorry.
No.
Why am I not doing the thing? Okay.
Magpie gets creative with an item. And you can put a number, Nikki, if it's not. There we go. And okay. Okay, that is 3 pedals to the metal, everyone. And Magpie is going to use an item. So the way that this is resolved is we will go in order of the numbers, and that is actually going to be the item first. So, Magpie, what are you doing with one of your starting items?
I'm gonna take the flame decal. I'm gonna slap it to the side of the car.
Okay. All right. You watch as Magpie kind of ruffles through their satchel of stuff that they have in the back. Where is it? Where is it? And finally pulls out this, like, long, sort of rolled-up red piece of tape. Tutu, you kind of give her a look like, what could she possibly be doing with that? And sure enough, you watch as Magpie kind of stretches out the side of the car, goes ahead and just unfurls like duct tape and just smacks it on the trash can and whoop, with both of her paws. And suddenly, your trash can has the sickest flame decals you've ever seen on one side, because you only have one. But it is on your sort of inner side right there. A gorgeous flame decal. Very nice. Very, very nice. So that is Magpie's whole go, which we love. And now we will just we'll just go down the list here. Periwinkle has increased speed. So Periwinkle, you've already been hovering over the gas, and you just kind of wait for the go ahead. Cornelius kind of cautiously like, okay, and you just slam on the gas, adding 1 to speed. Cornelius, of course, goes, that's not enough! And he puts his little raccoon paw down on top of your paw. And of course, at this point, Tutu's like, well, don't leave me out. So Tutu comes sauntering over as well and just puts their whole face on top of the gas pedal. And you watch as just flames almost erupt out of the decal that's been painted there as it starts to kick up. And you guys just blast forward. Your speed is now 5. Now, I will say to chat, the croons can't be killed. They can't even really be hurt. Misfortune can befall them. However, they can total their vehicle. That is absolutely something that can happen, which is something that we're gonna have to take into account, which is important. So if you guys run into something, if it's a glancing blow, you'll take half damage equal to your speed, and if it's more than a glancing blow, you will take full damage equal to your speed. And all racing cars have 10 HP attributed to them. So let's see if moving 5 tiles is gonna be okay for these guys. That is 1, 2, 3, literally just on the corner. So good job. Yes, Tutu.
Real quick question. How are we supposed to read the map? Are we supposed to read it as if we're in the car? So like right now, wait, do we have to turn? So like if we were gonna turn, we would say like, oh, go right.
Mm-hmm.
Because from our orientation in the car, it's going to be right.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly right.
Okay.
So that is the croon's turn. Also, we got some good names in there as well. We also have some luckies in. So a reminder that Magpie, you have a lucky. Cornelius has a lucky, and Periwinkle has an unlucky. Just so you guys remember that, you can sort of hold on to those. The compactor. Oh, I'm gonna go with Trash-tastrophe. That's a pretty good one for the name of your car. That's I quite like that. Okay, so that was the croon's turn. You guys have made it right to the point where you now need to make a 90-degree turn. So best of luck with that. And we are going to see the other cars sort of come in as well. At this point, you can kind of see the Knight Rider puts the pedal to the metal and goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So not quite as fast as our the Bindits, but they are catching up. Drift Punk goes 1, 2, 3. And the Goslings don't really know what's going on. They go 1, 2, and make some sort of noise that sounds like they've let off a firecracker back where the car is. Like that, you have no idea some sort of large explosion is just taken place. Also, we did just get a turbo from Pop-Tart, which does actually add 1 to your speed next round because it was not your turn when it happened. So your speed is now going to be 6 at the start of this round, just so you know. Just so you guys to know. Thank you very much, Pop-Tart. Yes, Magpie does have a lucky when they will need to roll in the future, yes. A new obstacle has been added to the course as well from Matrix. A piano falls from the balcony of a nearby building. Of course. Let's.
Thank you, Matrix.
Thank you very much. Let's just go ahead and I'll add that in here. Let's just bring. There we go. I'll add a generalized obstacle, which is going to be right here. Weird that when I bring it to shown, you guys still can't see it. I'm not super sure about that, but it's fine.
Oh, we can see it now.
You can see
Really?
the token of the.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you see all of them, or?
Yeah.
Oh wow, wild. Okay. All right. So in
That fixed it.
a nearby balcony, which we're gonna say is about here, is where the piano has fallen onto the course. Now, I remind you, in sort of 90-degree terms, you guys have 1, 2, 3, 4 squares to go forward, and then eventually you will have to go 2 squares to the right and then somehow navigate the bridge. Right now, your speed is 6. It is your turn because of the turbo. What would you all... Are you all ready to go? I'll count to 3.
Yes.
I will say you can talk between turns. Just when it becomes your turn, you cannot converse with each other. That's sort of the rule of the game. All right, on 3, we will see what chaos ensues next. Ready? 1,
Yeah.
2, 3. What are we doing? What are we doing? All right, we have break. Right. Okay. So you did in
Good.
fact make a 90-degree turn somehow. Your brains have all connected. And you have successfully made the full 90-degree turn. No glancing blow whatsoever. Your speed is reduced to 5. But if we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 brings you into the wall. Unfortunately, you are not slow enough to cut that corner, as you were going very fast at the beginning. As this is a head-on collision, you guys will be taking 5 damage to your to the trash catastrophe. So I will sort of mark that down right here real quick. I'll just go into my trackers and change my hit points, which maximum is 10, of course, and you guys are now down at 5. All right, might want to slow down a little bit, Bindits, which is fantastic. Okay, so that is all of the croon's turns. I will give you guys a second here. Is there anything you'd like to say to each other or talk amongst yourselves about anything mid-race?
I only know how to go fast.
Well, I don't think that's going to really work in this situation. We have to somehow kind of maneuver.
That'll be
against-
someone else's job. Tutu
All right,
doesn't
fine.
know how to go slow.
I'm just steering the wheel. I'm steering. Someone else got to do it.
Cornelius says, I'm just steering the wheel, foot fully on the gas pedal right now. just.
All right.
Okay. Any plans? Or are you just gonna go in blind?
So,
Gonna, Periwinkle is gonna look up at you guys and be like, "Hey, is it cool if I have a little snack?"
You have macaroni?
Unfortunately, no. I wish.
I bet the
Oh.
Tanuki clan has macaroni.
which was macaroni.
I
As
wish
you guys
I had
start
macaroni.
fantasizing about macaroni, you realize the race is still happening as you hear the other engines of the cars behind you. The Knight Rider does slow down a little bit to make this turn, so they instead go 1, 2, and 3, just like that. So you have gained on them with your speed, although you have taken some damage. Thank you so much for the resub, Black Cat. I very much appreciate it in this stream of all streams. Drift Punk actually increased their speed up to 4, right there. The Gothlings go 1, 2, and they just keep on going. They have evidently missed their turn, which is not looking good for the race, for the car filled entirely of geese. All right, Croons, you've taken 5 damage already to your trash catastrophe. There is a piano on the roads that Cornelius, you actually see first in front of you. Is there anything you'd like to say to your compatriots here?
Yeah, so we got a piano on the road here. How do we want to navigate around this?
So
Go over it.
Just like
Go
drive
under
over
it.
it, like under it,
We
around
could
it.
totally fit.
We can try.
What? Go
We're
over it?
small enough.
Under. Just go.
Go under?
Go under? Oh my god.
Yeah, we can
Alright.
just kind of tip our car to the side and just roll. It works. It's a trash can.
Oh my god. So, I also do want to point out that Dez has redeemed 1 Croon's trash. And at this point, as kind of Periwinkle, you were talking about a snack, you're fishing through, what you have. A reminder, you can only carry 2 items at once, but at some point, someone has dropped a salty jawbreaker that is rolling around at the bottom of your trash catastrophe, like, a little marble in a tin. It's back and forth, and you just kind of eye it, and you're like, oh my gosh, look! A salty jawbreaker, which is a very cool item. You would have to drop or use one of your items, though, to pick it up. Just so you know, though, it is there, okay? Which has been spawned in by chat. Thank you, chat. Okay. All right. Well, Croons, you've had your moment to chat. It is game time on 3. 1, 2, 3. What are we doing? Your speed is currently 5. Item, right, oh god, and right. Oh boy!
Hold on.
Okay, well, as is tradition, I believe turning to the right, does happen first. So you guys make a 60-degree angle to the right, so you don't quite get the full 90, but at a zero-sum speed right now because of your wipeout, you're actually totally okay. So you kind of adjust yourself a little bit, and you kind of with the 60-degree angle, like Periwinkle suggested, are actually able to kind of roll around the piano because you're not hitting it head on anymore. So you guys just kind of go around. You still have 5 speed, which I do want to point out. But before we actually get into moving you, I do believe that we have 2 items that were used. So Cornelius, actually Periwinkle, you were up first. What item would you like to use, my friend?
To eat my banana and then toss the peel out the window and onto the track.
Mario Kart style. I love it.
Nice.
Okay.
Mario Kart style.
You hear some munching from the back as you guys are terrified of this bridge coming up. Somehow you've cleared it, no problem, the last 2 laps. This 3rd lap, though, it's not looking too hot. As you just hear a coming from the back. Periwinkle just kind of downs a banana, takes the peel, and just kind of throws it behind them, which I will then add onto the course as well. Sounds good. Would you like to then pick up the Salty Jawbreaker?
But yes.
You can add that to your inventory. You can go to your items and add that.
Awesome.
And Cornelius, what, my friend, are you doing?
I reach into my bag and I say, "All right, I got just a thing to make this piano know how serious we are." And I pull out my police siren and put it on the top of the car.
So, in seeing a crashed piano on the road, your thought process is to take a police siren that you've been holding out of your bag, and to attach it to the top of this trash can mobile.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay. All right, no, just making sure. So Cornelius reaches into their satchel, takes a police siren, one hand on the wheel, and just kind of, now we mean business, wee-woo, just on top of the thing. Everyone is clearing out of your way. To your surprise, the piano actually seems largely unaffected. But now we will, oh my god.
That doesn't make sense.
Cornelius, because you are the one at the wheel right now, I am going to need you to make an alacrity check, okay? Which, what is your alacrity? Can you tell us, my friends? And I will...
Alacrity is 4.
It's 4. Okay, so go ahead and roll 4 dice. Now, what you're gonna try and do here is you're gonna try and use the piano to get over the gap of water. Okay? So I don't know if this would pertain to your backstory. Do you have any arguments of why this would pertain to being part of Spa?
I don't know. One that comes to mind would just be like, I always saw the unusual and just tried to find like different things to hop over and climb over to reach the destination.
Okay. Cornelius is really going for it right now. Cornelius, go ahead, and that's fine. You can roll 5d6.
Right.
And I will say, you need... Let's give it, for this one, you need 2 successes.
2 successes.
All right?
Yeah.
So go ahead. You can roll those dice.
So should I do individually? Should I just do 5?
No, you can roll 5d6 as a whole, and we'll take a look at them individually. How'd we do? Let's take a look. How many of those? You got exactly 2 successes. Oh my god. Okay, so chat, the way that this works is anything underneath a 4 is not counted as a success. 4 or higher is counted as a success. Cornelius, you do have lucky as well. I mean, you could have rolled another in theory. But that is okay. So that is a success. So you, as with 5 speed right now, Cornelius ramps off of the nearby piano, going 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as you all clutch the sides of the trash-tastrophe as Cornelius rams you over the riverbed. It's not a huge gap, but it's enough to be astonishing, to say the least. And you are now at the other side of the river, in great need of turning. Are we all good here?
Yeah.
I think so.
Tutu
Yes.
is gonna maybe learn how to slow down. That was kind of scary.
Maybe.
Maybe. That was kind of scary.
Yeah.
I trust Cornelius, but...
But what?
Let's just continue driving.
Yeah,
Okay,
of course.
sure.
Yeah.
This is no different from the streets of Paris.
Is it not? No different whatsoever. Wow.
We are
Exactly.
actually in Paris right now.
That's it's
feels
hard
like
to
home.
believe. That is hard to believe. I will say, Aya, just because you redeemed unlucky, you have to say who you are giving unlucky to on a future roll. Just so you know. Okay, in that case, we will have everyone else move again. And let's go ahead and see. Knight Rider does come up to the banana peel. And I am going to roll an alacrity check for Knight Rider, which is going to be 3d6, and they need a one success here to not worry about it. That is, they got all 3 successes. Knight Rider is a force to be reckoned with. You watch as Knight Rider kind of steers expertly around the banana periwinkle and goes 1, 2, and then reaches the piano. And is going to have to make another alacrity check, which is roll 3d6, and we will see how this one goes. Are we going to get our 2 successes? They do, by the seat of their pants, which is 1 and 2. So that puts them here.
Tomato.
Drift Punk, you witness as they don't slow down a minute, as they just expertly drift around the corner. 1, 2, and also have to try and make it around the banana, which is 5d6 for them. Oh, that was actually quite low. They did, wow, they needed 1 success, they got 1 success, as they do also make it onto the same, well, same tile as the banana. I'll move the banana for a second. And the goslings are off the map. You don't have to worry about the goslings right now. That is another unluck for Periwinkle. That is Sag Periwinkle. Oh, no, sorry. A luck for Periwinkle and unluck for Cornelius. So you guys are both evened out. You have 1 lucky and 1 unlucky each right now. So, okay.
They just cancel each other out then.
Yeah, they do just cancel each other out. That is exactly what happens. So you're back to neutral. All right. In that case, you guys have a second to chat if you want to talk about how you're going to do this last stretch before you actually do it.
All right. 2-2.
2-2, do you want to learn how to slow down just a little?
I think I can do it for my sibling.
I believe in you.
We all
I think
do.
so.
Okay. You guys know you're coming up to the last straight. You have to turn, and beyond that, it is your call. You're going 5 fast right now. All right, on the count of 3, everyone. 1, 2, and 3. Oh my gosh. Thanks, Des. 100 Gnosis. I mean, that doesn't make... How am I gonna spin that? Okay. What did we see here? We had a swerve to the right, a veer to the left, a brake, and a swerve to the right. Okay. This is good job, team. This is a good job here.
Who's driving this thing?
Well, apparently all of you.
Apparently.
So, first thing that happens is, let's just go through the order here. Did we have anyone brake? Yes. Tutu, the only one that knows how to slow down, surprisingly, has subtracted speed. You are now going 4 speed instead of 5 speed, Tutu. There is a swerve to the left that actually happens first, as you guys begin to go the wrong way. And then there is 2 swerves to the right, which even you out, and then a 30-degree angle, which will give you a glancing blow on this building right here, as you're coming in too hot. Which will, because you're going 4 speed thanks to Tutu, deal 2 more damage to your car. Which I will go ahead and mark off here as well. You love to see it. It's all no holds barred here. You guys are at 3 health for your car right now, just so you know.
Oh, great.
You're not quite straight. You're trying to kind of move. You're dragging a little bit against the wall as you're kind of turning in. We go 1, 2. You don't quite make it all 4 because of the initial crash and sort of the angle that you're going at as you're still trying to straighten up. You're not quite straight on the track yet. Knight Rider is going to go 1, 2, 3, and they have to go up as they go 4, as you guys have a significant lead. Now, Drift Punk does go 1. That is another alacrity check, which is 5, a d6, which looks like enough successes to me. It is enough successes to me, as they go a 1, a 2, and a 3. Now, what surprises you all wildly is we have another obstacle that appears on the track, directly in front of the finish line. You all watch as weirdly, wildly, 100 carnations are being carried across the street right now. Very sort of like Three Stooges style, in like a big old wheelbarrow, 100 carnation flowers. And they were not prepared for a street race to be on the street at this time, as you guys, to cross the finish line, would have to slam directly into them. So whatever that is that you guys decide to do to get around that is totally up to you. It is now your turn.
All right. So what are we feeling?
How possible is it for us to hop over them on a scale of 1 to 10?
You have no more ramps anywhere near you, so about a 9. Oh, well,
I mean being possible being 10.
Dez has played a ramp, which now has just appeared in front of you as an obstacle. So wildly, out of nowhere, Periwinkle, as you're asking this, you see like a comically large fruit stand to your right, and you notice that the sort of kickstand that kind of like levels it to the ground is down right now. So if you hit it at the right angle with your trash can, you could leverage those apples and clear the carnations, which you sort of relay to the rest of the bandits right now. So there is in fact a thing in front of you, although it will take a significant alacrity check to get you guys over this.
And you said that was to her, right?
It's in front of you.
In front of us.
Yeah.
Does my police siren like not tip them off or anything like that?
That's actually a very good point. They do hear the police siren, and they are doing their absolute best to try and make it out of their way. As they're, what's going on? And wee woo, and they're trying to hurry as fast as they can. So I mean, you could just also try and wing it and hope they get out of the way in time. It's your call. All right, on the count of 3, let's see what you guys are doing. That is a 1, 2, and 3. What do we got? That is a adding speed, 2 brakes, and nothing has happened. Okay, good. Good job, guys. So you all just at once all sort of hands into the system. Paw, brake, gas, brake, gas, brake, gas, just pumping left and right, left and right. You're still not quite straight, as you're still kind of angled into the building. And you miss the ramp entirely as you continue just going at the speed you're going. And you, because you were still kind of sidled to the wall, do in fact also miss the carnations just as they are approaching across the finish line. As you guys keep your 4 speed crossing the finish line entirely for the team. Congratulations, the Bandits. You've successfully finished the race. As you guys, you drift into your place. Good job, chat. The helps and hinders. Look at it. Look at it. You can see it.
Didn't even have to use my lead pipe.
Not yet you didn't. Not yet you didn't. Okay, and after you guys kind of like drift to a halt, and you sort of skirt to where you were, just make sure the race car noises are there. Yeah, there we go. You approach and you skirt. And sure enough, the other cars kind of come through with the Knight Rider following close behind, and then Drift Punk close behind the Knight Rider. So I will turn off the map there. And congratulations, you have successfully finished the race. Where the Goslings are, you have no idea. What happened to that pack of gooses driving God knows what is completely out the window now. It is very gone. Okay. Let us move over to the next scene. And Des, I have not forgot what you redeemed. Don't you worry. Let's head over to the post race, shall we? Okay. Here we go. Oh, I did forget to say at the beginning, there are many musical Easter eggs, chat. See if you can find them. A lot of the music that I picked for this comes from lots of various video games, so do your best to try and hunt them down. I think it is time for the mask to come off. It was me the whole time! I think I definitely have to take that off at that point, yeah. Oh my god, I can see. I can see! Can you believe it?
I've never seen this thing before my entire life.
I know, right? Do I have like a little farmer's tan around my eyes now? Alright. So, as you guys have sort of come to a halt here, let's just make sure that we have everything that we need to have. Which was good. We did that. Okay. As you all kind of come to a halt, you park up the Trash-tastrophe off to the side. And you all kind of jump out. You're kind of like high-fiving each other. You're not like super close-knit, but you've raced enough times at this point that you're just thankful that you've come out alive. The trash-tastrophe looks horrible, by the way. There are dents and bruises, and like the whole front of the trash can is smushed beyond recognition at this point. Might need a... Oh yeah, go ahead.
Flame decal.
The flame decal is even... It's like an accordion flame decal at this point. It's just kind of like scrunched in and out.
It's the
Is...
only
Magpie
thing
says-
keeping it together.
Magpie says, "Sacre bleu."
Of course Magpie does.
Sacre
Oh my
rouge.
gosh. That's true.
Sacre rouge.
That's...
Yeah.
And as you get out, satisfied with your victory, the driver door of the sort of recent black muscle car swings open in almost like robotic fashion. Out steps a tall, handsome man in a leather jacket. And I can actually, if you guys open the tactical mode, you can see this man right here. There he is. He's our battle map. There we go.
Gonna be fighting on his face.
No, this is just what he looks like. That is all.
I have my lead pipe in hand.
Okay, yeah, no, for sure. He's a tall, handsome man in a leather jacket who kind of looks like he permanently belongs in the 80s. Mostly because of his haircut, which vaguely resembles a shorter mullet, but also because his face seems to be in lower definition than everyone else's, just a TV thing. He coolly struts up to the four of you as you guys kind of all fall silent and give him your beady little eyes. He looks at you all with pursed lips and a squint, as if trying to deduce a problem with the picture before him. He kind of scans you up and down. Mind you, this is just a full human. This is not a raccoon. After a few seconds, however, his expression changes into a smile, and he extends a hand out to Cornelius. It's a hell of a race out there, Bindits. And he's just kind of leaving his hand out there for you.
Yeah, thanks. Who are you?
He kind of sort of looks you guys up and down, and he goes, well, I go by many names, but you can simply call me the Knight Rider.
Wow.
Not an answer.
So you were just behind us? You were eating our dust just now?
He kind of chuckles, and he... I gotta be honest, I thought I had you in the last lap, but you really know how to bob and weave. And he sort of waits for responsiveness.
We don't have anyone named Bob.
No, it's sort of...
Or weave.
Go ahead.
No, I just said or weave.
Oh, yeah, no, it's sort of a figure of speech here that, you know what, never mind. You had a hell of a race. I couldn't catch you that whole time. I thought I had you in the first lap, but then you did all those tricks and tribulations, and... Sorry, was there one point you actually flew over the river? Is that what I saw?
Yeah, we just... It's pretty cool.
It's wild, because there was a piano that came out of nowhere that was on the road. I mean, like... I know this is sort of nighttime street racing and everything, but where the heck did that come from, am I right?
You always think that the first time you see a piano in the middle of the road, but you get over it eventually.
Is that not the first piano you've seen in the middle of one of these races?
I can tell it was your first.
It was, yeah. No, I was very vehemently surprised by that piano, yes. That is
We've all
very
been there.
true. I suppose you have.
First road piano.
You've never
and
seen a road piano before?
I've not. But look, and as he sort of starts to continue, he's cut off, and there's a loud sort of sound that comes from within his car that sounds a bit like a stereo kind of powering up, like a. And you see he kind of turns to the car and then looks back at you guys, and he has a sort of a sheepish smile on his face, and he just says, "Well. Kit's not too impressed with your car, but that's nothing new." He kind of looks back at his own car and chuckles a little bit.
Is Kit your car?
Oh, yes, of course. Kit's my, So he sort of thinks for a second. Kit is my special car, and he kind of nods up and down.
It is
Our
kind
car's
of a... It is kind of a, how you say, stupid name for a vehicle.
His expression changes to one of kind of a grimace, and he looks at you and he goes, "Well, I wouldn't," and he kind of like has to bend down to kind of put like a shush to your raccoon lips, and "I wouldn't say that in front of the car, it's gonna be a bumpy ride home." And you see the car's suspension kind of like go up and down a little bit as you say this, Magpie. And the man kind of like wipes his brow real quick. Yeah, it's enough about Kit and the car. Looks like you guys won fair and square. So you will be racing in the Trash Bin Cup. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
Merci.
What'd you say?
Will you be there? Will we see your face around?
I suppose not. You won this race, which means I can't be there.
Oh, okay.
What if we have a +1? And we have 4 of us, so we get +4.
He roll a chutzpah check of trying to convince this man you just beat that he has a place on the final circuit.
Okay, real quick. It's /roll.
And then however many dice you have of your chutzpah skill.
Okay. And it's a D what? Sorry?
It's a D6.
D6, okay.
Okay, let's click in on that and see how many successes we got. That is 2 successes. Yeah, it's enough. He sort of looks at you for a second and he kind of like squints and wait, for real? You'd give your +1 or +4 to me and Kit?
Well, I think you would only count as +1 because you have to get there somehow. So like the
Right.
car is implied.
Oh right, but
I-
Kit is more of like a being than a car. So I think I have to register them as like a sentient sort of creature, almost like a pet. If
No
you
one's
guys have
gonna
pets,
ask.
no one's gonna.
Periwinkle kind of raises her hand and just says, "Sir, are you in a relationship with your car?"
And no, I don't know. Look, the relationship.
We wouldn't judge if you were.
No, look, it's a very special kind of relationship, that is for sure. But it's more of a, I help out Kit, Kit helps out me. You know, it's look, I'm gonna level with you. I have a lot of IBS from time to time. Kit sort of keeps that a bit on the down low. I can't help it. Often eating too much junk makes me feel a bit rubbish, if you will, which is a bit of a...
This guy. Oh my god.
Yo,
This guy.
He takes a step back for a second and he's like, all right, look, I won't take up too much of your time. And he kind of points because it looks like there's a person in a yellow jacket, which you all know yellow is the official color of trash, sort of coming over to you. And the Knight Rider kind of looks back and goes, you know what? I look forward to receiving your +1 or +2 if you feel, you know, like you want to come around to this whole Kit and I thing. Maybe I'll see you at the cup.
yeah, maybe, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe we
meanwhile,
won't.
I will say Cornelius's police siren is woo, 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 just off in the background the whole time. You have not taken it down. It is still up there.
Okay, with that in mind, I will take it down, and then is the door to Kit open?
It is, yeah.
Okay, and then I just like toss it into the driver's side seat.
Like, you want
Did
to
you
do
turn
this?
it off?
You want to do this
No.
visibly or not visibly? Oh no, you haven't turned it off. You're keeping it on.
No. So I keep it on, and then I take it from the hood. I guess if there's a way to do it like nonchalantly and inconspicuously, just toss it in the car.
Wow. Just roll for me an alacrity check of how slick you can roll this. All you need is 1 success on this alacrity check. Okay.
Sweet. Okay.
The car's right in front of you.
Oh, that
Cornelius.
is.
Oh, that's the wrong slash, my friend.
Yeah.
Oh, that doesn't look good. You did get, you got 2. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So sure enough, you woo, you kind of mute it as you take it off your car, and you just kind of like you put it under your own racing gear for a second, and you just see Kit's kind of open as the Knight Rider's kind of bidding farewell, and you just. And you shoot it as it soars through the air, and just kind of lands in the passenger seat and just starts blaring. And you watch as the door to Kit slams shut and the car drives off. And you watch as it just speeds off. And Knight Rider kind of, oh, son of a nut. Oh, all right, sorry, I'll be back. Kit, he didn't mean it. And he just starts chasing after the car, off into in the sunset. It is the middle of the night right now, but sunset nonetheless. So. Anyway.
I think we made a new friend.
I'm gonna turn to the rest of the group and be like, I think he was in a relationship with his car.
God damn it.
I agree.
Most definitely. Been there.
Everyone's on the same
They're
page
fucking-
there.
Been there.
As you are all talking about this, you have this other person that's approaching you from the sidelines right now. I will sort of pull up a picture as well. If you go to map phase 2, we have what this character looks like. A very attractive character. You see them walk towards you wearing a sort of neon yellow jacket. Their head is shaved either side, save a bit in the center that's been sort of spiked into a tufted mohawk. A tattoo peeks out on their chest over the rim of a dark tank top. You can't quite tell what it is, but it looks like maybe the top of a skull. You notice 2 earrings dangling from their ears that kind of resemble knives or daggers. All signs that this person is not to be trifled with. But despite all this, they saunter over with a large smile. And you notice that they are donning, of course, the familiar yellow jacket of trash as being a representative. As they reach your group, they do continue to smile as they give a few kind of small, just claps once and twice. They say, "Nice racing out there, Bindits." Although, with some of those tricks and the finish at the end, I'm surprised we didn't pull the attention of Law. What did I say?
We're too quick.
Police sirens on us at all times.
Yeah, okay. They kind of look you up and down. And their gaze kind of sort of stops on Tutu and goes, Tutu, right?
Yeah.
You've been a part of this group. I've noticed you the last couple times you guys have been racing. You guys have been doing a great job in the previous circuits. I sincerely commend you.
Thank you.
I gotta be
I put
honest.
away the lead pipe.
Sure, yeah, okay. And they go, I gotta be honest, because dang girl, you smell like garbage, so can I take you out sometime?
Yes? When and where?
Oh my
I know
God.
a great spot. I know a great bin, actually. You don't even have to, like, come up with anything.
They kinda laugh and they go, I didn't actually know you would go for it. You're actually a lot cooler than I thought, Tutu. They nod a little bit and they go, I'm pulling you a bit, but now that you say that, I'll be in touch. And they kind of give you a little wink. And they say, but no, honestly, all flirting aside, that is not why I'm here. And they sort of look at you. Their smile kind of fades from this sort of big teethy smile that they were giving, and they look a bit uneasy as they kind of come in for this next bit. And they say, look, I know I'm sort of the one as a representative that comes over, and because you guys are the winners, I get to tell you where that final part of the trash bin cup lies. Unfortunately, it's a little different this year, which isn't super ideal. Apparently, due to a last-minute sponsor, the finalists for this season instead will be invited to an underground party, where there they will be told of the final race's date and location. Which is not usually how we do things, but I guess some big sponsor finally showed up, came to Trash HQ, and put some money down, which is wild, because this is most certainly illegal in the terms of law.
What are we talking?
They look down at you and they kind of laugh and they say, honestly, if I knew, I'd at least give you a clue, even though that is definitely out of my jurisdiction. But no, I don't even know who it was. They've been kind of hush-hush about the whole thing.
Well,
Interesting.
What
law doesn't know won't hurt them. And we love to party.
Wait. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Where is this soiree?
They chuckle for a minute. And that is an excellent question. They sort of look at you, and they say, all right, you know the old yoga studio off of 47th and 3rd?
No.
The mixed responses that come back and forth. And they say, it's absolutely not a yoga studio anymore. And they kind of wink at you as they say this. And they say, I mean, you should be able to be drawn in by a couple of the neon yoga signs that are off, but you shouldn't have a hard time finding it. Yeah, Tutu.
What if we can't read?
Yeah, no, that's totally
Wait.
fair. There is there's sort of a big neon sign of what looks like a person kind of doing a sort of downward bend. That's how you'll know, because there's only 2 places in the city that sign would show, and you're not near the other one, so I think you'll be fine.
I'm familiar with that pose.
Okay, oh, are you? You do a lot of stretching, do you, Tutu?
Sorts. Anyway, we're gonna go to that party. I love parties. Live fast, eat trash. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit jealous that trash representatives aren't allowed. So you guys have fun.
Well, I'll have something to tell you. There's 4 of us, so surely we get a +1.
Oh my god! And this person kind of giggles a little bit, and they no, legitimately, even if you were allowed to bring others, which is strictly prohibited as you 4, the only 4 that have won this race. And they kind of stop for a second. You haven't told anyone else that you have +1s, right? Because this is like a sanctioned thing that trash sanctions.
No,
Yeah,
absolutely not.
We're totally fine.
We would only ever offer that to you, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Well,
Which is
I'm
true.
flattered, but I do need to keep this job. And as a representative, no, I cannot accept anything like that, even if you did have it, which is fine. But in case you run into each other again, kind of looks expectantly at Tutu. You can call me Spike.
Oh wait, Spike, before you go.
Yeah.
Well, how are the Goslings doing? What happened to them?
Oh, yeah. It's an excellent question. And they kind of like check over. You can see like there's not really a pit crew, but there are like street mechanics that are kind of on side that are wearing like eye patches and like patchy clothing that are like either looking for spare parts or maybe will fix your car for the right price kind of thing. It's a little sketchy. And you can see like a couple of them over there and just a tornado of feathers, maybe like 60 feet from you guys. And you can just hear, just like all over the place, which is...
They have a siren too!
Spike kind of, yeah, they always have a siren. I wouldn't worry too much about the Goslings. They are surprisingly resilient.
Good to know. Thanks.
Yeah.
And Spike says, all right, well, good luck, both at the party and at the final cup. If, as a trash representative, I'll be cheering you on from the sidelines. And they'd say, all right, ciao. And they kind of give you a nice little salute, and they kind of spin on their spiked heels, and they just saunter off back towards other trash representatives.
Do you think they're named after their shoes?
Oh my god, as most people are.
What
I'm
did
named after my
the
ticket.
chow on?
That's true. That's true. We're getting all these good polls in here. All right, chat. Thank you for the for all this lovely stuff. Don't forget, you were actually only slightly far away from the community goal challenge, which if we do hit at 20,000 channel points, we will be seeing the true ending of this soiree. But enough of that, because in the meantime, Spike does tell you retroactively that the party isn't until tomorrow night. So you have a full 24 hours-ish to go back to your hideout, maybe to recuperate with your car. You guys do have a hideout in the city, of course. You are the Bindits for sure. So you can take that time to do whatever it is you want, but you do have about 24 hours before the party starts. And that is that. Just in case you guys forgot, although I know you would never forget, your hideout is actually in the sewers of Los Angeles. Thank you to chat. So I don't know how you're getting that car down there, but you've done it before, so I'm sure you'll figure it out. Yeah, so you guys, what would you like to do?
We should get pizza, because what is a sewer without pizza? But
Classic.
So true.
Oui, I'm starving.
exactly. We can park it where we normally park it, next to the sewer opening. Near that garbage can that we always use, like by, 52nd Street.
Oh yeah, we might stand out a little bit because ours is slightly more dented, but
Well,
Yeah, I'm sure we
I am
can
thinking.
find something.
You're fine.
I have a plan.
A plan.
You see, the sewer pothole is just about the circumference of the trash can. And since it is all dented, we can just drop it into our hideout so that we may fix it.
Huh?
Peg goes in the square hole. Periwinkle does not know shapes.
No, that's, evident. Yeah?
I
All
can
right.
explain it to you later, Periwinkle.
visual
Thank
aids,
you.
I think.
Yeah, always a big help. Okay, so you guys are gonna head over to your hideout, and there's a little bit of a struggle as you kind of, you know, do you want to drive your car back, or do you want to, like, wheel it back? Hold
How
on.
far away are we?
Periwinkle, you cut out there.
Oh, can we tip it on its side and roll it?
I mean,
Hey, how were we driving it? I thought that was how we were driving it.
no. Well, it's on its side, but there are 4 wheels and an engine in this thing. It's not just momentum.
Oh!
Yeah, it is a souped-up trash can
Like
to be a
log
car.
roll.
Yeah,
Oh,
the
I
trash
thought it
cast-
was like upright.
No, it's kind of horizontal with 4 wheels on, well, 2 wheels on either side, 4 total, and a wheel and an
Okay.
engine, the whole bits.
I knew that.
Snaz.
I didn't.
Would you like to drive this back or just sort of wheel it back?
How far away are we?
You're like a good 3.5 miles from the Santa Monica Pier. You're at the Santa Monica Pier, 3.5
We
miles.
might
to your
want to
hideout.
drive back.
We'll be careful.
Okay. You guys make the decision to drive back to your hideout as you all kind of clamber in once more. It is really not looking so good, and you didn't realize at first, but like as you get in, you can feel where it's compressed, especially in the front. Cornelius, where your foot sort of like comfortably lay before, you kind of have to bend your knee to the side because it's just a big hunk of metal that's kind of like come inwards. It's on 2 HP, this poor car. But you guys do still successfully drive it to your hideout. And that is where we will go now, which is, of course, in the sewers. So let's head to our cribbed out hideout, which is going to be right here. Okay. There we go. Back to the hideout. Okay. Don't worry about that light coming in. You have great access to the streets above you. So you all, sure enough, you follow Magpie's orders and you make it back over to this sort of manhole, and you drop the big cart slowly down into the sewers. It lands semi-okay as you guys kind of like, there's like splashes in the sludge as you kind of make it down. You take a big whiff. It's home sweet home. It's home sweet home. Smell that trash and shit.
Smells like home, baby.
It so does. You roll this thing through the sludge until you get to this sort of like hollowed out sewer alcove a la Skyrim, with like some bars. You leave your car sort of like chained to one of them, and you just all slip right through the bars into your room, into the crib of the croons, or the bindits. Trashmen need trash, exactly. Okay. So inside of your hideout, I know you guys already know this, is everything that you would need to live life and lay low while you prepare for your next races. There is a mechanics table for working on spare parts, upgrades, that kind of stuff. You've kind of like changed your car. There is sort of a loading area. It's more of like a little viaduct that you kind of have to like slide the trash can through to get it into your hideout, which you can then use to sort of like, you know, tinker with it and that kind of stuff. Most importantly though, there are just piles of garbage everywhere, which serve multiple functions. Perhaps as a bed, a late night snack, or even a punching bag for Tutu to train on. Magpie actually even got an old crackbook laptop up and working from the scrapyard that you guys raided not too long ago, which does surprisingly have internet. So you do have a working crackbook laptop that can get the internet. It is cracked down the screen, but it is still usable for base functions, like making very slow internet searches or playing Croontown online. But while you guys are in your hideout, you do whatever you want. I know raccoons are mostly sort of active during the dusk and dawn and that kind of stuff, so you could just sleep during the day and stay up for the rest of the night. It's totally up to you what you guys want to do. Chat amongst yourselves, you know, your call.
I have an idea.
Yep.
You know how our car is super dented? Tutu has a lead pipe. We could just undent it.
We're thinking the same way. I'm so
Very
good at
smart.
undenting things. I'm so good at denting things in the opposite direction.
Exactly. We can
I
just
get in the trash
unfetch
can.
it.
Okay, you slip back out, you grab your pipe, and you have slipped into the trash can.
Because I'm assuming the dents are like from the
Yes.
outside.
Yep, they are concave, not convex.
From inside.
Yeah.
The trash can.
Yes.
I just start fucking.
Okay. You guys
back and
hear the
forth.
familiar sound of Tutu taking a lead pipe to the trash can and ka-tung, 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 just sort of like methodically trying to get all these dents out. As Periwinkle, you kind of watch on, and Cornelius and Magpie, you guys have sort of slipped into the center of the hideout. What would you guys like to do?
I need a snack.
You would like a snack.
Desperately.
You can rifle through the trash bags you have around you, or if anyone has any food, you can eat any of it. It's your call. I will say, for brevity's sake, on the way in, Periwinkle did find a pizza box with 3.5 slices of mushroom pizza, sort of discarded off to the side, that you have taken into the sewer as well.
Well, I will just take the half slice. I'm only in need of a snack.
Yeah, Magpie just kind of starts just chomping on the pizza. What would you guys like to do?
I'll take a slice of pizza and then just find the nearest like mound and just sleep.
Okay. Cornelius, kind of like still a bit shaky from earlier, kind of waddles over, grabs the whole slice of pizza, just kind of slaps it against his face a couple times, and then just falls over on a bag of trash. Which is kind of where he is right now. I will remind you that Spike told you about this place. You know where it is now, but you don't know what it is. In addition, you have also heard of this sort of mysterious sponsor that has cropped up, which in all your years of racing, especially illegal street racing, you've never heard of a sponsor before. Not to mention, of course, you all have your own reasons for wanting to fight back against the Tanuki clan, which as of right now don't seem too involved with anything that's going on or sort of racing. They weren't. It kind of, before any of you pass out, you all kind of think of the racers that were there now. You kind of pass them over in your head. There were the Goslings, of course, which seemed like a wild card of just a group of geese that were trying to pilot. You couldn't even get a good look at their vehicle, to be perfectly honest. Knight Rider, who you haven't seen before, but you've heard of him sort of racing in the circuit, same as you, who you can make your own opinions, but he definitely has a relationship with his car going on. And finally, you had that weird sort of black car that you have heard registered in these races before, which was Drift Punk. That's all you know. Do with that what you will. And if you'd all like to go to sleep for the next 18 hours until it is dusk again, you are welcome to do so.
I bet. The sponsor, guys, the sponsor. I bet it's the Tanuki clan.
It has Tanuki clan written all over it.
I love
That's
the
right.
French. Magpie coming out of left field in LA is so good. Oh my gosh. Sorry, Periwinkle. Go ahead. Just gets me every
I was
time.
thinking the same thing. Because, like, who else would change how we do things? You know?
I think they're looking to pay some people off so that they get a good run, because we all know that they don't have the heart for racing that we do.
Cheaters.
Cheaters, they're friendless, losers.
It's true.
So,
Perhaps we can do some research on the crack book.
I love the
You're
crack
so
book.
smart. Magpie, you're so
You're
smart.
so smart, Magpie.
I would like to point out
Merci.
none of the stats that the croons have is an intelligence stat. Everything is just based on being a raccoon for them. So,
Magpie's the smartest of all of us.
Also, can we... Why were geese racing? Why would a goose race?
I know. Goose aren't they supposed
Ridiculous.
to be in a pond? Not to be racist, but aren't geese supposed to stick to the ponds?
We.
Maybe they were trying to get back. Maybe that's why they went off track.
You're so right.
Cornelius
Like,
is snoring
it just
again.
goes straight.
Cornelius is
Damn
snoring
it.
again.
Cornelius, I poke him with a stick. My lead pipe.
Tanuki clan.
he shouts Tanuki clan in his sleep.
All right,
Dreaming.
Magpie, you do research. You're good at that. I am gonna dig through the garbage for things. Anything helpful that we can strap to our car.
Sounds like a
You
plan.
dig through the garbage. I will help you dig through the garbage.
Let's go.
Okay.
2
Magpie,
pairs of little hands are better than one.
you scuttle over to the crack book, which you have set up with like a very dingy kind of lamp positioned above it. You kind of get hacker mode in. It's very Persona 5 as you kind of like crouch over. And you start to do a little bit of research. What would you like to look up on the crack book?
I would like to look up maybe, are there any like statistics online? Like, do they keep the race times and like, or is it too underground for that?
It's too underground. Nope. Technically,
You could-
Trash is an organization. They're not technically against law, but they do things that law doesn't agree with. So, like, anything that Trash do, their whole sort of system, is they can set up these races and they can, like, give you guys points, money, and trophies. But, like, if law were to come by, they'd kind of be like, nope, here's my paperwork, we're all good. So technically, you might be able to find out a little bit about Trash. But as for, like, statistics and actual underground racing stuff, no, that's not online.
Does Trash have a website?
Roll a chutzpah check for how well you can see if you can surf the web for trying to find a website.
Let's go.
Hi, Celtic. To get the BR newspaper, true. What do we get, Magpie? How many successes? 3
Let's
successes. That is, yeah. Magpie, you take a couple of seconds, and they don't have a website per se, but first you log on to Fumbler, and then that takes you to Threadit, and then from Threadit you go to a forum page, and then the forum page has like a WAV file that you listen to, and then after listening to the WAV file, you input an IP address, and then after inputting the IP address, your screen just goes white for a second, and then it just says trash in big letters at the top of your screen.
Yes. I mean, we're
in. Meanwhile, Periwinkle and Tutu, you guys have gone through your assorted garbage, and of course, you keep these babies topped up. You know, every once in a while, you'll head to the surface, you'll grab some new bags of trash, you'll swing them down here. Ooh, what's it gonna be today, you know? All sorts of crazy fun stuff. So you have some stuff that you haven't panned through yet. Not a ton, because you've been racing, but you guys can both sort of sift through the trash if that's what you want to do. Is there anything you guys would like to say or do specifically, or do you just want to know if you find anything?
Specifically look for things that they might not necessarily be useful, but they look cool.
Okay.
Like cool for the car.
Yeah.
If I can even conceive of how to
Sure.
put them on the car in
Sure.
my little raccoon brain.
Are there any?
Hey, Brandy. Tutu, you go to kind of start sifting trash with Periwinkle, as you said you would. And as you try and move, you see that you've actually stepped in a giant wad of chewing gum. Like,
I can use this.
comically so, that as you kind of like stretch your foot is not coming off of the chewing gum.
Am I wearing a shoe or is it just my foot?
It's just your paw.
Oh.
Swishy.
Can I eat the gum?
Yeah, you can if you want.
I bend over. This is the stretching that I was telling Spike earlier. So I bend over
Yeah.
and I put my mouth to my foot.
Yeah.
And I eat the gum from underneath my foot because, as we all know, the only way that gum comes off of anything is if you put it in your mouth. So, Tutu carefully eats the gum.
Oh, God. Okay. Tutu bends down and just goes to town on the gum. Periwinkle, you don't even give it a second thought. There's gum everywhere around here. You go ahead, Periwinkle, as you start sifting through. You don't really care what you're looking for?
Sick.
Oh, sorry, you cut out. Say again?
Just as long as it looks sick.
As long as it looks sick. Yeah, that's what I thought. You do, as a matter of fact, as you're digging through the trash can, you do find a mostly intact bottle of cough syrup. Which, as the croons all know, that stuff is like crack.
Hey, guys, does anyone want my jawbreaker? I'm taking this.
That's
You
true.
can share?
You'd have
No.
to, you can only have 2 items at a time.
I know, that's why I'm asking if anyone wants my Jawbreaker.
Well, technically, Cornelius did lose one of their sirens, and Magpie did lose their flame decal, so one of they could take it if they want the Jawbreaker.
Kinda slip the Jawbreaker into Cornelius's hands as he sleeps.
Okay, yeah. You watch as you do this, Cornelius kind of goes to itch their nose, but it's not with the Jawbreaker hand, it's with the pizza hand, and it just kind of smears pizza cheese all over Cornelius's face currently. Jawbreaker's still intact in their hand, though.
Yeah. So, you have a Jawbreaker now, and I want that cough syrup.
Yeah, you can add cough syrup to your inventory, of course.
If alchemy will work.
Alright, Tutu's next roll has an unlucky. Incredible. Okay, in that case, as we get back to Magpie, Magpie, you're in trash. What would you like to learn? What do you want to know?
I want to see who is, like, what's the leadership look like?
Well, it's a
Does
hierarchy, I
anything
can tell you
bell?
that.
Any names?
It's tough. You do see a couple of usernames or tags on there because you're not going to find any real names on this kind of area of the internet. You do see a name that says Mohawk 2020 on there. You do see another name that says Anklebiter69. You do chat.
Nice.
Give me. I'm gonna free ask right now, chat. Give me another name of like a deep web username that would be part of trash. You don't have to name something. Just shout it out in chat. Everyone can do this. You just give me something that I can for another lovely username. We'll wait for that to come in. Yeah, it's a pyramid shaped hierarchy, of course. The Croon gods shine on Periwinkle for a lucky. Thank you, Randy. Johnny
Thank you.
Trash. Johnny Trash.
Johnny Trash.
Johnny
little-
is spelled incorrectly.
Yeah, a little
of
on the
course.
nose there, Des. Bandana Peel, Bob. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, you do see a Johnny Trash tag, and you for some reason you don't know if this is actually their name or the greatest play of all time. You do see another username that just says Bob. But like you don't necessarily see them in like a LinkedIn sort of way. You see that there are a couple forum posts where like these usernames pop up a couple times of like talking about races, but not really talking about upcoming locations or anything like that. Just talking about policies, like how to escape the law, kind of like a police radar chat as well. That you'll see like a law spotted on the corner of 32nd, like tear down the tape or that kind of stuff. But yeah.
Well, I have an inkling because we know that Tanuki is written all over this party event. There's got to be some kind of evidence, I think, that links Tanuki to trash. I think we have an infiltrator. So that's like, I'm just trying to see, can we gather from any names or any like kind of message on the website, like how we're like
Magpie,
who's the mole?
As
Like,
you're
where-
coming
how
to
are
this
we-
sort of realization and like putting the pieces together like spy movie style, you're interrupted with just a "Hey guys, I got it!" of Tutu just chomping through the gum just as loudly as Tutu can, just breaking through the "Sorry, what was that, Magpie? It's really, well, it sucks." It's just kind of chewing through the gum.
When did you get that gum?
I found it. It was on my foot.
Well, I must say that is very true to the nature of us raccoons. So
The fast eat
I
trash.
Agreed.
Trash.
we
Periwinkle, you come back, of course, with your
Cough syrup.
your cough syrup, of course, yes. You're kind of like, you're looking at the label, you can't read, but there is a picture of someone that looks like they're drinking all the bottle under like a weird yellow triangle, and then there's like a skull underneath that. But you also think skulls are really cool. So you're like, yellow triangle, person drinking all of it, skull. And to you, you're like, I don't know, okay. You know? So,
I will, for now, take a little sip.
oh, it's just
I
a
want
little
to
sip.
savor this.
Okay, yeah, you
savor
sort of,
this.
you pull off the cap, and you're smart enough to remember that you don't have to do the paw trick that you used to do. You can use the cap as a cup. And sure enough, you pop off the cap, you take a couple seconds to look between them, you pour just a drip, and then you're like, we won, and you pour a couple more drips in there. Get yourself a shot of cough syrup. Sure enough, you kind of like salute. You can see that Magpie and Tutu are having this conversation. Cornelius is snoring cheese bubbles as they kind of like blow off his face right now. And Perry
I take out my gum and cheers.
You sort of, there you go, and you clink your dirty little paws together. In that case, I would like both of you to earn 1 trashiness point. You can both add 1 to your trashiness. These are both very in tune for raccoons to do. So good job with that. Okay. I don't know if you want to keep chewing your gum. That's your call. But Periwinkle, you sure enough, you down the cough syrup like a shot. The buzz hits you almost immediately. You're like, whoa. You can start to feel the tingles down your throat. You can start to feel the tingles in your neck. You're like, oh, that's the good stuff. And you just kind of like slink back into the ground a little bit. Oh, you're cutting out over there.
It is the good stuff.
Oh, it is the
True.
good stuff. It's true. All right. In that case, you guys go about your business. That is pretty much everything you can do for the rest of the night here. As Periwinkle has kind of decided there's not much left in the trash. Tutu's already kind of gone through the whole gum thing anyway. Magpie's like coming up with anything that they can. They think there's something going on with trash here, but they can't find anything else on the website besides those usernames for the rest of the night. You guys sleep through the night, I guess. When would you like to wake up? It's your call. I'm not your dad.
The party is at night.
It's at night, yeah.
It's at next night?
Yep.
I wake up when the sun goes down.
You just want to sleep for like 18 hours?
Absolutely.
Yeah, maybe I get up to go pee.
I will say, in sort of hammering the dents, you have restored 3 HP to your car by bringing the dents back. So I will go ahead and mark that. Yeah.
How about was the flame decal salvaged?
No, unfortunately,
Or
it's
is it
still
destroyed?
Well, so here's the thing: it's still there, but it's kind of as Tutu has kind of hammered out the dents. It's kind of like decrumpled and ripped. So now instead of looking a bit like a flame decal, it looks a bit more like you were attacked by a wolverine that left like a red scratch mark across your car, which is
Kind
it's
of cool though.
Yeah, that is true. So
I think it's a good look. Intimidating.
it is
Just like me.
It's true. Okay. Well, in that case, you guys all continue sleeping until the next night. Cornelius, you wake up with a jawbreaker in your hand that you can add to your inventory if you want to add a salty jawbreaker. And yeah, you wake up, you know where you're going. You don't know anything about it, but you head off in the direction of this underground party, which has been delineated thanks to chat. So we'll see what happens at the party. Anything you guys would like to do on the way there, or sort of before you get there?
Can I find like a leaky drain pipe or something, or like a gutter that's kind of dripping some water,
Okay.
and stick my little hands under it and rub them together, and then just kind of quickly put them over the fur on my head so that I feel at least somewhat clean.
Sure, yeah, it's a classic raccoon style. You spray a little bit, you feel the spritz, and then you just kind of from the back of your head. It gives you a little bit of a feeling to get that pregame. Yeah, it's true. It's very true.
Pre-game is just washing your hands.
That's right. Don't forget that, kids. So, you guys all head over to the party then. Anything else you want to do?
Oh, before we left, can I have spritzed myself with some French perfume?
Of course.
Called-
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Eau de trash.
Oh, the trash. Yes, of course. You watch as Magpie kind of sifts through. Now, what Magpie thinks is French perfume is actually just sewer water that they've captured in a little bottle that they call eau de trash to remind them of home, Paris and all that. So they do a couple little spritz. The rats. Oh, yes. Oh, I smell them. You kind of let it waft over you, of course, which is fantastic. Cornelius, anything from you?
Yeah, I like to, any kind of trash cans we see, just try to salvage them, go through them to look for anything that might further enhance and repair our trash cart. So anything like Yeah.
You take a little bit to sort of go through. You're on a bit of a time limit, so you don't like super sift through all the dumpsters like you usually would, but occasionally you will sort of like run ahead, pop into a trash can, just kind of do a quick look. It's Bears sewer water, that makes it French. As far as you're sort of like looking around and everything, you don't quite see anything that's like oh, this is absolutely something that we can kind of strap onto our car. There's like a couple pieces of like Mod Podgy like paper mache material that pops in every once in a while. There's like a couple of really bent, rusted axles that you'll see from time to time. And I mean, you being a raccoon and a racer, you kind of look at them and you're like, I mean, I could put these in my hideout, but I don't think I could necessarily strap these to a car to make it any better. You know what I mean? Yeah. Plus, you do have 2 items anyway, so you would have to ditch one if you did find anything. But okay. All right. You guys approach this yoga studio as the sun begins to set. Have you brought your car or have you walked? It's like 9 blocks from where you guys were.
Just walk.
Get her.
Yeah, we
Not that far.
Okay.
walk.
You walk to the party, and sure enough, you do see this sort of establishment that as you get a little bit closer, yep, there's the neon sign of the person bending over. You do have to squint, Tutu. You think about it for a second, you're like, no, it's definitely this one. And you kind of, you wait, and all of a sudden you can start to hear a deep sort of thumping music coming from within this establishment. As you get a little bit closer, I have to see a couple of things. Chat, give me a name something of this establishment's name. What is this yoga studio turned underground club? I'd like some redeems, please. That's all pretty good. Oh, I see what chat has done. All right, it's gonna be great. Okay. We'll wait. And of course, as you approach, you sort of hear this incredibly loud music that's permeating through the ground towards you. And sure enough, as you look up, there is the neon sign that does, I'll say that for brevity's sake, Magpie does generally understand how to read. The rest of you is kind of touch and go with symbols. Magpie, you can make out that it says Totally Legit Yoga Studio. Not as a name, just as like a little sign in neon. We have... the establishment will be Dump de Trash. Trash in the attic, also good. Also very good. I'll give it another second there. And underneath this little neon sign, there is actually a smaller sticky note taped under it that you kind of squint to read, Magpie. And it specifically says, Law does not need to investigate here, with a big exclamation point right next to it. Just to really emphasize.
Totally legit yoga studio.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Not a nightclub. I think we'll go Dump to Trash. I like that. I like that name, Dump to Trash. It works for yoga as well. As you approach the tattered door that sort of leads into this area, Cornelius, you wrap your paw against the door, not really knowing how you're gonna get in because it's shut right now, a few times. Suddenly, from inside, you can hear a muffled voice that says, "Password. Shit. Welcome to the Totally Legit Yoga Studio. Password." That's it.
We were not told a password.
Spike sent us.
Spike sent us.
You wait a couple seconds,
Password.
and the voice just says, "Oh, that's not the password."
Can I take my lead pipe and bang the door?
Sure. Tutu just kind of waits a second, kind of cracks her neck and goes, "Boom, boom, 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 boom," just on the door. And you wait a couple seconds and loudly, "Oi, that's not the password either."
I got a lead pipe and I know how to open doors.
"Well, you're not getting in without the password."
I open the door.
You physically cannot. You first of all, you are very short. Go ahead.
I'm just gonna go, then what is the password?
Oh, you should know then, Roy.
No, we weren't told.
Well,
You could tell.
What you mean?
How
I
do
could
know
tell
that
you.
You know the password.
Password, you could tell us.
Well, yeah, of course I know the password because I'm on the other side of the door. You need to know the password to get in. That's how these things work.
It sounds like someone who doesn't know the password.
No, I promise, I mean, I might have forgotten, like, the first part of the password, but no, I do know the main part of the password, and that's the important bit, and you haven't said any of the bit yet, so I know you don't know the password, even more than I don't know the password.
Let's switch. We'll go on your side of the door, and you tell us the password from our side.
Yeah, so we know that you know.
Wait, no, but... Oh my god. Make a chutzpah check, Cornelius. You also have lucky that you've not used yet, so you can add lucky onto here.
Yeah, so I'll do that. So I suppose 3, so I add 1, that's 4, right?
Yep, that is 4. How many successes did you get?
Only 1.
That is not enough, I'm afraid. As you really try and gaslight this man, he thinks for a second, and you, wait a minute, I'm not letting you in with logic like that. You almost tricked me, you tricksy little buggers. No, you can't get in without the password.
Okay. I have a plan.
All right, let's hear it.
I gathered the other raccoon. No, I gathered the other raccoons just out of earshot.
Oh, so it's private matter. That's right. I'll just be here on the other side. You come up with your plan. That's right.
Shoot.
That's right. Sorry. I'll be quiet.
We huddle.
Do.
Okay. I think that I can use my French.
I
can charm him into opening the door.
Oh, the French can get into any door.
Did you make a plan
They're very
yet?
good at storming.
We can make a plan once you finally
Rusty.
see what the password is.
Oh, I want the
like to
password.
Oh, the door.
Hey, what's up? You got the password then?
Omelette du fromage.
I'm sorry. Did you just sneeze over there?
Bonjour, bonsoir.
Oh
Omelette
God.
du fromage.
No hablo español.
No. Es français. Bonsoir. Garçon.
Look, see, you're starting to confuse me with your big words that I don't know. Look, do you know the password in English?
No, I only was told it in French.
Oh, well then what's it in French then?
Omelette du fromage.
Really? That means tripos in French.
Yeah.
Yes.
It does.
That is
Well,
correct.
never. Well, it looks like I'm gonna be a learned man today. Oh, thank you very much. And you all right? Well, it's omelets in my match. All right, that sounds good to me. And he goes ahead, and you hear a deadbolt sort of unhitch. And sure enough, he opens the door. And you guys are let inside. And as you are let inside, let's head to the scene. Here we go. Oh yeah, it's time. It's party time.
Is pink quokka in the back?
There's all sorts of animals in here.
That is a pink quokka.
Yep, there's all sorts of crazy stuff. All
Pretty
sorts
good
of
party.
crazy stuff. Yep, to say the least. It is quite the party. So, you guys enter and you can already hear the music bumping, right? It's already permeating, which is pretty good. And as you're sort of let in and you hear this voice that was on the other side of the door. All right, come on in, and also be careful while you're doing tree pose. Make sure to stretch. And the 4 of you are sort of momentarily blinded from the neon lights within. As your beady eyes adjust, you enter the establishment to find the most seedy of places. Neon lights illuminate what looks like a cross between a speakeasy and a performance hall. There is a stage at the back of the room, on which, chat, I am going to need, sorry, Mitch, I know I did ask you at some point. I'm going to need a name of a band that is all raccoons in a band. Give me a pun name, a free one. You don't have to name something, you can just shout it out. Give me some pun names for some raccoon bands. There appears to be a bar with many patrons seated at it, and in the very center of the room, the main attraction, a gigantic ball pit. That's right. Multicolored balls just line this giant chasm, which looks wondrous to you as croons. The stripes, that's pretty good, Kashi. Lovely to see you. Trash on the nail. Rock coon. Oh my gosh. Garbage, yep, of course. I quite like the stripes, actually. I think we're gonna go with the stripes.
That's pretty good.
Real
That is-
band.
Yeah. We're just gonna go with the stripes. And then finally, as you guys kind of enter and your eyes adjust, tucked away in the back left of the room appears to be a roped off, almost VIP area of some sort, where a large, bedraggled looking possum is seated. Upon entering the room a little further, you can see that this possum is currently conversing in sort of very hushed conversation with another group of animals that don't look too dissimilar to yourselves, but their backs are to you and it's kind of dark in here. All of this is a lot to take in. And as you're sizing up the party, a smartly dressed man approaches you with a clipboard. He adjusts his glasses over his crooked nose as he sort of peers at your group. Let me just, welcome to the party. You are the... And he sort of flips through the notebook. The Bindits, I presume?
That's right.
You
Correct.
presume correctly.
Well, excellent. Looks like everyone is here then. Please enjoy some refreshments, partake in some entertainment, and make yourselves comfortable. Mr. Stiletto will make the announcement you're all eager to hear in just a bit. And he pushes his glasses up and he sort of begins to turn away with his clipboard as well. That's all he has to say.
All right.
Hello, Hen Games. Welcome in.
All right. I would like a refreshment.
Yeah, what are you doing first? This is the underground place to be. You don't know much about it because you haven't learned much about it, but you presume that everyone else here must either be affiliated to this place or potential racers, because you know this is the party where they're going to divulge the name of the racetrack and when it's going to be held. So it's pretty big stuff. Tutu wants to go get a drink. Would people like to accompany Tutu?
Actually gonna take another shot of my cough syrup.
Of course you are, yeah. Yeah.
And then I'm going to run and dive headfirst into that ball pit.
Of course. You guys watch as before you can even formulate, Magpie starts to go, so! And as Magpie says this, Periwinkle goes, shot! And just takes a bit of the cough syrup and just leaping swan dive. Go ahead and roll an alacrity check, Periwinkle. All you need is, you just need a 1 success here.
Alright. It's slash roll, right?
Yeah.
Yep, slash
This is my
roll, and then
first time rolling
however
up the night.
many d6.
I have
Ooh. Did you get a success? Let's take a look. You did.
let me-
You got one.
I
You got one.
did?
Yep.
It's being so slow for me. Yes,
That's okay.
I did. I got a 6.
You watch as Periwinkle swan dives gracefully into the ball pit as the balls splash on a couple of the more refined looking people of the establishment. They kind of like all look around as they swat away these balls. Periwinkle, the second you land in here, you hear a boom, boom, and all of a sudden a couple of heads pop up from the ball pit, and you see a couple of the goslings just kind of mong, just kind of like swimming through the ball pit right now.
Yeah!
Periwinkle is gone in the ball pit, and Magpie, you kind of like, you do a little bit of a sigh, and the three of you are left in the doorway.
Absolutely lost in the sauce.
Yeah. What are the rest of you doing?
Alright.
Come on.
I will take the jawbreaker out from wherever I'm putting it,
Okay.
drop it on the floor, and then act like I'm trying to like pick it up, but I'm actually going around the room like listening to people's conversations.
Okay. And you're constantly rolling said jawbreaker as well. You're kind of like, oh, almost
picking
got
it
it.
with my foot and like,
Yeah.
almost.
Okay, yeah, sure. I like that. Give me a chutzpah check to see how well you're able to sort of listen in schemingly.
All right.
It's a nasty ball pit. Yeah, you're not wrong.
All right. I got a 5, 6, and 4.
5, 6, and 4. That's 3 successes, my friend. You watch as you guys are rolling really well. Cornelius kind of starts to walk around a little bit. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, that is true. We'll have to get to that in just a second. Not really how you use it, Brandy, but that's fine. You guys, Cornelius, you kind of start to walk around. You kind of hunt under the tables a little bit. You're looking around. Is there any place in particular you'd like to go, or you just like to listen to people as you're traveling through the nightclub?
Yeah, I guess listening to people at first, and then wherever like a decent amount of people are gathered, whether that be the bar or
Yeah,
whatever.
sure. you start kind of crouching around and just, jawbreaker, as you're kind of like scurrying along as a little croon. There's a wide variety of people in here, humans and animals alike. You are kind of scurrying around. You hear a couple people talking about a conversation, and that was when I got my 6th win of the season. And you hear sort of a talk back and like, really? No kidding. But you had the wipeout with what was the fight rider? No, you're thinking about the Knight Rider. Yeah, no, I did have that one wipeout, but come on, I mean, he's not here and I am, right? So kind of hear him sort of going back and forth a little bit about that. You sort of sidle a bit to the left and you hear another, hey, did you see that mystery racer in full green? And you hear like a chicken kind of, I did. It's strange. I've never seen them take off their helmet, but man, they're a good racer. They beat me at everyone I've been in. And, you know, you kind of sidle along a little bit. And you kind of make it a bit more towards... A lot of people are gathered around the stage where the Stripes are currently playing, which is great. Chat, give me a free name for the Stripes hit single. What is a song that the Stripes may play that's like a super well-known song for them? Magpie, as you kind of like, you watch your friends start to go off, you realize that your foot is also caught in chewing gum right now.
Crap. Well, I guess I will have to take a page out of Tutu's book. I'm going to have to eat it.
I could do it for you if you want.
No, that's okay. I don't like other raccoons touching my feet.
Hanami, thank you so much for the raid, by the way. I appreciate it with you coming over here. You caught us in the middle of our espionage mission into the party of the croons. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you so much. We're doing just a quick aside. We are doing a bit of a live D&D interactive thing. If that's your cup of tea, you're welcome to stay in, listen to the wacky story about Fast and Furious with raccoons. And you can even redeem channel points on making all sorts of wacky stuff happen, including our true ending, which is our community goal for tonight. Otherwise, thank you guys so much for stopping by. I appreciate it, Hanami. I think I am the only one here that can do this, so I'm just going to very quickly do a shout out for our lovely Hanami, who is a fantastic Genshin streamer, just a wholesome person, wholesome little coffee bean, and if you haven't followed her, go give her a little follow, which is fantastic. Well, it's good to see you guys. Anyway, as Tutu is about to eat the gum off of Magpie's foot, would you like to continue?
No.
No.
I would prefer to do it myself.
You would, all right, that's up to you, Tutu.
I respect boundaries.
Yep.
Like that.
Merci.
Definitely am.
Incredible. You've picked up a little bit of French as well. Also, I would like to point out for my cast here, we did just hit the community goal, which is fantastic. So,
yeah.
Time allowing, we will now see the true ending of this ridiculous Fast and the Furious story unfold. So thank you very much, chat, for spending your channel points on that. I think the only other goal we have going on right now is the sub goal, which we are close to 100 as well, which is fingers crossed, which is pretty exciting. Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Welcome in, and you guys are going to be crazy. All right, let's move on. So, Magpie, you kind of stretch down, you bite the chewing gum off your foot. Tutu, what are you doing in this type of establishment?
I have presumably gotten a drink, and I'm walking around, kind of scoping out the crowd, seeing if there's anyone I want to stop in and say hi to.
Sorry, Matrix just said the song that the Stripes are playing is Wonderball, which we're absolutely doing that. That is the song that
That's
they are
so
playing.
true. Anyway,
Yeah.
just wondering.
You're just wandering around?
Yeah, wandering around. Is there anyone that catches my eye, like, discussion-wise, that I'd be all like, I want to talk to them?
Well, there's lots of people. You can't do this while you're in the game courts. Thank you for gifting a subscription. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh. Incredible. Thank you very much. To Hanami, no less. Appreciate it. Ever closer. We're ever closer. That was very loud. Sorry, guys. You do see a couple of all sorts of strange individuals in this sort of establishment, this underground party. There is, of course, the VIP section that definitely catches your eye. But beyond that, you can see that there are just sort of relatively racing-looking people that are kind of around. Some of which you, like, maybe kind of have seen after races before. You don't care too much about, you know, the brevity of others after you finish racing. You do see a larger sort of gentleman with just full-on tattoo sleeves, full color up and down his beefy arms. The weird thing is the tattoos are actually full sleeves of blueberry bushels, just up and down his entire arm. And he right now is talking to a penguin with aviator goggles on in a bar. And they seem to be a bit more animated than other people you may notice.
I approach the blueberry man.
Up you, Hanami. Okay, you approach Blueberry Man. He kind of looks at you. He's got like those big sort of poker glasses on. He has like a bull ring in his nose. Big beefy like blueberry arms, wearing a denim ripped jacket, and he kind of looks up at you and he goes, "Oi, I'm in the middle of a conversation. You got anything to add to it or scram?"
I love your tattoos. I'm covered in tattoos too. You just can't tell. Mine are raspberries though.
You see him kind of like get up on the table a little bit and kind of like eye you up, and the penguin kind of like gulps back, and instantly his face changes and he goes, "Oh my gosh, you love my tattoos? Oh, thank you very much. I've been having them done over the past couple years. You don't think it's too much, do you? It's like I'm kind of going for like a blueberry motif, and I kind of want that to come across as like, you know, scary but fruity. You know, it is what it is. So."
Oh, so true. I relate. I think the blueberries are absolutely fantastic. You could have like different seasons of blueberry wine, so like it's like through the stages of growth. That could be really interesting.
Yes, that's exactly what I was telling Reginald over here.
Hi, Reginald.
Reginald kind of looks up and goes, "Ah!" and sort of like flips his little flipper up.
Hi.
So
Reginald.
You being in here must mean that you made it to the last race then, yeah?
Of course.
Oh, you're part of that, what is it, that rabbit squad you guys are?
Close enough. We're raccoons.
Ah, yes,
It's the bandits. I had to look.
Yeah, question, why are you wearing a tutu?
Hi, my name's Tutu.
Hey, oh, that makes a lot of sense. My name is, in fact, Blueberry, as he kind of shakes your hand.
Incredible.
Which is ridiculous. And he kind of, all right, so, Tutu, what do you think of this whole sponsorship thing?
Can I tell what his allegiances are? Like, do I know that he is not or is part of the Tanuki clan?
You can't tell. I mean, evidently he is not a Tanuki creature, but beyond that, you don't. Okay. You know they do have gang symbols, but at a precursor glance, especially with just blueberry tattoos, you don't get any hints.
Okay. So in regards to the sponsor, you know, we were trying to look into it last night after our race. We found out about the sponsor, which was very, very strange. Like, not even my older sibling never even, in all the years they did of racing.
No, this is a new kind of thing they're doing with the sponsorship. It's just, I mean, the whole point of illegal street racing is to keep it illegal, you know, and who would want to sponsor something that's illegal? And at this point, Reginald kind of like flips his flipper a little bit, and Blueberry goes, "Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, Reggie, but we'll have to wait and see."
No, does Reggie also think that it might be a certain clan?
Oh, gosh, well, Reggie thinks it might have something to do with the turf war going on with the avians right now, and he kind of points over to the goslings that are in the ball pit a little bit, and you see them have now made like a circle around Periwinkle, who's just kind of doing like a little rave stance, just pounding back cough syrup, as Periwinkle's just like, woo, and the goslings are, just kind of just dancing around in the ball pit.
And the goslings are now best friends.
Yes, of course.
So, the goslings and the penguin?
Don't even get me started. There's the sparrows, the roadrunners, the ostriches. Man, a lot of birds that run LA. It's kind of crazy.
Well, they have, you know, bird's eye view advantage.
It's fair enough. As you are sort of saying this as well, Tutu, give me 1 second to work on that redeem. Let me just go over to Tutu real quick. And for you, my Tutu, let me go into view real quick. And into this. Tutu, Reginald kind of starts coughing, like hacking a little bit, and Blueberry's oh, not again, buddy. It's okay. He kind of like pats him on the back a couple times. And then eventually something like pops out of his beak, but it doesn't look what you might expect it to look like. In fact, it looks like a bottle of water. But on closer inspection, it is a British bottle of water. So it is a bottle of water. Which is, yeah, it's very different than a normal bottle of water, obviously. And Reginald kind of like flips the bottle towards you. And Blueberries chuckles and he goes, "Hey, says you look thirsty."
What is thirsty?
Well, you're welcome to add that item to your inventory if you want to swap one of your two.
Can I eat my lit cigar?
Can you eat your lit cigar in a power move? Yes. Will it subtract 1 from your rotundity? Well, actually, I'll make you make a rotundity check if you want to.
Okay.
Are you really gonna eat your lit cigar?
Well, okay, so I'm thinking, I'm thinking,
Yes.
the actual mentality.
Frog
So
says
what are
tear.
cigars made out of? I don't know, but I assume tobacco. So people put tobacco in their mouths.
Yeah.
So like, okay.
Don't do that,
And two, people don't do that. That's bad. PSA. But two, people eat lit things on fire all the time because once it's in their mouth, it goes out.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm thinking.
You want to do it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna eat
You watch as Tutu, who's this hench raccoon with a lit cigar, just kind of the cigar fully down their throat. Make me a rotundity check, please.
okay.
God, that sounds delicious. All right, Bizarro.
So true, Bizarro.
Delicious burnt intestines, exactly.
Uh-oh.
And how many successes did we get?
1.
1. I'm afraid that is not enough. As you go ahead and you begin to sort of swallow this lit cigar. Now, of course, you're imagining you're a big raccoon. You know, it would go out in your mouth naturally. And as you kind of like close your mouth, it has not gone out in your mouth. As you kind of smoke starts coming out your ears a little bit, cartoonly. And you kind of cough for a second, and as you splutter, tobacco just goes all over Reginald. It just spits out all over the penguin, just in his face, as you can see like the powder kind of settle. Bubbles kind of lifts up his glasses and looks back down at you, sort of spitting out the cigar at Reginald.
Okay, I very carefully put a cap full of water in my hand, and then I very carefully...
With your little paws, you just kind of... Yeah. And you just kind of... Damn, just kind of like over the side. Reginald just kind of like... Just looking all around right now.
Do you feel tingles? Do you get ASMR?
With that, we're gonna switch over. Magpie, what are you doing during all of this?
Well, I'm chewing my gum.
Okay.
And I'm seeing what's happening, and I want to kind of distance myself a little bit, just
From
in case
all
one
of
of us
your
gets in
friends,
trouble.
or- Yeah, okay.
Yeah, from the group. So I just kind of want to chew my gum and walk around. I kind of want to position myself near what we think is the Tanuki clan.
Okay, Kashi. Okay, thank you. So what do you think is the Tanuki clan?
The group in the VIP area.
You want to position yourself closer to them?
Yes.
Okay.
And
So
just chew my gum and see who's around. to
You
talk
pop the
to.
gum in your mouth, you kind of start chewing happily, and you begin to kind of like sidle around a little bit. So you make your way a little bit closer towards the VIP area. Now, you can't really make out anything that's being said, but as you kind of get a little closer, you see this bedraggled, well-dressed looking possum sitting back in like a big chair. And you see him kind of like whisper a couple things to the other people. And you see out of the corner of your beady eyes what looks like a phallic object of some description that is passed between these other creatures into the hands of this larger possum, who kind of puts it behind them. And like no sooner have you even sidled up within 20 feet of them that they leave the VIP area and go mingle amongst the crowd once more. And it's just left with the possum and what look like bodyguards kind of standing around the VIP area.
How do I get past the VIP?
Cornelius, you have been given a lucky, don't forget. That is from Brandy. What are you gonna do, Magpie?
Can I go up to the VIP section and try to get in?
You can go up to the rope, at which point a bodyguard, who's actually a large canine-like creature, kind of steps up, sunglasses on, full suit, and kind of, I'm sorry, you can't come in this way.
Bonsoir. Why not, mon chéri?
You kind of see him, like, his tail kind of wags a little bit. And he's, this is a VIP section. Only, special guests allowed to permitted to talk to the Don.
Well, how do you know I am not on the list?
Kind of looks up and down and, wait, weren't you just, and he kind of looks to the other creatures who had, like, gone and mingled off before, and weren't you just with them?
No.
No. He kind of, no, I only have one group of suspiciously looking animals that look suspiciously like raccoons on the list.
Well, I am part of that group.
Well, you just said you weren't part of that group.
Oh. Pardon me. There are many groups here tonight.
Yeah, but there's, like, one group of VIP raccoon-looking creatures that you said you weren't a part of.
I understand your confusion.
Yeah, no,
and I understand
me too. I think it's a logical escalation of the situation. I'm gonna have to ask you to step back. You can't enter this area.
Oh, no. You don't understand.
Clearly.
I am the international constituent.
The what?
The international constituent to the Tanuki clan. I am, my English is a little bit difficult.
Are you going Italian on me?
No, that's I am French.
You can roll a chutzpah check. It's gonna need a lot of successes.
Okay.
You can do it.
You have a high chutzpah.
I believe in you.
I do too.
I have 3.
I believe in you.
So while Magpie is doing this,
Yeah.
can I kick my jawbreaker like in her general direction and start like heading
Yeah.
that way?
Yeah.
Oh no.
You got 1 success. Unfortunately, that is not enough. As you kind of purse your cheeks a little bit, and the large canine just does not move and says, "No one else is seeing the dawn. Get lost."
You will come to be very sorry.
Magpie begins to turn away. Cornelius, you're about 6 feet away from the situation at this point, as your jawbreaker kind of rolls towards Magpie. Is there something you'd like to do? Or just kind of be in... Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I pick up the jawbreaker and I throw my arm around Magpie, kind of turning her around, and we continue to walk back toward the canine. Like, oh, Magpie, how's it going? Good to see you.
You are spun around as
great.
Cornelius also comes to your side, evidently not with a French accent.
My translator. This
Hello.
is Cornelius.
That is me. We're VIP, I understand, correct?
The canine
Yes,
looks...
but this big oaf of a canine won't understand what I am trying to say to him.
Okay, tone it down right there. She didn't mean that. It got lost in translation.
I'm sorry, what... She's speaking English. What is the translation for?
Just big oaf in her language means big, like cuddly, big, just...
Oui, pardon my French.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
big cuddle bear.
Oh my god. He looks down at you both and... Why do you even want to see the dawn? Clearly neither of your heads are screwed on straight.
Why wouldn't you want to see the dawn? Doesn't everyone want to see the dawn?
He's a very important man, and you have to give
I know,
me one...
but you're gonna talk down about him like that? Do you want me to talk to him right now and tell him what you just said?
You... Oh my god. Are you trying to intimidate this 6-foot-tall canine figure? As a raccoon?
You know what? Let's put that lucky to use. Yeah, I am.
Roll a ferociousness check, and you can add your lucky, and I don't think your backstory plays here.
Does not.
Oh my god.
Roll a ferociousness check with the lucky.
And my ferociousness is my lowest one, so here we go.
Nice.
Let's see
At
it.
least it's not my
Oh! Okay.
Oh?
Oh
No.
no.
How many successes?
0.
Oh, I was gonna say you need 3. Well, there goes the lucky. you've got 0. He looks down at you as you kind of like with your claws in your little paws. Magpie, you kind of get an uneasy feeling, and you watch as the hairs on the back of this man's neck all kind of like puff up. And there's a lucky for Magpie. Thank you, Cloudcast. Or you can remember that, Magpie. That might help right now. Yeah, it is an 07 moment. And you see his fangs bared over both of you as he begins to snarl, and I'll give you one last chance to leave, or it will be between my teeth.
Can we see what's going on now?
Nope, unfortunately it's too crowded.
Damn.
Can I try to flag down the Don? Maybe if I try to get his attention, he'll be like, oh yeah, like whatever they want, whatever they need.
You are in hot water, Magpie. Is that if that is what you want to do, you can try.
Just call him a good boy.
I don't know how to say that in French.
Bon garçon.
Bon garçon.
Yeah, okay. Can I call the dog? Oh, don't worry, bon garçon.
You do this, and
Who's a bon garçon?
he picks both of you up
Yeah,
by the
bon
scruff of
garçon.
your neck. You're both lifted off of the ground, and he yeets both of you into the ball pit. As you both fly across, everyone kind of, whoa! Tutu, you definitely see this. Periwinkle, you kind of splashed out of the ball pit just in time for Cornelius and Magpie to hit you in the face as they, and you kind of pile up back in the ball pit. Magpie, you think you have a goose foot in your rib. You both kind of land. There's a big splash of the balls, and the party kind of goes back to sort of what they were doing. And the three of you are now together in the ball pit.
I will head over to him.
Okay, Tutu, you also reconvene at the ball pit, and all 4 of you are back together.
Sacre bleu. Our attempt to speak with Zidane failed.
Oh no. Periwinkle is super high right now, so she's just like, oh, that sucks, man.
Periwinkle's bottle of cough syrup is nearly empty.
Oh no, it's fully empty.
It's fully empty.
But now I have an empty bottle.
Periwinkle, what happened?
I drank it.
You drank the whole thing?
Yeah. Wasn't I supposed to?
No,
We should call poison control.
you might have to.
Brandy,
I got a bottle of water.
who's the unlucky on? That's a bottle of water, I think you'll find.
Oh, my bad. I got a bottle of water.
It's gonna have to go on Periwinkle because that syrup is empty. It's an unlucky for you, Periwinkle.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Magpie has a lucky and Periwinkle has an unlucky right now. You guys are all kind of. Is there anything else you'd like to do as you're all just sort of reconvene in the ball pit?
Actually, can I take my empty cough syrup bottle and just sort of like chuck it into the crowd to see if it bonks someone on the head?
Oh my gosh, hold on. Matrix has just redeemed family. Oh my god! Okay, thank you. So for those of you that don't know what this channel redemption does, I'll give you a little sneak peek. I have to link any 2 predetermined characters with familial bonds. Matrix has chosen the Dawn and Blueberry. So we'll see how this plays out. Yeah, you yeet the cough syrup over the crowd, and it just kind of, it sort of sails through, and as the lead singer of the Stripes, who is also Raccoon, is just, "You're my wonder ball." As soon as he says ball, the cough syrup boom in his head, and he just falls backward on the stage. And you hear like a little bit of like feedback that happens, and everyone just kind of like looks around for a second, and it's, ugh. Hey, cough syrup! And everyone, yeah! And they all cheer at the bottle of cough syrup.
But it's an empty bottle of cough syrup.
It was an empty bottle of cough syrup, yes, so.
Could I introduce you guys to my new friend?
It's up to the
My
team.
new friends, actually? They taught me British. This
You
is
You have
a
British
bottle of
friends?
water.
Oh,
A bottle of water.
what?
Magpie, you've heard your fair share of British isms.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
I'm
enough.
sorry.
Bonsoir.
I shouldn't speak about the British in that place.
Yeah, I don't
Vive
know.
la revolution.
Do you guys want to go live, go exist over by Tutu's friends?
Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
I introduced them to Blueberry and
Okay,
Reginald.
fine. Tutu, you bring your whole cast over to sit in a booth with Blueberry and Reginald. Cornelius, you kind of like give Reginald a pat, and he just coughs up a cloud of tobacco as you do this. And as this happens, there is a. Let me just get to sort of where we are. The music kind of fades away. And eventually, you see the Don, as he's been described, slowly make his way to the stage where the singer was and sort of picks up the microphone off the ground. And with that, we'll go to our next scene here, which is going to be this, of course. Here we go. There he is in all his glory. He's a possum. And you watch as the haggard crime lord makes his way to the center of the stage. He slowly brings the microphone a whisker's length away from his protruding snout.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all you street racing vermin in between, welcome!
And he takes a moment to gesture out to the crowd around him, of which there's a smattering of applause. You don't get the sense whether or not people know the Don, but he is some sort of level of importance here. Speaking of which, he continues and says,
For those of you that don't know me, I am Don Stiletto, businessman and entrepreneur of the LA Underground. And for those of you that do know me, well then,
he draws a line across his neck.
You better forget real fast, capiche?
And at this kind of gets like a hearty laugh from the audience. Although you notice kind of Blueberry sort of like turn away at this as he's sort of making these jokes a little bit. Uh-oh, did we lose Magpie?
No,
Shit.
she's alright.
Oh, okay.
The emptying of
Nature calls.
That's fine.
blood.
And says,
After a little bit of persuading, I've been convinced to be the sponsor of this year's Trash Bin Cup. Now I know, it's a bit different than usual, but what better way to ensure a new era of racing than with starting a new tradition, if you will, huh?
and you see now there's a couple of sort of confused looks in the mixed audience. But there's also a couple of like, yeah, whoa, this guy! And a couple of claps as well. And he sort of continues like taking the microphone closer to him and he says,
You know, back in my day, street racing was a way to prove yourself. To make something out of nothing. Of course, that's only if you didn't have the business mindset to run a city, like I did.
There's a couple more, yes, chuckles from the audience.
Well, I won't sit up here and wax poetic about the old versus new any longer. The moment you've been waiting for is here.
He cuts himself off and he looks around with wide eyes.
The location and time of the final race in the Trash Bin Cup.
And he looks at you all expectantly. Is! And just then, as he's about to say this, the music is cut off. Everything is cut off when there's immediately a loud bang that happens. And just as suddenly, all of the neon lights flicker out. There's a few shouts from the audience as the crowd sort of begins to panic in the darkness. But a few seconds later, the lights flicker back on to a horrific scene, which I will bring us to right now. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this isn't good. As your eyes adjust, you can see Dawn, who was once standing at the microphone, is now laying on the stage, arms and legs outstretched like roadkill. Your eyes are then drawn to the smattering of blood on the stage near Dawn's head. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouts, "Oh my god! Dawn is dead!" And with that, we're gonna take our break. and we will come back after that cliffhanger ensues. So that is where we will leave off for now. To see what happens. Like, Roadkill is wild. Yeah, he's just sleeping. Exactly. Yeah.
He's playing dead.
Roadkill is family. This right here. This is my family. Exactly. All right. So thank you, chat, so much so far for all of your support and enjoying. I'm going to give this cast about 5 to 7 minutes of break time. I'm going to go check in on the dog, make sure he's doing okay. If you are enjoying yourselves, feel free to drop a follow if this is your first time here. Otherwise, we are trying to hit 100 sub goal of releasing an album, which is ridiculous. And save up those channel points for even more crazier interactions when we come back to see the final chapters of this saga of Crash Pandas. All right, anything from my cast before we go on a break?
No,
All right.
Thank you so far.
Yeah, I will once again deafen, and we will be back in just a little bit, my friends. Ciao.
sign, duck, sign, duck, sign.
Welcome back. Oh, look, there it is. I knew it. I knew it was gonna pop up the second I actually changed the stream, right? Crazy. I was gonna put it on again, and then I was like, I need the visibility. I can't actually do it. How we doing? How we doing so far, chat? Man, this has been a roller coaster. Thank you for you guys sticking around and chilling, and everyone that's popped in and out. I appreciate it. Appreciate the raids as well. I saw Fossil raided. Thank you very much, Fossil. While we were AFK. Hope everyone is having a good time. Yeah, thank you. That was good. I appreciate that. I hope we're all having fun. Like I said, I apologize if I'm not sort of talking with chat a lot because I have a lot of things to manage on this end. So I leave my lovely VIPs, locals, and moderators in chat, of course, in anyone's capable hands. So you guys are totally chill. Yeah. So that's I have enough interaction on my own side anyway. But are we having fun? Are people enjoying the story? Do people want to find out what happened to the Don? Did he really die? What was that bang? Is that blood next to his head? Yes, you'll just have to find out. That is correct. Let's go ahead and let's bring us all back, shall we? Let me go back to my undeafened state so my friends can hear me. There are my friends. Hello, friends.
Hello,
Oh.
friend.
Welcome back.
Hello.
Look at that. We've lost half of Cornelius's head in a tragic accident.
Oh no.
I know. There he is. Oh my gosh. Well, wasn't that a cliffhanger to take a little break on, huh?
Mhm.
Pretty wild. Just sort of left here on the Don's dead, decaying body. I mean, you guys, which one of you did the bang? All right, which one of you killed him? You can fess up. I'm not gonna tell anyone.
Sorry, I think that was the cough syrup bottle.
The cough
Landing.
syrup bottle. There's a lot of stuff going on right now. For those of you that are just joining us, or as a quick recap for those that are lurking, you rejoin our heroes in the midst of a murder mystery party? Where the Don, the supposed sponsor for this season of the Trash Bin Cup, was just murdered. Blood on the floor by his head. He's lying dead on the stage. There was an outage in this underground party. Our croons so far are trying to determine the location of the final cup, largely for a lot of personal reasons, for money and fame and for companionship, but also largely to save the sanctity of illegal street racing, which is very important above all else, right, guys? Yeah, super important. That's right. Okay, let's jump back in then to where we left off, which was right after the Don was assaulted. So we can finish this up. So someone shouted, "Oh my God, the Don is dead!" And after that, all panic ensues. People start shouting and scrambling around each other, and there's no more order in the chaos. Out of the corner of your eye, Magpie, you actually see these sort of raccoon-like creatures that you are kind of in tandem with, talking about a group. You watch as they quickly leave out of an unknown exit. They disappear out of the establishment as a whole.
Can we follow them?
Well,
Or
the crowd,
you said
the
the
crowd
exit
is in
was
chaos. They're more like they were at the other end of the club, and as soon as this all happened and the lights came back on, you quickly saw them disappear. You don't know where. Yeah, I mean, you can certainly try, but they were quite far away. So, that's kind of sort of where we were on that front.
Tanukis.
Perhaps. Then just as suddenly as the chaos is started, let me just turn up this one's a little bit quieter. There we go. There are 3 booming knocks in the front door where you guys actually entered. From somewhere in the back, you hear, "Oh, that's right, password!" But the reverberation itself is enough to cause most of the racers to kind of stop in their tracks, whatever they're doing, and turn towards the noise. No sooner had the knock subsided than a very gruff voice shouts from the other side of the door. Says, "Hey, this is the law. Open up at once." The man that first greeted you originally with the crooked nose and the glasses runs almost too quickly to the door to quickly swing it open. Yes! And as it swings, you see a sight that you've been dreading as illegal street racers for a long time. There, standing in the doorway, are 3 members of law. You guys can go to the tactical if you want to see what they look like right here. Oh, thank you, Cap. I appreciate it. Welcome in. That's right. You all know law stands for literal armed wombats. The number one thing you've been afraid of your whole career as illegal street drivers. Thank you so much for the follow, Cap. And they are here. Quite literally, the front one actually says, "Oi, we are the literal armed wombats." And another one of them shouts, "We got a tip that there was a yoga studio that definitely needed to be investigated by law. What's going on here?" And you can see that these are sort of large, beefy wombats with like nightsticks that are electrified, sort of stormtrooper style. The sort of lead wombat, the largest, looks at the man with the clipboard sternly, and then almost timidly, the man finally croaks, There's been a murder! We were just having a after yoga party. Yes, looks around with a very legal ball pit, and sort of motions with his hands towards the ball pit that the goslings are still in, by the way. And some of the racers here killed our lead instructor. And you take a second to process what just came out of this man's mouth, but it's enough for the literal armed wombats. The lead one charges up his baton nightstick with a spark and shouts, "All right, nobody move. You're all under arrest for suspected murder." Of course, whenever anyone shouts, "Nobody move," everyone naturally does the opposite, as chaos ensues once more, and the whole crowd is a panic with station and all sorts of crazy stuff. So, yep. All right, literal armed wombats, guys. Blueberry and Reginald are still at your table in shock. What would you like to do?
No.
What do you do?
Guys, we have to get out of here.
Blueberry. Reginald.
Blueberry kind of looks at you, sweat dripping down. Is he dead?
I don't know. He's a possum. It's kind of iffy sometimes, I think.
No,
but-
you don't get it. He's like a brother to me.
Well, grab him and we'll go.
I don't know if I can just look. We've had our differences. I don't think it would be right. Is he really dead?
You can see he's kind of panicking as he's sort of looking at the stage right now. But you see Reginald hop up onto the table and slap Blueberry in the face with one of Reginald's flippers. Just a whack, whack, across the face a couple times. And you watch Blueberry kind of, "Oh, what?" But look, I know it's like third cousins once removed in gene splice, but still, he was family to me. I can't just leave him behind.
Family.
Exactly. And he
No!
sort of he looks at the law, and the wombats kind of coming in, and they're just starting to tase indiscriminately. They see like all these racers that are kind of like running around, and they're just going, "Zap you, zap you, zap you!" And so they're just kind of swinging their nightsticks all over the place. And Blueberry kind of looks up and down and goes, "Hey, we gotta get out of here if we have any shot at winning that race." And
Lead the way.
he kind of looks over to the stage and he goes, "I only know the one entrance. Did you guys scout out this place?"
Might have missed that part of.
I saw the
not anticipate the law.
I saw the Tanuki clan go that way. I just point somewhere.
Blueberry kind of looks over to the side and goes, "Reginald, if I don't see you again, it was an honor." Hi, Bobbert. It's a brilliant name. You watch as Blueberry picks up Reginald like a bowling ball and slides him across the floor. And Reginald, as his flippers are flying behind him, and he just, down the middle of the alleyway, just between Racer's legs, you hear what sounds like bowling pins being knocked over as a couple of the goslings fly off to the side. And Reginald just disappears into the darkness. And Blueberry goes, "I'm gonna go get the Dawn. You guys see if you can't find that exit. Reginald should be over there by now. All right, see if I can buy you some time."
Onwards. We go.
Okay. You watch him kind of like get up and like crack his knuckles, and he says, "All right, it's time to make a smoothie." And you see he kind of like gets up and he starts like running into the crowd towards the stage. You see all the bodyguards that you guys saw earlier are also by the stage at this point, and they're kind of like, they're checking the pulse of the Dawn. The man with the crooked nose and the clipboard is kind of like hiding in a corner at this point, holding it. Where are the four of you going? What are you doing in this moment?
Follow Magpie? Magpie
Come on,
said
guys.
that.
Gotta make a decision. Gotta go fast.
Yeah, let's follow Magpie. Magpie starts running in the direction of where she saw the Tanuki clan dart off, even though it was way across the club. That's our best bet.
That's true. Sure. You kind of like, you start to flit around a little bit, stepping over, racers that have been tased on the floor. A couple of the wombats are like swiping as you guys are kind of just ducking underneath all the electricity that's happening at this point. I need all of you to make an alacrity check. I believe Magpie has luck, and I believe Periwinkle has unluck. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think I am unlucky.
Okay, well, you got to use the unlucky here. And you can choose if you want to use the lucky here, Magpie.
So that
I'll
gets
use
rid of
it.
all my D6,
Okay,
right?
so lucky gives you another dice to roll. All right.
Okay.
How many successes did we get? We'll start with you, Mitch. How many successes?
3.
3 successes. All right, and with you, Periwinkle.
1.
1. All right, Tutu. What about you?
1.
1. Magpie. What about you?
Clarification.
Yep.
What counts as a success?
4 or higher on a d6.
4 or higher. 1.
1.
Hey.
All right. It's going real great right now. So you watch then, Cornelius. You sort of start taking off. Magpie kind of slows down a little bit. You're kind of like bobbing and weaving, going. And all of a sudden, one of the wombats, with his sort of back to you all, Cornelius, you manage to sort of like sidestep him as he's like positioning himself in the center of the room. He hasn't noticed you, but as he turns around, his elbows sweep the 3 other croons into the ball pit. As the 3 of them just kind of are all blown off their feet back into the ball pit, now submerged underneath the balls. Yep, and Cornelius, you're kind of just on the sideline. The wombat hasn't noticed you, but is still kind of like looking around, and all of your friends have just been swept in.
All right, I take out the police siren.
Okay.
And I turn it on, and I like take the like circular part of it and just shove it in his back.
Okay.
Like I'm trying to like build up speed and like just really pushing at him while it's on.
You're gonna attack the wombat.
Yes.
Okay, what are you trying to? You're trying to push him also into the ball pit? What are you trying to do?
Either into the ball pit or like if there's a group of people that are like on the ground, just trying to like get him off his feet somehow.
Okay. Roll a make this a ferociousness check for you.
All right.
With your siren.
All right. We got 2 successes.
2 successes. That is enough. As you take the back of your siren, and you just kind of do whoop, 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 as you slam him, and he kind of stumbles forward, and now there's blue and red light flashing everywhere. And the goslings are the law, and are just kind of like, now running around, obviously terrified of the situation that's happening. And the wombat kind of stumbles and crunches a little bit of his gear. I mean, you're still standing. All of your friends are still in the ball pit. For my ball pit friends, what are we doing? What's the plan?
Is the wombat in the ball pit with us now?
No,
Yes?
He's on the ground. He's not in the ball pit.
Okay. Can I get out of the ball pit?
Yeah, you can, I mean, unless you want to stay, you can fairly easily kind of get back to the side and clamber up to the side.
All right. Where is this wombat's... Actually, is he wearing a helmet?
They're all wearing helmets, yes.
Where's his electrical baton?
It's in his hand. After he was pushed to the ground, it's like within arm's reach of him. But he's not.
Can I take it?
Yeah, you can take it. You do have
Alright.
2 items, though. You'd have to get rid of one of them. Either the pipe or the bottle of water.
Chug.
I dumped the bottle of water on it.
On yourself?
I mean, Oh, I could dump it on him and then electrocute him.
You do whatever you want to do.
Okay, I dumped the bottle of water
Uh-huh.
on the wombat.
Okay.
And then I take his electrical staff.
Sure.
His baton. And then I'm dual wielding a pipe and electrical baton.
You are. Tutu is a force to be reckoned with, as Tutu kind of spins the lead pipe and turns on the baton as well. You gonna like smack him with it or what?
And I go bunk.
All right, you've poured the bottle of water all over, and this is wild. And you take the baton and you watch. He kind of like jerks back and forth a little bit, and he goes limp on the ground. There are other wombats that are also in the entrance, but where you guys are right now, it's clear. And Tutu just kind of looks back with a mischievous grin with 2 weapons in her hands.
So how far does the ball pit span in this space?
It's like a 10-foot long by like a 5-foot wide rectangle.
Okay. So it's not like a wall-to-wall thing.
No, it's not a wall-to-wall thing. It's like a very tasteful centerpiece.
What part of it is like closest to the exit we're trying to get to?
What do you mean?
I want to swim through the balls.
Yeah, I mean, you're at the long edge right now, so you kind of just need to get to the edge and then get up and then continue going to the exit. It won't really lead you in the way you want.
I'll just get out then.
Okay, Magpie, you getting out as well?
I have a question about my balloon that I have on me.
Sure.
Does it make me float in the air?
Balloons
like if I just have it to myself.
Balloons can certainly make things float. You might need more than one to make a croon float.
Damn.
That is a
Okay,
lot for
I'll just
Perry
crawl
Winkle
out of
as
the
well.
ball pit then.
Okay. You nimbly, all of you are out of the ball pit now. Cornelius is like, go, go, go! And you guys make it to the back corner where you thought you saw the Tanuki leave. You see Reginald is on the ground just kind of lying there with his flippers, and he's just sort of pointing. And you see that behind one of the curtains, that is sort of like where the concert stage is, there appears to be a sort of small, like, green room door that leads at least out of this room.
I say we grab Reginald and go.
Really quickly, do I have anything to play my cassette tape with?
Not here, no.
If you
Sorry.
stick your finger in it and then you spin it really, really quick, you can actually make the sound come out of your mouth.
Can I try that?
Just trying that right now. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. Just as fast as they can. If you want,
It is
I'm not going to
Queen's
stop
Greatest
you.
Hits.
It is Queen's Greatest Hits, yeah.
I'm going to stick my finger in that cassette tape and just spin it really fast and open my mouth and hope sound comes out.
You're in a loud club, but you do feel something start to come out. As you're kind of doing this, as you're running on your way out, and you feel like maybe you're in touch with you know, Freddie Meatball, obviously famous singer of Queen. And you feel the sound start to come out, and you burp. And there's nothing else, unfortunately. It's a good attempt, though. Yeah, it was a great burp. Tutu kind of swings open the door. Which one of you is grabbing Reginald?
I'll grab him.
Okay. Magpie reaches
Hide
down,
down. Come with me.
picks up the penguin. Cornelius, you kind of follow. All of you sort of leave throughout the door. And as you kind of leave, the sounds start to sort of fade behind you, and you enter this long, dark hallway that you're just running. You're sprinting, you're running, and eventually you get to the end. You find an exit door at the end of the hallway. You push the bar, and sure enough, with a little bit of effort, because you're raccoons, you come out the other side. And as you do, it is still very much nighttime, and you are on the side of the street where you originally had sort of come around and entered in the front, if you can call it that. You're now sort of on the outside of the establishment with a penguin in your arms.
All right.
Phew.
Do we see any cars?
The second you ask this, you hear, well, Cornelius, you're actually like, wait a minute, I didn't put a boomerang feature on that. And you can hear, woo, woo, woo. And now, from where you guys can see on the side, at the front of the yoga studio, there are 3 law cars that are blazing their sirens. And they're like patrolling around the area right now for anything that could go awry. So obviously, they are on high alert. If you scan sort of up and down the street, there aren't, well, I'm gonna do an impromptu poll with chat, okay? Because this one was unplanned. Chat, actually, here, I'll make the poll real quick. What do they see, chat? What do they see as a vehicle? In fact, chat, just give me a name something. Just give me a name something of what vehicle the croons see as they're trying to desperately escape. It is your turn. That's right. I did see Skelly redeem deets. Again, not really how that works, but I'll hold it in the pile for later. A garbage truck? Okay. I wasn't on the redeem, but I do appreciate. That's a great idea. Matrix and I had the same thought. I just didn't want to say it. No, you're good, Des. That's okay. Hi, Kiwi. A PT Cruiser. Again, not with the redeem, but that's okay. I think for brevity's sake, we're gonna take the a makeshift trash bin as a go-kart for 4. Brandy, I do also love that. I'm gonna take the tandem motorcycle now. As you do see, there is a motorcycle wildly with 3 attachments, which is insane for a motorcycle to have. Not too far away from you guys. What are you doing?
Well, I think we should put Reginald down, just so he can make his own decisions.
Okay.
But
Magpie, you set him down. The second you set him down, he flops over on his stomach and with no propulsion whatsoever, just rockets down the street. And just takes off like a bullet.
All right, well, that's one less thing we gotta worry about.
all right,
A tear rolls down my face, and I say, "Adieu."
Oh,
Oh, sweet prince.
all right. Tutu.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
That we should steal that motorcycle.
Oui.
All
I
right.
concur.
You're all in agreement. You all quickly clamber over to the motorcycle. Do any of you know how to hotwire a motorcycle?
Tape in the
Would-
motorcycle's little radio.
Yeah, you can. Sure, you can put the tape in the motorcycle's little radio. Yeah.
Would my older sibling have taught me how to hotwire things as a friendly sibling activity
I'd say
together? that we
sure.
bonded?
Yeah. You have a general gist. If you make a chutzpah check, you get to add +1 to that.
Okay.
You can do
Wait,
that.
plus
Plus
like,
1
if
dice.
I
Plus
have-
1 dice.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Des, I think you redeemed the wrong thing. Although I love what you've done. Des has spawned an obstacle, which happens to be a hotwire guide for dummies. Which I'm keeping now, but it's not going to be what you think, because you redeemed obstacle. So, Tutu, how many successes did you get? Did you roll?
There's one.
1 success. Tutu, I'm afraid that is not quite enough.
No.
As you go to hotwire this motor car, you kind of just start ripping wires out of the front. Oh yeah, go ahead.
Can I use my baton to zap it?
Oh.
You take the wires out, nothing's really happening. Cornelius is like, come on. The police cars are getting a little closer to the law cars. You think, fuck it. You take the baton and you just start slapping it with the electricity on it. And it just hums to life. And the second it does, any way the wind blows, just starts playing out of the cassette tape. Which I obviously can't play on stream for copyright reasons, but you
No, of
imagine
course.
it's glorious. As the tandem 4-seater motorcycle springs to life, and you are able to... Oh, okay. All right, Des. You're able to start driving. What are you doing?
We drive.
Drive.
Yes, yeah, we're going.
Where are you driving?
We gotta make it.
Back
We need-
to...
Blueberry.
We do need Blueberry. Fuck.
We need to pick up Blueberry.
Do we see Blueberry?
No. And in fact, at this point, you see a lot more law officers entering the establishment.
Oh no.
Oh no. Blueberry, no.
He said his goodbyes to Reginald.
Can we follow the direction that Reginald went?
Sure, it's like towards the inner city of LA, which is not where your hideout is, but you can if you want.
Well, we could go home, but then we have to hide the motorcycle. Or...
See,
Yeah.
Then we can just kind of leave the motorcycle and no one will ever know. Anyone could have taken it.
That's true.
What's
Do
the
we
plan,
see
guys?
any other vehicles? Like, I'm thinking of the Tanuki clan. Did we see them peel off anywhere? Do we see any other vehicles or
You take a minute while this
people
hot
on a
wiring is
road?
happening, and you're kind of glancing around, and sure enough, actually, in the way of your hideout is a small brown car with a raccoon tail hanging off of it that just peels over the horizon.
I say, guys!
Yeah.
I feel that it is the Tanuki clan. Let's go!
Okay, you're
When
gonna
you
go? Okay.
Going. We're going.
You pedal to the metal, baby, and you just start tearing down the road after the supposed Tanuki clan that have left. I will say, as you guys are leaving, and you look back at the front entrance as you're kind of like trying to hide yourselves, so the police cars don't see you. You do see a familiar car in the parking lot, which you recognize from last night's race of Drift Punk, but you did not see them anywhere in the establishment. You very much recognize the like flat sort of orthogonal black car. Regardless, you tear down the road, and you're hot on the trails of this supposed Tanuki clan. Sure enough, after like maybe 20 seconds, you start to hear sirens behind you. Looks like maybe you weren't as stealthy as you were hoping, but nonetheless, there are sirens that start blaring. So let's go ahead and go to everyone's favorite Fast and Furious part, the police chase scene.
Great.
Here we go. Let's bring us over to this. Okay. Oh my god. I'm just gonna pull up the map real quick.
I have a question, actually.
Yes. Yep.
Cornelius still has the police siren.
Yeah. No. Cornelius threw the police siren when he attacked the wombat. It's on the ground. It's on the back of the club.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought he was like holding it and jamming it in, but
No.
to the wombat's back. Okay.
Okay.
I recognize this music.
In that case, I'm sure some of you might recognize this music. This is it's a good piece.
Why can I not pinpoint what this is from? That's bothering me.
Fortunately, I don't have you guys as a motorcycle, but I do have your old car, so I'll take that instead. It does. It very much works. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's not what that poll was. Hold on. We have poll fraud in the chat right now. Where did that even come from? That wasn't even an option. That wasn't even one of the poll options. I'm gonna take the second one because I don't have the other one. Okay. So you guys are tearing out. You're on the streets right here. And Magpie, what you see. The auto shop was my own addition. D, I don't have anything prepared for the auto shop though, although I do appreciate it nonetheless. Let me just bring in who our lovely Magpie saw, like this. What should be in here? How come he's hitting me a little slow right now? Probably should have restarted it in the break. Here we go. And we will do this all the way to the top. It's good music. It really is. Let's get our token out. Okay. So, the Tanuki, I don't know if you guys can see it on yours, but at least on mine, the Tanuki currently are right down here. You guys are right at the top right here, and you hear police sirens behind you. So, we're back into the racing mode. I'll let you talk. What is your goal here? Is your goal to escape? Is your goal to try and catch the Tanuki? What is your, like, overarching race goal?
Reach the car, and then tutu.
Brandy, I see that, by the way. Arstasia, I hope you know this music. You wanna reach the Tanuki car? That's the play? Is everyone on board with that?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Okay.
That is
all right.
cool.
In that case, let's on the count of 3 pick your racing actions. Ready? One.
No, hold on.
We'll see how this goes.
Wait. Okay, now I'm ready.
1, 2, 3. Pedal. Love to see it. Who needs turning? I'll say for brevity's sake, your speed was 1 as you were trying to blend in and follow the speed limits. So now your speed is 5. Thank you very much, guys. That was hilarious. So we'll go 1, 2, 3, and even though there's a fork in the road, you decide to ignore the road and go off the road. And now you are in the sand pits. Just roughing it as you immediately blitz off the highway.
Nothing to crash into.
Terrain vehicle.
Well, we'll see. We will see as you're kind of bumping around Cornelius. Something catches your eye inside of the motorcycle that you guys didn't see before. It's another balloon. There's just a little balloon that kind of releases itself, and you can see is tied to the front of the motorcycle. It's just kind of floating now and is attached to the motorcycle. So if anyone ever wants a balloon as an item, it is there.
I take it.
Okay, you have an empty slot?
I do.
Okay, yeah. You
Because my
take,
flame decal got destroyed.
you take a second balloon, and as you are now holding two, you do feel a little lighter. Which is pretty wild. Okay, well, that's where you guys ended up. I'm going to do this quick. So I'm going to bring my lovely police boys out here. The first one makes it to here as it's chasing you. And the second one is going this way because it didn't see where you went. And the third one is... right... We'll say they've come down the other way on the interstate, which is right there. Okay, so that was your lovely turn. And as the police are kind of chasing you, you guys kind of reach the off-road section. You see this car, and sure enough, it has the insignia of the Tanuki clan, which looks a lot like a raccoon head, but with more triangles. Anyway, it's definitely emblazoned on this car, and you can see a sort of dark-furred Tanuki kind of like peering out of the back of the mirror as it continues sort of racing off into the distance. It is actually going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Well, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. All right, back to you guys. What's your plan of action here?
I got the wheel.
Okay.
Help with the wheel.
All right.
We need to get out of the pit.
You
Yeah.
are in a pit.
Well, we're going
Faster.
fast. We're going 5 fast.
We can go faster.
Oh, you're going. Oh, yeah, you are going 5 fast.
We are going 5 fast, but we can
We're
go
going
fast.
5 fast. I got the wheel.
Well, we gotta
We're
have
take
people
help with
on
the
A
wheel.
left and a right to get back on the road.
I say go left.
Yeah, because it's like upside down.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mitch, what are you
Okay,
thinking?
How many people want to go left?
I'm going left.
Okay.
I also went left.
Well, you can say what you want to do, not what you will do. But
Yeah, I would like to turn left.
Mitch,
That's why I said I had the wheel. That was a covert.
yeah, I know.
So I guess when we're in the sand pit,
Yeah.
I
Turn down the music a little bit.
don't know what I can or can't do. Like, are we able just to go through it?
Yep.
Can we just continue?
Yeah,
Okay.
All-terrain vehicle.
you're on a big old motorcycle. I mean, you do know that once you get back up onto the road, you saw another building directly ahead of you, so you do need to
Right,
get
right.
out of where you are right now in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay? Well then, on the count of 3, let's keep it pumping, guys. Gotta keep it quick. 1, 2, 3. Let's see it. That is turn to the left, more speed, and also turn to the left. So with a 90-degree angle that happens first, you guys will turn to the left. Wildly, then pushing you 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have now gone off the interstate, which is not where the Tanuki car is currently headed. You do see, though, that this next police car goes 1, 2, 3, 4. This police car goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this police car goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. The Tanuki, however, something interesting happens. As the Tanuki leave right here, you're kind of careening off course at this point. 2-2, you glance out the back of your vehicle, and what you notice is weird is a little paw comes up from inside of the Tanuki car, and you see them press something that they're holding in their hand. And what ends up happening is, I will show you, because that's a lot easier. Let me just get these. Oops. 1 and 2.
I can see them on my system.
There we go. You watch as a strange stone blockade rises up from the ground where the Tanuki just exited, and you watch as they drive off into the distance. Okay. Well, team, you have a little bit to converse. Now what? You've veered off the interstate. The police cars are all kind of swarming around this area.
Do you think there's a way for us to go around, or should we get back on the interstate?
Well, if we get back on the interstate, there's still that stone block we have to get around somehow.
Are we able to hide and wait out the coppers?
Well,
The
like
law.
GTA, you watch as your little stars kind of flash away. You can try to do whatever you want. Kiwi says, run it over. It's not your motorcycle.
It's not our motorcycle.
We could try. It's not our vehicle.
We could do that.
Should we try it?
I think we should try it.
You are going 6 speed
do
and
it, why not?
entirely the wrong direction.
Let's turn around.
All right.
Are you gonna
Yeah,
try and
let's
turn
all make-
around?
What
Yeah.
way? Okay. Do we have to make a? We have to turn all the way around.
You gotta do
So
a
let's all do
full-on turn. Unless
Let's all do a right.
you want to. So
Make a
these are
wall.
like these are cliffs. Unless you want to drive over the rocky cliffs, which I will not say is an easy thing to do. But
No.
well, do your best here because there can only be 4 actions. So on the count of 3, 1, 2,
Wait. Okay.
3, go. That is break, right, item, and right. Okay. As per order of operations, the first thing that happens is braking. So you guys will lose 1 speed, so you're back down to 5 speed because you went up to 6 last turn. So we have that in mind. I believe you turn right twice, so good job, guys. So you're not quite at a 90-degree angle, but you have started turning this direction over here. And before we actually drive, you do get an item to do. What would you like to do?
I have my lead pipe.
You do.
I use it like a boat thing.
Yeah.
Like
you
I'm
want
turning.
you want
Like
to
an
try
oar.
and lead pipe in the ground, going 5 speed to do like a slingshot around.
Yeah.
I love the tenacity. Roll me a rotundity check because you are going 5 speed.
Rotundity.
That's right.
Alarms!
I
Something's
think
coming
Tutu
in.
can do it though.
Gosh, Pop-Tart.
2. I believe in Tutu.
How many successes? Uh-oh.
2.
2,
Oh, no.
you needed 3. As you jam the lead pipe into the ground, and it starts to spark with how fast you're going. As you're oh, come on! You're trying to place it in the ground. You begin to kind of like turn off to the right a little bit, but it's not enough to kind of anchor it in as you kind of fall back into the vehicle. No sooner have you done this, as you kind of fall back, Cornelius kind of takes a moment of shock and steps on the pedal further. As a turbo has been added by chat, you're now going back to 6 speed.
Another turbo was added.
And 2 turbos. Yes, sorry, you're now going 7 speed. As you are careening off of the highway into God knows where. Just flying off. You start to turn a little bit, just a tiny little bit, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, so that is your turn as we now have to watch how far you go. Which is going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Oh my god.
So far off the map, the DM didn't even have a map that big. At this point, you are fully off the road. You are just in like the LA, like gravelly, sandy bits of flatness that exists everywhere around there. And you're just kind of over everything. But what do you see directly in front of you? A novelty-sized library with a novelty-sized stand, trying to entice people to come into the library that says Hot Wiring for Dummies. It's like a giant plastic book that you're about to run into. Which is not looking good for you guys. You are so far off the beaten track. I mean, you're doing great with the cops. As you watch the cops kind of come around, go up on the barricade, this one's going to keep looping, and this one comes down to here. So you're definitely losing them. Are you about to lose your lives is another question.
No way.
We shall see. I will just very quickly add a little symbol. All right, well, guys, chat amongst yourselves. What now?
All right. We got around the barrier.
We did. I mean, I'm thinking if we just do 2 more turns to the right, we'll end up just traveling diagonally down back towards the interstate, towards where the Tanuki clan went.
Wait,
Right?
there must be a freeway entrance somewhere. This is Los Angeles.
Yeah. So we
That's
just
true.
go back down the same way we came. Surely.
Okay, what are you
Right?
doing? Yeah, what are you doing?
I'm not Shirley, but I agree.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Are you guys going to
I
try
thought
and
for sure we had someone named
turn
Shirley.
and diagonally recover back on an invisible freeway?
Yeah.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Go for it. Let's see what we're getting here. Break, right and right. Love it. So that is veered enough to just hit a glancing blow with the novelty library, which is great. You guys are good. As you've turned, right would bring you into a right angle, and then another right would actually start to turn you away as well. Break, lowering your speed down to 5, of course, because right next to the library, you don't have to worry about turning too much because there's an obstacle as well in front of you, but it's a helpful obstacle. It's like a skate park half pipe that just happens to be next to the library for reading. If you want to get your skate on, it's just right next door. Of course, Tutu, you see this as you kind of veer the wheel over. Periwinkle and Magpie, as you kind of veer the wheel over. And you kind of do like a 6 skate stunt on the side. And you just see a couple of kids, like hooligans that are out in the middle of the night, just kind of drop their skateboards and like, whoa, sick, as you guys are kind of grinding along the side. And you begin to turn in the other direction. Going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is where you're gonna be. You have no idea where the Tanuki car is at this point, but you are back on track. Oops, that's not it.
Kinda.
Yeah, kinda. As you are searching desperately for a way to get back on this freeway. Lucky for you, the cops are still kind of patrolling around in this area, and eventually you miraculously do find a way back onto the freeway, and eventually sort of follow the one lane, hoping that there is something that kind of alerts you to the Tanuki presence as you begin to continue downwards. So we will leave it at that. Okay. Well, congratulations on getting out of that tussle. I will do, Brandy. I will do. Okay. That was a lot. The gum is actually for driving actions. Yeah, no one's used it correctly yet. That's very true. You guys all are kind of now, like, you wait until the heat dies down. You know, you kind of wait until your stars stop blinking in the top right corner, Mitch knows. And then you wait a little bit. And eventually, you know, you're just kind of listening to Queen's greatest hits, and it's not so bad a night. As you're now just kind of cruising down the highway of LA at night, you know, there's lots of lights in the city. You get the occasional palm tree sticking out. And you're kind of cruising. Magpie's trying to keep their eyes out peeled to see if any nearby car could be the Tanuki car that you saw, but you're still heading in the same direction that you saw them go in. Of course. So, anything from you guys to sort of change anything that's going on right now? Or you just want to keep heading in this direction?
Keep heading in this direction. Should be okay.
You continue on for quite a while at this point as you see the sun eventually starts to rise. Interestingly enough, though, Periwinkle, you've been around this area before, and you know the district that you're coming up into is actually the old Chinese theater district in LA, which is pretty cool. But you also know, sort of like this highway, you can sort of take an exit to the district. And as you kind of, brevity's sake, you kind of explain this to the rest of the crew. Magpie, as you were scanning Crackbook recently in your life, you remember that there was recently, within the last couple of years, a large fire that burned down a good chunk of the Chinese theater. which was super not ideal. You guys kind of think about it for a second, and as you're kind of getting close to that exit, Cornelius, you see what could be a brown car turning off into the Chinese theater exit, and they kind of speed out of view. It's very far away, but it's the only color that you've seen.
Well, I just saw what I think. I don't know. I can't be sure, but it might be the Tanuki clan car. It was a brown car. LA might have a lot of brown cars, but
Where? Where did you see it?
it was.
There's only one brown car.
Only one brown car in LA.
It's just the one.
It was
just one car.
going off the Chinese theater exit. Straight ahead.
Let's go.
Do you want to go? You want to race this?
Yo.
Yes, I just read on the crack book that the theater burned down. Maybe they're using it as a hideout.
All right.
Okay.
I
In
guess
that
we go.
case, you guys take off the exit. Tutu, you have a lucky from Brandy as the moon smiles upon you, which is great. Cornelius, you do notice as you're sort of kind of cruising along, there's something in the back of your fur, and it's another wad of chewing gum. You don't know where these are coming from, but it's ridiculous at this point. As you kind of feel around for the stretchy pink on your back, and you're like, oh, God damn it. And it's kind of like pulling your fur away as well.
Can someone just help me real quick? Just look at my back or like somewhere.
I put my mouth on the gum and I eat it.
Tutu just on the gum on the back of your fur, pulls away like a suction cleaner, and the gum is gone.
Does Tutu swallow the gum?
It's up to Tutu.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually.
As the sun rises, you guys do make it to the sort of old Chinese theater district. You pull off, you can see the still intact part of the theater, very nice, lots of tourists around. Not so many in the morning as it is kind of the crack of dawn. But it's beautiful, it's a beautiful sight. And as you sort of approach it, sure enough, Tutu, you can see just pulling in around the back of the Chinese theater, on the sort of like tapered off section where the fire was, is a car with a raccoon tail that is just pulled around the other side. Okay. As you guys kind of... Oh yeah, go ahead.
How securely attached is the tail on the car?
It very. It's like robotic. It's not a real tail. It's like an ornament kind of thing.
Oh, because I was gonna say, can I take it?
Well, you can try later.
Can I steal it?
You guys sort of broach the theater, but you stop before you actually reach like the generalized parking lot, because you realize for a second, whoa. If Magpie's right, if this is a hideout of the Tanuki, I assume you don't want to be just rumbling into the center stage of the Tanuki clan hideout. If that is what you believe this is, but...
Yeah, go right through the front door.
Right through just drive the motorcycle right through the front, right?
Oh my god.
Exactly.
Is the car unlocked?
D, we're skipping to the theater part, by the way, just so you know. We skipped a whole chunk. Is the what unlocked, Nikki?
The car?
You guys are still in the motorcycle.
I get out of the motorcycle. Is the car unlocked?
You have stopped before, so if you imagine we have this theater across the street from you, you have stopped on the other side of the road to not just drive into enemy territory. You guys can all sort of stop, huddle, and get out. You see the car in the parking lot across the road for sure, but you're like, okay, there's a large brick wall that surrounds the theater. There's a Chinese garden that's very, very nice and pretty before the theater, and then there's the actual sort of ruined theater aspect itself, which is close to where the car parked. You can broach as fast as you want, but it is sort of like, you're kind of all in a huddle, like peeking over the ridge of the road, like that's where they went, sort of thing. What's the game plan? Gum blazing. Right. That's amazing, Des.
All right.
If the Tanuki car is unlocked, I say we get in and we drive it into the theater.
I was gonna suggest a perhaps stealthier way of entering. I was going to... Maybe if my balloons can make me float, I can float to a non-visible area and check out what's going on
As you say this,
before we go in gone blazing.
Cornelius actually notices tied to a nearby mailbox is a third shiny red balloon.
No way.
Oh my god.
so-
99 red balloons.
It looks like there's another red balloon there, but it could be dangerous. It might be a trap.
I go touch it.
It's a balloon. It feels full of air, and you poke it, it kind of wobbles back and forth.
I do have an extra slot, so I'll just have my jawbreaker. Do I take this balloon?
You could tie it to Magpie.
Hi.
You good?
Cornelius, tie it to my tail. I have 2 more. I will tie to my wrists
Oh my god.
and fly up.
Oh no. Is that what you want to do?
How will you land?
How will you control where you go?
Untie the balloon.
Oh.
Wait, I will just untie it from my wrist.
Okay,
What's a raccoon's terminal velocity?
I don't know, but we might have to calculate it.
I untie the balloon from the mailbox and then tie it on Magpie's tail.
That's a good question, Des. All right, you tie it onto Magpie's tail, and Magpie, you want to hold the other two?
Yes.
You feel like with a running jump, you could get some air here. Brandy, that's a good reference.
That's
Yeah?
That's exactly what I do.
Are you just all gonna wish Magpie well as Magpie ascends to the top of the theater?
Well, we can't fly.
That's right.
Okay. You all...
I didn't find a raccoon's terminal velocity.
You all good. You all give a salute, yeah, to Magpie. As Magpie, you kind of outstretch your arms, do a little leap, and you start to very slowly float over the street, over the brick wall. You get over the
Oh
garden,
my gosh.
and you can see in the garden there are members of the Tanuki clan kind of walking around, and they look like they all have rifles that they're kind of holding onto right now. Which does not bode well for your current situation. You just have to pray that none of them see you. As you're now just kind of slowly floating over a Bloons tower defense territory. As you're just kind of like, and you're kind of slowly going over. Would the three of you like to do anything else as you watch Magpie's grade rise into the sky?
Should we bring her down?
Oh, she's too far. You cannot grab her.
I think if we stand on top of each other, one after the other, like ants, we could do it.
So, like, it's like a Goomba tower. If you stack on top of each other, you become stronger. And that is just a fact.
That's right.
It's like a Gundam.
As you're kind of coming up with this idea, wildly, like you missed it, Cornelius, you're kind of still digging through the motorcycle where you were, and strangely, at the bottom of the motorcycle, underneath the hidden compartment, there's a grappling hook. Wild that you didn't see that when you were driving, but there is a grappling hook at the bottom of this motorcycle right now.
Hey everyone, there's I guess we missed a grappling hook underneath.
You what? I call.
Yoink.
That wouldn't have helped
Yoink.
until now. Don't worry.
Magpie,
That's
as
mine
you
now.
say this, the
Oh, no,
Tanuki
they're
that are
gonna
down
hear
below kind of start looking around. It's like, what the heck? What was that? You see them kind of like move their rifles. They're kind of looking around the corners. You have like approximately 5 seconds before they look up.
Roll the thingy.
So yeah, I guess I'll throw the grappling hook.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
You gonna
How far away is Magpie?
from you right now, like a good 35 feet.
Okay, so is she over something that she could land on?
She's over the brick wall right now.
Okay, and we can't see obviously on the other side.
No,
so if
you
she was
can't.
to land, we don't know where she would
You have
land.
no idea what would be over there.
Okay, because I have my jawbreaker. I could just take it out of my pocket and throw it at your tail and pop that balloon, and then you just have the two balloons like this, and you float down. But I don't know what you're gonna be floating down
Oh, like,
into.
oh, like Jesus.
They're going to see Magpie. What are you guys gonna do?
Oh my god, what do we do?
There's
Throw
nothing that I
the
can
grappling
float
hook and pull her
onto.
back.
Periwinkle, you've been granted lucky, wildly. What'd you say? Sorry.
There's nothing that I can float down onto, like a roof or something.
You just started. You're in the open. There's like you've just flown over the brick wall, and when you look down, there's just swaths of Tanuki in this garden, and eventually is the roof of the building. You're just kind of like in. Basically, you're flying above a military base, is what you can think of it as. You're just kind of like, oh, I've breached the barbed wire. Now I'm in the open until a building. Like this is it.
Okay. Lead pipe.
Yeah, lead pipe.
Smash car.
Smash windshield.
I mean, there is another car within like 20 feet of you, unless you want to smash the motorcycle.
Tanuki car.
No, you guys aren't in the. That's across the street. You just parked on the other side of the street.
Just throw the grappling hook and try to hook Magpie.
Wildly, Cornelius is still digging through this motorcycle. Like this is like Hermione's bag in here. And so surprisingly, underneath the seat, you find that for whatever reason, there's another police siren. Crazy.
That one, since you have the grappling hook.
Yeah, I mean, well, he hasn't taken anything right now. It's just the grappling hook
Yeah.
and the police siren are on the seat. He's just
Yeah,
fishing up treasure.
All right. So miraculously, there is a police siren here. I'll take the grappling hook if someone wants to.
I'll take the police siren and just fucking. I'll turn it on, I guess, and kind of chuck it towards the building.
Okay. Periwinkle flips the switch on the police siren because they're all battery operated, I guess. And Periwinkle yeets it over the wall. And just kind of, not to hit anything in particular. Does the siren make sound? Oh yeah, it does, for sure. And it just starts going, wow, wow, wow! As the red and blue lights start flashing, it lands over the wall. And Magpie, you kind of look down as you see all the Tanuki like kind of aim their rifles at what just kind of came in, and they're kind of looking around like, what the heck? They kind of run over. One of them picks up the siren, puts it on their head, and starts running around like an airplane. Wow, wow! With the little like lights going on their head. Luckily, they're not paying attention to you right now, as you finally do safely float over to the top of this theater building, which is, you can see that it's very charred with like lots of blackened roofing that's been like pulled away from a fire.
Okay, I let go of one of the balloons so that I'm no longer floating. But maybe I just have like a buoyancy to me as I run across the roof.
Yeah. And you just kind of like slowly descend down until you have just a little bit of like bounce while you land on the roof.
Okay. So now, what can I see from the roof? Or what can I hear from the roof, too?
Well, it's definitely open to the elements, so you or anyone could get in through the roof to the actual inner sort of the building. It looks like it's kind of a set of rafters where you are. You'd have to like go into hallways or rooms like down out of the roof, kind of like an attic-y sort of thing. I mean, like I said, you can see the garden, and that's pretty much it. That's where sort of all the Tanuki guards are currently, and otherwise you have the building.
Okay. Let's see. And there's nothing, like, besides them just playing with the siren, there's nothing else I can hear.
Yeah, there's nothing else you can hear right now. Also, D, I don't know if you are still here, my friend, but we can move on to the next poll. Yeah, the one that you're on right now. We can do that one.
How far of a range, I guess, for two things between us and the building that Magpie is on top of?
How far what?
How far, like, away is that building?
Like 60 feet?
How far is the grappling hook reach?
60 feet?
Alright. So, should we just grapple the, like, side of that building and then, like...
I mean, we could walk up to it and then climb it.
Yeah, you could walk
Just
around the other
raccoons.
side. You don't have to go through the garden. You could walk up to the side of the building and grapple upwards. That's true.
True.
Yeah, maybe I can hold the hook or, like, get it in place so you guys can climb up and meet me.
So true.
You want to do that? Or
Let's
something
do that.
else.
People won't.
You have another
No.
idea, Mitch?
No, let's
Okay.
do that.
You guys take the grappling hook and you run over. And as you you kind of get over to the side of the building as you're scampering, and Cornelius, and it kind of catches on the roof. Magpie, you're just kind of waiting there as you watch them all slowly climb up the rope that has been shot. Now there's no way to retract it unless you went back down to the bottom to get the actual handle. I mean, you could take the hook out and then but it's wrenched in the opposite direction, if you know what I mean.
No.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And I mean, you can leave it there. You don't have to take it. I'm just saying. That's kind of the.
Always just pull the rope up and just leave it on.
You could. Yeah, you
the
could
rope.
actually physically pull the. That's true. You could pull the rope up.
Yeah, let's pull it up with us.
Praying that no Tanuki are guarding this side of the building. There's just a floating grappling hook that slowly swings its way up to the roof that you guys just kind of leave on the rooftop. And you are now all within the rafters of the Tanuki Theater.
Are we gonna kill someone? Like, is that what we're doing here?
What are you doing here? What are you doing here?
I don't know. Are we gonna
Here.
kill someone?
We
I
need to
think
find the location of the final race.
That's so true. I mean, we could have just asked them.
Take out the Tanuki leader.
I do have 2 weapons, and
Murder?
2 is always ready to kill someone.
The red light switch.
Red light.
It's a plan, team. You gotta come up with something. Gotta keep it moving.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I feel like we should just kind of go in and explore. We gotta avenge the Dawn. We gotta avenge our friend Blueberry.
All right,
Okay,
For Blueberry,
let's
guys.
go.
sneak.
You sneak.
Let's sneak.
You
Yeah.
sneak into the building. Okay, this is wild. So you head inside and you do your best Mission Impossible montage of kind of sneaking through the rafters and making sure you aren't seen. Occasionally you do see a Tanuki kind of wander by a hallway. Now Tanuki, for those that don't know, they're actually in the canine family. They're not even like raccoons, although they look very similar to raccoons. They're kind of pudgier. They don't have the mask that goes across. They have the red panda kind of cryy things, and they're a lot more popular in Japanese folklore than they are anywhere else. So it's kind of a bigger, fluffier, more dog-like panda, but they raccoon, but they do look very similar. So at a glance, you could probably confuse them. Regardless, you see a couple of Tanuki, you're like, yeah, that's 99% sure this is their hideout, guys. As you're kind of you're dipping between the hallways. For time's sake, you do your best to kind of poke around, see what you can learn, see if there's any sort of intel. A lot of the rooms are empty. A lot of them just kind of house various kind of artworks and burned things. And eventually, though, you find a room that the door itself is locked. You kind of jiggle it a little bit. But there's one of those glass office police windows that you can kind of see into it, and it looks like there's files placating the walls. To a spy, this would look like an important room. But the door is
Let's break in.
Break.
Break in.
Anyone have any plans, or are you just going to use your little claws?
Is there anywhere where I can jump? Because I still have my 2 balloons.
Yeah, you can jump.
Leap over the wall or something.
It's all windowed in. It's all sealed. You have to get in through the door, or you could attack the window, but
The walls. Because you said this place was open to the elements. Are the walls intact? Or are they
That's a good question. In this section, sort of lower down where things are a bit more secure, yes, they are, from what you can see, intact. You don't know if structurally the integrity might be a little but the walls of these rooms are very seemingly intact.
And the door and windows are locked.
Yep.
push on walls?
You're gonna push. Give me a ferocity check. Or ferociousness, even.
I'm checking the structural integrity, I guess.
Thank you, Des. No,
You said ferocity?
ferocity, or ferociousness, whatever it is.
Okay.
Ooh.
3 successes.
Tutu, you take a minute as you're sort of, Magpie's looking for a place to jump or see what you can do with the lock. Tutu kind of sidles up on the side of the walls. And eventually, you kind of do that knocking thing that dads do on the wall.
To find the studs.
Yeah, oh yeah. This is not a load-bearing wall. Yeah, you kind of go over to it, and like you give it a little tap with its lead pipe, and a part of it does actually sound almost dusty, like it's kind of caved in on itself a little bit.
I dig.
Sure.
And use my horrible little hands
Yep.
to like scratch through.
I don't know. It might be our
Gently.
first 3
Quietly.
success. Yeah. As you do this, you start digging in. The first thing that is strange to you is out of the wall falls a medallion, which you can actually add into your inventory. It is, I believe it's called pendant. You can search for it, necklace or pendant, and it'll come up. There's only one.
Can I wear it?
Technically that will count as one of your items, even though you can quote unquote wear it, but because
Does anyone have an open?
2 open slots.
You do?
2 open slots?
Yeah, because I didn't grab my cassette tape
The
back.
cassette tape is back in the motorcycle.
Oh, that's right.
True.
Cassette tape's in the
Would-
motorcycle.
Would you like the medallion? I think it'll
I
go nice with
would
your fur.
actually.
Okay, then you
If
can
I
add the
can
It looks
pendant.
really. I
Because it
bestow it.
wasn't under necklace or pendant.
I can look then. And I believe, what else would I have called it?
Okay, croon?
Token medallion.
Medallion, that's a good one. Yeah.
Nope, not medallion.
Okay.
I'm scrolling through everything.
Yeah,
Coin.
I believe you. It's definitely close to the end if this is all in order. It's not in order. of course.
The only thing I can find that's like close to like a necklace is the locket.
That's it, locket, thank you.
Locket of a lost croon.
Yep. You can read the description on that if you want, but okay. So you give this to Periwinkle, and Tutu, you do manage to kind of scrape away enough of the wall to kind of burrow your way in to the room, and
Hell
you motion over to the rest of the croons as they all come over as well. Sure enough, you all sidle up into the room, and you just start going to town on all the files that are like tacked up to the walls, and you're looking for everything. Cornelius, you come across something that has nothing to do with racing, but is wild. As you're kind of like sifting through some of the papers, and you guys are like frantically looking for anything that has to do with the race, or the Dawn, or the sponsor, or anything like that, or trash, or law, Cornelius, you come upon something very different. As you're kind of digging through, you see a blueprint at the bottom of one of the desks. And as you kind of like flatten it out, it is a plan for hamsters running on wheels to power the entire grid of Los Angeles. You also see a green little like check mark on the top of it, as if it's been reviewed.
Oh, interesting.
Dear
One of
God.
them.
Is this hamster slave labor?
Look, you found the blueprint. You make your own conclusions.
This is a scandal.
It is a scandal.
For people to know.
Magpie, as you're kind of sifting through the table, you do sort of, as you're getting to the bottom, you find one of those like top secret yellow envelopes that you just kind of like crack open with your claw. And as you kind of slip the paper out, you actually see an image of where the race is being held. And it looks to you, as you kind of like look at it very quickly, it's kind of like a picture. It looks to you like it's actually the LAX airport, which you all know quite well. And you kind of like look at it, and at the very bottom, it says August 4th, which is in exactly 1 week from now.
Hell yeah. Let's get
You
out of
guys.
here.
This is the information we need. This and the hamster oppression, we have what we need to take them down.
So true, Magpie.
I should have put a longer
This
cooldown
is-
on that.
This is why we have the French here.
That's right.
Which one is the smart one?
That is super true.
They know how to rally for workers' rights.
That they do. That they definitely do.
France, there's always a strike going on.
Hell yeah.
That's so true.
Now we're
I
gonna strike out the Tanuki's lives.
That's right. And Tutu, as you guys sort of begin to wander around a little bit, as you're leaving, something does catch your eye wildly. If you want it, surprisingly, it doesn't look like anything out of the ordinary, but there is a rather large cardboard box that you could effectively like fold down to like carry around with you, and then like Solid Snake, you know, like kind of like put over your head. But it's there. It's in the corner if you wanted to peruse. But
Tutu is all set. She has her dual wielding sticks of various capabilities.
Yeah, sure.
But there is a box if anyone wants it.
Everyone's good? Okay. In that case, as you guys go to leave back through the hole, the door swings open.
Nice.
And as it does, it kind of flings against, and you just hear a, "All right, nobody move!" And just a battalion of Tanuki flood through the door. They're all wearing like little, kind of like chemistry goggles, and they all also have these long kind of black rifles that, on closer inspection, they're clearly not guns, but they definitely do fire something from them. Like, they don't have any of the ballistics that a gun has, but like, there is some kind of loading barrel and trigger that makes it look like some kind of rifle. As they all kind of like filter in, there's at least 12 of them that filter in through the front of the door, and they all just kind of aim their rifles at you. And you hear, "All right, put your hands up!"
I have my pipes.
You putting your hands up or what?
I have they're lifted, but I am
I know
armed.
you. What about the rest of you?
My hands are down.
Still within range.
What'd you say?
I lift one hand up.
Okay.
Is the box still within grabbing range?
It's now they are between you and the box because it was in the corner. They kind of say, "Don't try anything funny, and you may leave here with your lives." And one of them kind of nudges, and they say, "Come on, follow." And they kind of like make a rank and file for you to follow between them.
All right.
I guess we go.
You guys are sort of filed away. You're saying Tutu is Raccoon Black Widow. We don't know.
I need to grab the box on the way out.
Okay, sure, you can. Do you want to kind of like fold it into something carryable, or do you want it as an actual giant cardboard box?
I want to fold it into something carryable for now.
You grab it on the way out. You continue.
Awesome.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I just said awesome.
They lead you through a part of the theater that you guys hadn't been to yet, and then they lead you out into the garden that Magpie flew over before. And this time there are lots of Tanuki that are out there, but I forgot to show you guys one of my favorite scenes. Here it is. Here's all of you going through the files, of course. Which
So
is
true. That
definitely
is
one of my
us.
faves. Sorry, that one happened a bit quick, but we will go. I'm trying to go quick to not waste too much time. You guys are brought into the center of the garden. You now notice sitting at the back of the garden on a large stone throne, a very big Tanuki. He's kind of sitting there, yeah, like that. He's kind of sitting there with a big, like, gi, I think they're called, on, like a martial art kind of robe that kind of drapes over you. You can see he has, like, various beads hanging from his neck. What looks to be a katana just kind of sitting by him, as well. And he's just kind of sitting there, paws kind of crossed over themselves, rings lining his paws. And he kind of looks at you as you're brought rank and file forward. And sure enough, you are kind of pushed towards the front until the four of you are standing before this gargantuan Tanuki. Let me just... This is the man responsible for all of your shortcomings with the Tanuki. Any family or monetary related drama, you know just by the aura emanating off of this man he's the root of a lot of your problems. You wouldn't even have to fight this hard for the cup if it weren't for him. And yet, in your current situation, you are very clearly outnumbered. This, of course, is none other than Tom Nuki, the most egregious of the Tanuki clan. The way he, oh my gosh, his monetary funds. As you're kind of pushed before him and he's elevated on the throne, he kind of grins down at you. If anyone knows the Pokemon Pangoro, it's very much like a Pangoro. He grins down at you as his guards all around now kind of aim their rifles at you. And he says, "Oi. So this is the rabble infiltrating our fortress then." And he looks over you all one by one. "You must be the Bindits, yeah? I've heard so much about you." And he motions with his tail. And suddenly, 2 members of Drift Punk walk up behind him. And you see that they're not alone, as the one on the right is pulling a bound and gagged trash representative that you recognize to be Spike.
No!
Who is currently bound at the wrists and the ankles, bound, gagged over their mouth, and they're just kind of squirming, being held by Drift Punk, by one of the members of Drift Punk that you can see. Still, Drift Punk wearing full suits and big weird helmets, like motorcycle type helmets. Spike is struggling against the binding, but the grip of the Drift Punk member proves iron and does not budge. Tom kind of lets out a low. "You know, it was surprisingly easy tracking this one down. Just a couple of calls to the hierarchy, and they sent me all their info." Tom motions at the Drift Punk members. "You lot aren't the only ones with inside information, you know." Spike kind of looks at you all now, kind of wincing underneath the gag. "I trust by now you've found the location of the final race. Yes?" He waits to see any.
We know nothing.
Okay. He looks at you and
Just look on her face right now.
Alright. He looks at you all unamused. He kind of smiles a bit at Magpie. "Well, it is far too late to change that now. Here I was hoping we could just do this cleanly and win with an easy forfeit. You know how hard it is to get all of you racers in one location so we can let Law take out the rest of you with one swoop? Quite difficult. But, of course, when racing's on the line, you lot will do anything. Isn't that right?" He signals to the Drift Punk member who is currently holding Spike, and they bring up one of the rifles to Spike's neck. And he continues and says, "Just a little something I had the boys in the lab whip up. A special kind of animal tranquilizer that, puts you to sleep. Permanently."
I think that's just called a gun.
Spike kind of starts to squirm once more with the rifle pressed up against their neck.
I think that is called poison.
You guys just shouting this to this crime syndicate? Just
You're
I'm
not very good at
special.
naming things.
you're doing your
That's
job
just a
wrong.
Obviously, they don't know what it's called.
Sounds
I
like
think
you
it's
guys-
time to remind you, Tom continues, the old way of street racing is over. When we win that cup, and we will win that cup, a new age of racing will begin. One that... And suddenly, Tom is cut off as the fountain that you didn't even notice was between you starts to spurt water high into the sky between you both. And Tom kind of looks to one of his guards. "I thought I told you furballs to turn off the fountains when we're threatening people." One of the guards kind of manages, hey, sorry, boss. And Tom kind of tries to bend his head around the fountain. You know what? Let's just wait a minute. It'll turn off soon. And he leans back and just kind of waits. Spike kind of continues to squirm. You all just kind of look around awkwardly for a minute as the fountain just kind of keeps spurting. After what feels like an eternity, the fountain then shuts off, and Tom sighs with a, "Oh, finally.
He then clears his throat before continuing. As I was saying, a new age of racing that doesn't allow human counterparts to take place, and that animals will have to pay a premium to the Tanuki in order to participate in any circuit in all of LA. Kind of takes a moment to let that sink in with you guys who don't look super amused. Any circuit in all of LA. He's kind of looking for some reaction from you guys.
There will be no races left, you stupid.
That doesn't make sense. You're animals too.
He kind of semantics pedantics. As
No,
No,
it's really not. You would also have to
This is so
pay the
stupid.
premium.
you guys are all just like poking holes in his flaws and his theories.
Also, like, you're not even good racers because you're like, oh, we'll get everyone to forfeit or we'll kill the competition.
shut up,
It's
shut
just-
up,
it
shut up,
feels like
look.
You just can't race.
I'm the one in power here, and kind of motions back towards the gun, as you call it, at Spike.
Raises her hand, and she goes, aren't the guys that you hired that are standing right next to you human?
And
I thought they were.
he kind of looks up at Drift Punk.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of motions to them, and he kind of looks back at you and smiles, and he goes, something like that. And at this point, we are at sorry, I'm just trying to recatch my place. I didn't want to have to do this, but you forced my paw. Let this be the dawning of the rise of the Tanuki. And with that, he simply gestures to Drift Punk, who pulls the trigger on the rifle pressed against Spike's neck. A small dart you see comes out and lodges itself under their skin. There's a moment of shock that ripples through you as Spike's eyes kind of widen. And Tom continues, you can take off the gag now. And Tom kind of laughs. The Drift Punk member almost robotically kind of removes the gag from Spike, just in time for your friend to begin to collapse to the floor. They cough a couple times before looking up at your group. Not with sadness, but with determination in their eyes. And they say, don't believe everything you see. And they kind of wink at you two. They stammer and give one last smile before falling fully unconscious into the ground. Just change the music there.
I spit in the direction of Drift Punk. And
Sure.
I say, I spit on you.
You do, and a couple of the Tanuki kind of like hold your arms back as you do this, and once again, like Tom kind of chuckles in your direction. I like you. I haven't met anyone like you before, have I? Because that spirit, that fire, where do I remember that? The French accent?
Nobody.
That's right. You had a brother, didn't you?
I spit again. No. You know nothing.
He had the same ferocity you did. He used to talk about his sister coming out to save him, things like that. Where did he end up now? It's unfortunate, isn't it, Magpie?
I say a bunch of swear words in French.
Sure, you just rapid fire off a whole bunch of swear words in French. There's a moment of sort of bewilderment, as Spike had always been quite kind to you, even before you met them properly just a few days ago, and they were clearly a proponent of good-spirited street racing. Your hearts begin to burn with anger and evidently spit. But to your surprise, Tom waves his paws, and his guards lower all of the rifles that are pointed at you. Look, we don't own these streets yet, so I don't have jurisdiction over you lot, as you're still technically registered as races. I'll let this be a warning to you. Don't come to that race, and you won't end up like your friend here. This is your last chance to walk away. And he kind of just sits back in his throne as all the Tanuki that have kind of like guarded you up to this point make a path clearing you to the actual front entrance of the garden. And as much as your fuel is ignited and you want to stop Tom right here and right now, for time's sake, you know he has outgunned and outplanned you
With bitter sighs, you collectively realize the only way to stop this monster will be out on the pavement. So you slowly turn as you are escorted out the front gate with Tom laughing behind you the whole time.
Can we steal one of their cars?
Once they lead you out the gate, you can do whatever the heck you want.
Want to take one of their cars?
We.
Let's do it.
Okay? You very, very briefly, quickly, just run to the parking lot. You jump in the car. Tutu hot wires it again with the stun baton, and you just kind of peel off in the Tanuki mobile without a second thought. And they just let you go. And as you're driving, the rain picks up once again, and it just kind of like patters against your windows as you Spike wasn't exactly like your favorite companion, but they were still nice to you, and they offered Tutu a date, which is pretty crazy. So anyway, let me just.
I don't think Spike's dead.
It's up to you guys.
If they
What
are,
do you-
I will be very mad.
What do you think happened there?
I think trickery is afoot.
Okay. Spike is the only companion that was mattered.
Spike and Blueberry are the only two important NPCs.
We'll see Blueberry again. We'll see Blueberry again, and we'll see Spike again, and we'll see Reginald again, and we're all gonna celebrate because we're going to destroy these little horrible men who can't race.
It's true. In a fit of both passion, rage, and anger, you realize that your driving has eventually taken you back to your hideout, as you have 1 week, which we will montage to get to the final race. But this has reminded you of something. Although the Tanuki are historically bad racers, which is why they seem to have pulled some elaborate scheme that maybe will be spelled out in the end in a very Knives Out sort of way, it's kind of ridiculous that they still hold relative sway in the community. And if that's the case, you need to make sure that you are in tip-top racing shape for the Grand Prix. Now, chat, I do need a name for the race course. Chat, if you could do a name redemption, someone name the final race of the Trash Bin Cup. What's it actually called? Like a Rainbow Road situation. I'll wait for those to sort of pull in. Okay, so again, for brevity's sake, as we sort of we're gonna get back to the hideout here. There's a couple of things that you guys can do for the week. I just want you to tell me what it is you would like to do. Of course, you can sort of go hunting for other items. Maybe you could try and go to a pawn shop, see if you can get things better suited for racing if you want. You can, of course, spend time repairing your own vehicle. You can try and gather any intel you can in the underground based on the Tanuki or any weaknesses they might have or anything like that. Again, they're notoriously bad racers. And as a suggestion, you are also welcome to go to the mechanic that Magpie has also found on Crackbook. Maybe to soup up your car, maybe to get an entirely new car as well, which could work for this situation. So tell me what you guys would like to do.
I would like to examine the car before we take it to the mechanic, just to familiarize myself with the makeup of their cars, considering I assume they have similar cars as each other.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, what do you want to take a look at?
How easily? What do their wheels look like?
Their wheels are quite nice, despite all of them being canonically really bad racers. It looks like all of their kit is in great condition. Their tires very sturdy, very securely attached to the car. The car itself is I don't know if you guys remember some of the cars in Mario Kart that kind of looked like Corvettes. They're really smooth. I think it was the Honey Coupe.
Oh yeah, those ones.
It kind of looks like that. It's a very sort of smooth, almost Corvette-y style car. It's not you were driving it. It wasn't the fastest thing in the world, but it's nice. They've definitely spent money on this thing.
Okay.
And how compare to our trash can?
Well, as far as quality of parts go, it's much better. But it's got the same max health, it's got the same speed in theory.
Can I take, because our trash can has an engine? Yes?
Yes, it does.
Can I take the spark plug from our car? Our
yeah.
trash can.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, I take our trash can spark plug.
Okay, you sort of disconnected from the trash can. Also, I just want to say that these names we have, Ash wanted to name it Final Race. Matrix wanted to name it Drain Hole Road. Dez wanted to name it Justice Junction, which I frickin' love. Brandy wanted to name it Rubber Scatter Wave or Jet Fuel Havoc, which I also love. Is the music overlapping? Is that true? It shouldn't be. I think it's just a wacky beat, is it not?
I think it's just a wacky.
I think it is wacky. I don't have any other sources that are playing right now, according to my computer. I think
it's just weird.
Wacky beat.
Just a wacky track.
Wacky track.
You like wacky. That
Okay,
should
so
be nothing.
I have spark plug.
It's just the one song. Yeah, you have the spark plug. You want to try and retrofit? You want to bring it to the mechanic? Something you want to do?
I'm gonna keep it.
Okay. What's your plan? I mean, talk amongst yourselves. You obviously, I mean, this has sparked some rage within you guys, right? Some action that you want to take against the Tanuki. They mentioned your families. They mentioned debts, right? Like, you got to do something here.
All right. I think we soup up our car so that it's even better than theirs.
Operation Spike.
So true.
Operation Spike.
Operation Spike, soup up our car, make it better than theirs. We're a better driver than them. We, at the first chance, fuck up their car.
Yep.
Because they're bad at driving anyway.
Do it with the lead pipe. You could smash their windshield.
Well, that's what the spark plug is for.
Oh, you're so right.
Oh
yeah, Andy.
Is there anything you guys want to do else throughout the week?
I want to spend some time digging through the trash and finding something dangerous to get them during the race.
All bearings.
Mitch, what about you?
Like to...
Okay, Periwinkle, you want to do that?
Yeah, I want to replace my box.
Okay. Mitch, what about you, my friend?
I don't have the grappling hook anymore, right?
No, you went out the front, unfortunately.
Yeah. All right. Move that. Let's see. Finding stuff, mechanic. Yeah, I guess just looking around in the various piles we have for anything. It could be dangerous. Could be something cool we could put on the car. Could be anything.
Flame decal, I understand.
Yeah, we gotta soup it up. Gotta make it look good.
Yeah.
Chat, you're right that there is more music, but there's no music source coming from anywhere. So I'm going to leave and rejoin the game real quick because that was weird. You were correct there. There was a second source, which was weird because it was in the same place. Anyway, sorry, Mitch, you were saying, what were you gonna do?
Just looking through the piles that's in our hideout to feel like something cool to put on the car, like another decal.
Well, Mitch, as a matter of fact, as you guys are doing this throughout the week, you come across a turbo rocket, which can be strapped to a car to add one to speed at any point. Periwinkle, you're digging as well, right? You now, no matter what sort of you take into battle here, you do actually find a fairly intact bucket of red paint, which, as we all know, when applied to a vehicle, adds 1 to speed because red is faster, which is very true.
Being said, I could also use it to inconvenience others.
True. Magpie, you don't find anything necessarily dangerous, but in the wrong hands, you did find a smoke bomb.
Perfect.
So that is what you guys. Can you swap locations? Yeah, I think I fixed it, right? I think we're good now. Okay, good. Okay, in that case, would you guys like to head over to the mechanic then, as you're sort of montaging for the rest of the week?
Hell yeah.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Let's do it.
You guys head to the mechanic that has been suggested by Magpie, which is going to be down, not down there, right here. And Magpie, you kind of lead them into this mechanic shop. This is also music that people might know. And as you sort of get in the mechanic shop, you can see that there's lots of like sparks everywhere. There's spare parts. It's like a very sort of busy mechanic shop, right? There's a couple of like chassis that are being worked on as we speak. And you see someone in like a full, I don't know, like a jumper, you know, like a big sort of one-piece like mechanic suit. I don't know what it's called. And they kind of like look up as you come in. They're kind of wearing big welding mask. And they, oh, that's right. Just a minute. And I know what chat voted for. So if you guys take a look at map phase 3, you will see your mechanic who is brought to you. And he kind of comes out. He is, in fact, a wombat, which actually takes a lot of you by surprise at first, because you kind of thought it was a birthright of wombats to join law. But this one is indeed a mechanic, according to chat.
What a guy.
Yeah, he kind of comes trucking out, and he wipes some of the grease, puts the welding mask down. All right, what can I do for you chaps? Anything you need fixing?
Wait a second.
Yes?
It didn't say on Raccoon Yelp that you were a wombat.
Oh.
How do we know you are not law?
No, I have lots of family in law, but myself, I prefer fixing cars rather than totaling them.
Family-in-law.
Okay.
Are you just
Okay.
You're just gonna have to trust me on this one if you want something fixed. That's the best I can do for you.
Fair.
But look, I mean,
Very
look at
well.
these paws. They look like they could hurt anyone, and he's a pretty pudgy, like cute-looking, you know, wombat. I mean, they're all kind of cute-looking, but he kind of like holds up. He's like, "Oh, look at me, I'm a little wombat," you know, just kind of dancing around a little bit. And he says, "Well, regardless, and understandably affected, what can I do for you? You look like racers, correct?"
We
Yeah.
Well, what do you need in here?
We wanna make our car good.
Tutu kind of ekes out. The mechanic says, "Yeah, all right. Let's see it then." Also, chat, can I have a name for this mechanic? You can just free ball it. Just send him in chat. Just give me a good name for this mechanic. You don't have to redeem. And he says, "All right, let's see the car."
We show the car.
You kind of tie in the little trash bin, and he kind of, oh my god, that is drivable?
Wait, I thought we were using our stolen car.
Yeah, are you taking the Tanuki or you taking the trash bin? Which one?
I thought we had the Tanuki.
I also thought we had the Tanuki
I
car.
thought we had Tanuki.
He
Tanuki.
oh my, sorry, I don't, are you part of, you know, when he kind of gestures towards the Tanuki symbols.
Nah, we stole this.
And how do I know that you stole this and aren't actually members of the Tanuki? And he looks you up and down. He goes, "My eyesight's not as good anymore."
You will just need
Are
to
you-
trust us.
Are you saying we all look the same? We're not even Tanuki, we're raccoons.
This again with the whole law thing and me being a part. It's just a tomato situation here.
Oh, that's racist.
It's exactly what you came to me with. Yes, I am throwing it back in your face. Yes, and
No,
he-
because you are the wombat of the law. Like we know you are.
we're
wombat.
not all
We're not
part
even
of law.
Tanuki.
And he kind of like punches his fist down on the thing, and he says, "Look, stolen or not, it's kind of hard to work on Tanuki parts because they're all kind of manufactured by the same people, kind of flown in from overseas. It's a bit tough to get your hands on, and they're not even that good. They're just kind of stylish."
All right, then what can
better?
we do to make it good?
Well, tell you what. Do you have any connections with anyone that I might know? Any favors owed or anything like that?
We have some friends.
Any names or...
Friend.
Perhaps you know my brother. His name is Pierre.
Does he speak with a funny accent like you do?
We.
My sibling as well.
I believe I did know Pierre.
months ago. He stopped coming around to the mechanic shop after a while, but yeah, I don't have any repertoire with him. Why do you?
He's my brother.
Well, so yeah, you might not be in good terms, but that's fine. And anyone else?
We know Blueberry. He's pretty cool.
Oh, the big burly chap with the tattoos.
Yeah!
Yeah, I haven't heard from him the past couple days.
No.
Is he doing all right?
Well,
so.
He's one of my best customers.
Well, okay. Well, let's get into it. The Tanuki caused this whole big issue at this party that Blueberry was at with us, and we were having a great time with Blueberry. Tanuki caused a problem. Law showed up. Blueberry, we lost track of him. We don't know where he is, but the Tanuki are behind everything, and we are trying to unseat, fuck up the Tanuki so that we can save our friends. We can save our family, because that's what it's all about.
He kind of looks you up and down and he says, huh. Well, there is no stat for telling the truth as a raccoon, so I'm just gonna have to take your word for it. I guess, that checks out. Tell me, if you could make sure that Blueberry is okay, he's actually a distant cousin of mine, and I too care about family. Then I will help you in this endeavor. I in fact have a couple of things I'm working on that might interest you.
Yes.
Okay. Well, in that case, and he kind of shows you around to the back of his workshop where you can see he's working on a whole bunch of cars right now. And there's a whole, slew of chassis and things like that. But the ones that sort of catch your eye, it looks like there's a child's, race car bed that's being modified to be an actual race car.
I love it.
Which is one of those big wooden red race car beds with the pillows still intact, but added a giant V8 engine in the front and several exhaust ports in the back. Next to that, there's another sort of vehicle that's being built that just looks like a jet ski that belongs on the water, but has been modified to also work on land. Which is kind of interesting. And finally, maybe the weirdest one, it looks like a green refrigerator has been gutted and wires and wheels and axles have been tapered through it as well. Yeah, of course, the mechanic's name, he says, oh, my apologies. My name is Wally. You can call me Wally the Wombat.
Hi.
Ah, it's nice to meet you.
Hi, Wally. Nice to meet you.
Normally, I'd sort of, I'd give you a choice here between these three chassis, but I'm getting word in my ear from the other mechanics that actually the only one that I can give you under these circumstances is the child's race car bed. Does that, I think I could soup this up better than a Tanuki mobile by the end of the week, and then you could use that to beat those scum and save your friends.
Sounds good. We'll deliver Blueberry to you.
All right. In that case, let me work and I'll have this done to you by the end of the week. I'll have it delivered where exactly?
LAX.
Oh, straight to the airport then. Oh, okay. All right. In that case, I bid you adieu. He kind of does a little salute. And he goes to town on work in the car. He's just a mechanic's mechanic, he's a great guy. Will this race car bed even support Blueberry's weight? Does it matter? And you guys, you sort of leave, you go off and do the rest of your stuff for the week. Time flies, you all sort of gear up montage style. And then it's time for the final race of the night. Prepare, chat, because if you have any points left over, this is the time. This is the time to use it.
You gotta get into position.
Yeah, you really do. A week, nice. A week has gone by faster than you would have imagined as you rock up onto the trash bin cup. You take the Tanuki mobile just as a grain of salt against their clan, and you just drive it straight up to the cup, which is just fantastic. All right, prepare yourselves. Oh my God, Brandy, I'll have to weave that one in somehow. I do need the next poll as well, D, if you haven't already done it. That is an important one for us. Let me
sure we are still commissioned. Yeah, we're good. Okay. So this final race takes place in the decommissioned airstrip, which is, I believe it was Jet Fuel Havoc is the name of the final race, which I think is fantastic. And you guys are sort of approaching the place. You drive up with the Tanuki car, which is real good. Not quite that one, D. It's the I need the poll result from the poll right above that. But yes, thank you. That is the name of it. So you guys drive up, stunting, and wildly, you're not alone. You sort of pull up, and there's actually other people here at the track, which is kind of crazy. The first thing that you notice is Drift Punk's car is here. Kind of a given, as they seem to be working with the Tanuki. It's a bit gray in that area right now, which is kind of... Thank you, Celtic, for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good sleep. Have a good sleep. I big appreciate it. And so Drift Punk's car is there. In addition to that, you see a really sleek, professional-looking, like, NASCAR car. All in green with, like, sponsored stickers all up and down the side of brands you guys have never heard before. And that's, like, quite far off the tarmac right now. It's just kind of over yonder in a different direction. Now, you don't actually see another Tanuki mobile anywhere. As a matter of fact, you see something very different. And this starts to get your blood pumping. So let's head over to the Trash Bin Cup. Okay. Here we go. Let me just do this real quick. There we go. Okay, that's where we are. Okay. It's another musical piece that is one of my faves. So, you guys approach, and as you kind of step out of your car and go to sort of approach the tarmac, you see that there are a couple of Tanuki that are kind of like walking around. None of them look like to be in racing attire, though. They're just sort of generally around the area. You also don't see any trash representatives anywhere. It doesn't look like there's any, which is not a good sign for you guys. And as you kind of approach, there's this other car that's like a blue kind of sports car. Nothing you've seen before. Not in any of the previous races, nothing like that, so. So, as you get a little closer, you see stepping out of the car, not Tanuki, not raccoons, but wildly, if we open up our tactical mode and go to the first map, hedgehogs. One of the fastest animals alive, of course, as you all know. Oh boy, thank you, chat, for those votes. As they step out, you see one of them is kind of dressed and painted in blue, another in yellow, and another in red. As they all are legally distinct hedgehogs that step out of this car. And as they all kind of like come out onto the tarmac, they are shorter than you, but they come to kind of like size you up a little bit as you're walking onto the pit. And the blue one kind of leads in and goes, "What kind of rabble do we have here?"
What are you, a rat?
Rat, that's a good one. You won't be saying that when you're eating our dust. And you see the little blue hedgehog kind of like reach up, and the bigger red hedgehog kind of gives him a fist bump on the side. And he's like, "Yeah, that's right, I'm Cinco. What's going on?"
I poke Cinco in the forehead. And he try to knock him over a little bit.
Wow. Watch the racing quills, lady. What the heck? Are you here to race or aren't you?
I don't even know who you are.
You don't know who we are? Are you kidding me? We're the hedgehogs. Everyone knows who we are, and he kind of looks at each other. You do, of course, now as you're peering at their car, there is the Tanuki clan symbol plastered all over their car. And Cinco kind of nudges the yellow one and goes, "You hear that, Fails? They have no idea who we are." And Fails kind of goes, "Well, I don't know. Do you know who they are, Kneecaps?" And the red one kind of, "No, I don't think I've seen them before, but I think these are the ones the boss told us to watch out for." And Cinco kind of nudges him in the stomach. And he's like, "Oh, I mean the ones to not watch out for." They all just kind of look at you like vaguely smiling. And the blue one kind of picks up again and goes, "So, You still rocking that ratty thing over there? And kind of points to the Tanuki mobile.
They just rub it.
Oh, you cut out Quartz.
Oh, yeah, no, I just said we just brought this to rub it in.
Well, it's no quills off our back, you know what I'm saying? Haha, you gotta go quick! Am I right? And you can see...
Little man.
I don't like
What are
these
you
small
saying?
children.
They kind of look up at you, they kind of start running circles. And they said, oh, well, we'll smell you on the tarmac. That is, if you can keep up. Haha, city escape! And they all just kind of like go and jump back into their car. And they just kind of drive off to where the starting line is. But as this happens, you see a brand spanking new car. A lovely red sports car that is made out of a children's bed, souped up to the nines. It's like something out of Back to the Future. It just kind of like comes in rolling up. It's got the flame decal, Shannon. It's got everything. There's balloons tied to the back of it. It's just, it is insane. Mitch, I don't know if you want to retroactively have added that rocket via the mechanic, if that's something you wanted to do. No, okay. And sure enough...
Right?
What'd you say?
Already red, right?
Yeah,
the fastest color?
It is the fastest color, yeah. Which is crazy. And sure enough, yeah, you guys kind of sidle up and Wally steps out and he says, all right, I'm sorry I'm a bit late, but it looks like the race hasn't started yet, which is good. And here she is, the raccoon racer.
She's beautiful.
I would say so. I put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this, so best of luck on the race against... Well, it doesn't look like Tanuki are racing. Were those chipmunks that I just saw?
I think they're rats.
Yeah, something along those lines. Well, I know that Tanuki are traditionally very bad at racing. I don't know about those rats, so I guess keep your guard up, okay?
Yeah.
You got it.
All right. He kind of steps back. And at this, you see Tom Nuki step out on the field, and he is, of course, surrounded by bodyguards. And he kind of, like, looks over to you, and he says, well, I was kind of hoping you wouldn't show, but it just makes it a whole lot more interesting, wouldn't you say?
I spit at his feet again. I spit on him again.
I spit too.
That's disgusting, Jesus Christ. Look, all we're gonna do is we're gonna go out there, you're gonna have a nice little race, and when we win, you're gonna forget any of this ever happened, you're gonna go back home to wherever holes you crawled out of, you croons.
Your head with a rock.
I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. And by the way, I didn't remember saying you could bring any backup, and he sort of gestures to the green NASCAR that's off to the side.
We have never seen that before in our lives.
And
You don't tell us what to do.
That's not one of mine. That's not one of yours?
You think we know anyone else?
Well, we do.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Whoa. We have friends.
We have friends, but not in this context.
Right. Okay. Anyway, racers, take your positions. Let's get this race underway. For all of street racing kind. And he kind of he backs away and goes to like the starting area. Anything you guys want to do before you start? This is you have to come together on a single brainwave here in this final race.
All right. We need someone to man the brake and the gas, and then we'll have to rely on each other with the steering wheel to share. Like my sibling always said, it takes a village to drive a car. So, who is braking and who is accelerating and who will all help steer? Steer.
2.
I will brake.
Okay.
I can accelerate.
And we'll
We
say
know.
whether we need more
Yep.
or less accelerators.
Yes.
You got it.
So,
Agreed.
primary breaker, primary accelerator. We need secondaries. Secondary
I'll be secondary breaker.
breaker, so secondary accelerator.
We.
All right. And steering. Primary
us are-
left. primary. We'll have to have primary. I am 1 on left.
Be 1 on right.
Okay.
You good?
2 on right. 2 on right, I guess.
Okay. 2.
It's a good
And we'll
plan.
just go around.
Look at them using their brains, chat. They figured it out.
Okay.
Single brain cell.
Yep.
So we'll decide how much turn, break, speed, and we all have our numbers for each action.
They do need 3 for a right angle, yes. If they want to get away with it, they can try and pull off some sweet drifting, but otherwise, yes, they will need 3 turns for a right angle.
All right, I'm primary right. Secondary right is Cornelius, and tertiary right is Magpie. And then the reverse would be primary left is Periwinkle.
Well, wait, shouldn't it be the people who are primary steering are not primary acceleration and brake?
True.
So since you and I are on acceleration and brake, Magpie and Cornelius are primary steering.
So true.
Yeah, I'll be primary right then.
And I'll be secondary
left.
right.
Okay.
I'll be primary left.
2-2 can be secondary left. Okay, sounds good. Okay. In that case, you sidle up into, I am jamming out, yeah. This is one of my favorite tracks from Persona 5 of all time. It is so freaking good. Alright. You guys get in your cars, and you just all kind of wait. The green racer kind of pulls up as well. Drift Punk is in the race for some reason, and so are the hedgehogs behind you, in the starting positions. And you hear, Tom Nuki step up with a megaphone and go, "All right, racers, listen up. This race is only going to be 1 lap long, seeing as there's no trash representatives. So the first person to make it all the way around the outskirts wins. You can dive in and out for shortcuts, but you cannot cross from the inside to the outside finish. Hope I make myself clear. You wouldn't want to be disqualified." And he shuts off the megaphone. Okay.
I'm real quick. I'm secondary left.
Yes. As far as
Secondary
I've
right.
been told, yeah.
Okay, I was just double checking.
I wrote
Okay.
it down.
Fuck
Chat,
me.
are we ready? Are we ready, chat? Can we
Yes.
see some wiggles and pogs, please? Because this is the final race of the night. And sure enough, you watch as Tom kind of steps up on a little podium, kind of waves 1 flag, 2 flags, and initiative has begun. Okay. In this case, of course, we will always let the croons go first. So, croons, your speed is starting at 0. But thank you for the emotes. But right off the bat, we have got a turbo from chat. So you will be able to automatically add 1 speed to your total here. So what else are we doing? You do have to relatively stick to the road on this one. You can't go off into the abyss because there is nothing there. You can go inwards technically, but yeah. Okay. You guys know what you're doing? Relatively.
Yeah, I mean, can you guys see the tokens or no?
No.
Okay,
No.
I'll just
Again.
look on stream.
Yeah.
It like it'll like kick in a little
Don't
bit.
kick in like halfway through. It's fine.
Yeah.
Badge. Okay.
Okay.
All right. In that case, are you guys ready?
Wait,
so.
I need to look at us.
Yeah, which way are we headed?
Right
Yeah.
now, you will be
Now?
heading. You will be heading just down, which is straight for you guys. You then have to turn right if you want to hit this angle. But that's only a 30-degree turn. That's not a very hard turn.
Is that a 1-person turn, 30 degrees?
Yep, 1 person is 30 degrees.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so I would say we might need speed and 1 turn by the primary right.
Okay. On the count of 3, look at this development. 1, 2, 3. Let's put him in. Let's put him in. All right, we have a swerve to the right, a pedal to the metal, a pedal to the metal, and a pedal to the metal. That's a lot of speed,
Can we
guys.
hold our actions?
We're going for
You
it.
cannot hold your actions unless you have
Okay.
gel or a salty jawbreaker. There are ways to do it, but you need a special item to do so.
Okay.
So the first car, you will turn, and then you will go 1, 2, 3, and 4, which, of course, you can't actually leave the track right here, so instead, you go 1, 2, and you just kind of hit the wall as a glancing blow, because you're not coming on full speed. So right now, you will take 2 points of damage, which I will mark on the... oh, you actually have already. Okay, you have 8 HP left. That is your go, as you cannot drive further in this direction. The wall is preventing you from turning. Okay, in that case, the hedgehogs are up next, and they go 1, 2, 3, and pass you on 4. Drift Punk stays behind you, and the Green Racer also stays behind you. All right, Croons, back to you.
All right.
Talk for a minute if you need to.
I think less speed. So
Or right?
more left?
Yeah, now you'll have to go left.
Yeah,
Okay.
Well,
because it's like yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
We feeling it, Mr. Krabs?
I'm
we're
feeling
feeling
it,
it,
Mr. Krabs.
I
All right.
think-
Mr. Krabs.
1, 2.
Oh, wait. My thing is lagging.
That's okay. This is
Please
it.
let me click there. All right, there we go.
1, 2, 3. Go for it. Periwinkle veers to the left. A brakes from Tutu. A right from Cornelius, and a brakes. Well, you guys do reduce your speed by 2, so you're now going 2 speed instead of 4 speed, which is good, but unfortunately you are still trying to go in this direction. Luckily, you're already up against the wall, so the momentum of you just revving the engine does move you forward by 1 tile, which I will show in just a second. But you didn't turn, so you're still kind of going against the bunker right now. We have the hedgehogs will go 1, 2, 3. You guys are now here. The Green Racer goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And Drift Punk stays behind you. All right, Croons. It looked like a strong start, but now things are getting a bit messy. What are you going to do?
Accelerate. We need more speed right now.
Yeah, more speed.
We need to turn.
I will say,
And-
with the
oh, right.
embankment, just to tell you, you guys are facing full south right now. You're kind of corrected yourselves by running into the embankment. So you're full south. You need to turn 30 degrees to make that curve, and then 30 back to make the other curve. But obviously, you can't do that in one turn, because you turn left and right, and it does both, so, yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna turn right.
What are you gonna do?
Okay.
You ready?
More speed and 1 right.
Oh, no.
turn
I will
It's
just...
left right now, not right.
What'd you say?
We're supposed to go left right now.
Yep, left first, yeah, is
Yes.
where that
Oh.
curve is. Okay, on the count of 3 then. 1, 2, and 3. We get. That is... Magpie, you did another speed, is that what that is? Pedal to the metal,
Yes.
brakes, and pedal to the metal. No one has turned.
What happened to the turning?
And you increase your speed from 2 up to 5, plus a turbo from chat equals 6, but it then minuses because the brakes back down to 5. By sheer scraping, you guys pass 2 tiles at this point, and you're now finally facing downwards again. It could have been more with a better turn, but it is what it is. And we will go into the hedgehogs, which only move 2 this turn, and the Green Racer storms ahead up to here. Drift Punk stays behind you. Now, I will say, with a dastardly bubblegum in chat, accelerating now takes 2 croons to activate it once. So if you want to accelerate in the future, it's going to take 2 of you to accelerate. That is for now. All right. Talk.
Racer just for 1 turn.
Yeah. It's for 1 action. Yeah, it's for 1 action.
Okay.
It's not looking great, team.
I have a plan, but we
So-
need to get in front of the people in front of us.
It's how racing goes.
I
It's true.
think
It's true.
that's the plan.
All right. So we have to
I-
turn right.
Right now, you're actually going straight again. You're just going straight on the path.
Right, but then we'll have to turn right.
You can go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, technically, all the way down here without turning. There's like a couple of minuscule
can.
things, but you don't have to make 30-degree turns for that.
Oh, okay. Okay, well,
Um,
turn right is enough.
Yeah, you can try to cut a little on the inside like Tom suggested, but you have to wonder why he suggested that.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess the question is, do we want to go all the way down, or do we want to take that turn to go on that one inside piece to get ahead?
Don't trust cutting through.
No.
Yeah, me too.
Not with how the Tanuki play dirty. I think we just go all the way down. We're at a 5 speed right now.
5 speed.
Going, get it, 7 speed would guess all the way down without hitting the wall. So just everyone accelerate, because it takes 2 people to accelerate once right now.
Don't we have a
True.
turbo?
For this round, you don't for this. It was just for 1 round. Your
Okay.
speed has gone up by 1, so.
Okay.
Technically, Quartz is
So
right.
just everyone accelerate.
All right. 1,
That's the plan.
2, and 3.
Oh, wait.
Go for it. Waiting for Periwinkle.
lagging.
That's okay. With some quick thinking from Periwinkle and you all working in tandem, you all press on the... Where does this bubble gum keep coming from? As you all press on the pedal and there's gum underneath the gas pedal. You have no idea where it's come from at this point. But sure enough, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The danger now is you're going super fast, but you have made up for lost ground. The green racer, of course, as well. 1 cuts you on the inside. 2, 3. The hedgehogs actually stayed behind you, and you can hear some squeaks coming from behind your car. Drift Punk only makes it up to here. Okay.
Right.
Good job, Croons. You are going super fast.
I have a plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, can
I
I-
just want to get past the green racer because I have an idea. Actually, I could also use it on the hedgehogs. I don't mind I'm gonna use it on the hedgehogs, actually. I have a plan.
we don't know that the green racer's bad, so I'm
No,
gonna.
exactly. I'm gonna use this plan on the hedgehogs.
Okay. So we need some turning, and we need some braking.
It's true.
So
Free right to turn
I'm-
at a 90 degree right now, which is what we need.
I'm
Well,
a primary
without a
braker.
glancing blow, you would need. If you... I won't give you, but I mean, you could make the turn with a 60 degree, but you will take some damage. But if you want to keep this, that's your call, right? Like, you can make it with 60, but you will take damage. But it's your call.
We'd have to take that little, like, thing. We'd have to slow down, because we'd have to take that little thing up, and we don't want to hit that wall.
What's it gonna be, guys? You ready?
I think 3 of us have to make a. Is it right turn?
It's
a
right,
right
yeah.
turn.
Okay.
I'm secondary
Three
right,
writers
so I
and
do that.
breaker.
Okay.
Primary and secondary right shot. And then
Look at the
the
picture.
last 2 of you have to share a brain cell.
Okay. All right. On 3. That is 1, 2, and 3. All right. We have a right, a break, a right, and a break. Okay. Well, you remove your speed down to 5, as you are currently right here. You make a 60-degree right turn, which isn't bad. You take a little glancing blow, but you are kind of okay. I'm only going to lose 1 HP for that because I think that's barely a glancing blow, as you just kind of nick the bumper. It'll bring that back down to this. This should be 10. Okay. And your speed was brought down to 5, right, from 7? Sorry, where? So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's it, right? Yep. All right. The green racer is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're gaining on the green racer. And the hedgehogs behind you go 1, 2, 3. Not a great start for the hedgehogs. Drift Punk goes 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Back to you, Croons. You're almost halfway.
My
Alright.
stream to catch up so I can see where everyone is.
I've got
Alright, I want to use my plan on the hedgehogs this time, and that plan involves a bucket of red paint.
Oh my god. Okay.
So I trust you guys for this one.
2-2, Cornelius,
Right.
Magpie, any thoughts?
Okay, so then we have to go straight, and then we have to take a right.
Yeah. Well, where you are, you could risk not hitting the bunker by doing a 30-degree to the right, but then, yeah, it's a little tricky. You could just go straight. You might not glance it, and, you know, potentially sort of make it into eventually where you'd have to turn right, yes.
What is their speed right now?
Your speed right now is 5.
All right. Okay.
So, my idea at some point, it could do it now, but could wait, is to put the thruster, say, on the green one, and like, hit that shit so they're just going straight and they have no choice
Oh
but
my
to, like,
god.
not turn.
Kill
I don't
someone
wanna-
doing that.
I don't want to fuck up the Green Racer because we don't know, like, they're not with the Tanukis.
Okay.
We
But
also
they are
want-
trying to win.
We also want to win.
Yeah.
But I could save it for us because we have that big stretch coming out on the left-hand side.
It's a big
I
straight.
just save it for that. I'll just save it. So what are we doing? Are we going like?
We have 5
One-
speed right now.
Yep. So
Primary
1,
breaker.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, the primary right person can take that, and I think we'd be okay.
Okay. On the count of 3.
And then the rest of us will just accelerate.
I think so.
I want to use my paint plan.
Yeah. All right.
A rider, 2 breakers, and a paint plan.
And the paint plan.
All right. In that case, on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. All right. We have some lovely right swerve, which is nice. You'll get around that corner neatly. A brake slam, another brake slam, so you're down to 3. And creative with an item, which I'll say after the 30-degree, you can make it 1, 2, and 3. You're cutting the corner super tight because of your 30 degrees, but I'll say you're on the inside of the corner. But you're there. That was a good call, guys. Very well done. And your item, Madam Periwinkle.
We are in front of. Oh, are we in front of the Green Racer now?
Well, they haven't taken their turn. I'll do them first if you want.
No. This involves us passing them.
Technically, they're still in front of you. We're taking a race in turns. You know what I mean? You haven't
Okay.
actually passed them yet.
Okay, in that case, I will do this to the hedgehogs then.
Okay.
I'm gonna lean out the side of the car with my paint bucket
Yeah, you are.
and just chuck it so that paint splatters on their windshield.
You do.
And
You-
the bucket like hits the windshield.
Yeah, you just kind of like empty it and then throw the bucket for good measure. As you watch it just actually go ahead and roll me an alacrity check.
Lucky. I still have lucky.
You do still have lucky. That is true.
Please.
Oh, uh-oh.
I literally cannot see what I'm rolling right
It's
now.
okay. It does not look good unless you got highs and lows. You got 1 success,
I got 1 success.
which is enough for this action.
Yes.
As you take the red paint bucket, you just you kind of and you watch as up against the windshield behind you of the hedgehogs just splatters all over. You watch them kind of start to swerve left and right, which is ridiculous. And sure enough, the bucket hits the windshield as well, and you hear it, ouch, come from back there. Okay, in that case, we have the Green Racer go 1. You watch, as even though she's in front of you technically, it is the smoothest drift you've seen in your life. Just butter through the turn as it just keeps going. And you watch as they actually don't try to make the next turn, and they just keep going straight. As for the hedgehogs, they go 1, 2, and they actually swerve off course with the red paint. Yes, 2-2.
Do I recognize that drift?
No, you do not. It's a good question, though, but no, you do not. Drift Punk goes this way, and then, seemingly, if I can click the button. It's the wrong button, isn't it? Driftpunk sort of nips into where the shorter section of the race would be and disappears. I'll just move them off the track for now. Okay. All right. Croons, you're doing good. You gotta make a sharp turn here, and then you have to decide whether or not you're taking the inner shortcut.
Well,
I think
Your current speed is 3, by the way.
yeah, I think we might need to take that shortcut.
Please see the
Can
token
we
box.
see the green racer like
Yep.
up ahead, also seemingly going to
Yes.
take it?
Exactly.
I think
Should we
need to
just
take-
follow her?
I think we do.
All right.
Okay, so what's our plan of attack? We need to take a turn and then we can just go straight and accelerate.
Yep, that is right. I will say it doesn't have to
Okay.
be as harsh as a 90 degree because you're already kind of turned in, so a 60 degree would be okay, or a 30 degree if you want to go wide. And then you don't
right?
have to. Yep, to the right. Yeah. All right.
Okay, let's do the primary and secondary right, and then the other two of us will accelerate.
You can hope. All right, on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh.
Let's see it. That is a right, accelerate. Good job. Sure enough, you guys go enough to the right, and bringing your speed back up to 5 does bring you 1, 2, 3. Again, you're kind of going at a straight angle at this point. And now you hit the ridge right here, and you take a glancing blow as you are careened 1 to the left right there instead of 2. And you take 2 more damage.
I think Randy also did a turbo.
There was another turbo as well, which does add to the speed, but you did hit the glancing blow, so won't do anything right now. All right, in that case, the green racer, 1, 2, 3, and just kind of slows down right there. The hedgehogs take a second, and you can hear their engines start revving again, but you don't know how far behind they are. Okay. Back to you guys. You're more than halfway through now.
Okay. What's that thing on the road? Is it just an arch?
Yeah, it's an arch. Yeah, you go under it.
Okay. So it looks like we just need to go straight and then take a not sharp. Whatever's the opposite of sharp. Just one turn to the right.
1 turn to the right.
Which I
So
remind
let's
you
do
that,
our-
that the right turn does happen before the speed does. Just so you know. Turning always happens before acceleration.
Gotcha.
Which is why it's always safer to go slower, because you can obviously control a lot easier when you turn, move. But how are you going to win a race if your speed is 1, right? Alright. You guys have anything? You gotta keep it moving.
I guess.
Gotta go fast. That's my plan.
You have 5 health left on this car.
Gotta go slow is my plan.
Alright.
So what's our current speed?
Your current speed is at a 4.
At 4. Okay, so maybe
I gotta go fast.
yeah, let's do like primary speed.
Yep.
Secondary speed. We'll just do it twice.
No. Don't do it twice.
That'll be
Don't-
6
Okay.
speed.
I just saw what happened in chat.
Oh,
Don't
okay.
do it twice.
Randy just added another turbo. You're now at 5 speed.
Yeah.
Okay. So maybe do we want to slow down a little bit or tricky.
The primary right. Let's do slow down, and then
Slow down.
we can do slow down again. Or we could do accelerate.
I think we do 2 slow downs. 1 right. And then I don't really know what else.
You guys
Let's do
gotta,
accelerate.
you just gotta be in sync. All right,
Yep.
on the count of 3, we gotta keep it going. 1,
Yep.
2, and 3. Let's see you get out of this, guys. Come on. right, brake, brake, brake! Honestly, pretty safe, guys. As you begin to swerve to the right, it doesn't mess up any clinks or anything like that. As your speed is moved down to 2 as you go 1 and 2, and you drift into the area as you've only started with a 30-degree angle on 2 speed, which is great. Good job, guys. You watch as the green racer does a 90-degree turn, 1, and then drifts up this way. The hedgehogs are coming down here. Now, where you guys are, you suddenly see Drift Punk once again. That had, up until now, disappeared from the race. Which I will sort of move back onto the battlefield here. I will get the little show icon. Hello? Yep, there we go. You actually see them over here. With a nice little sort of shot where they are. And you hear on a megaphone, "Oi, what are you doing? Take 'em out!" And sure enough, one of the members of Drift Punk climbs out of the window while the car is still kind of moving slightly. And they hold a giant RPG on their shoulder. And you watch as they kind of like steadily aim it in your general direction and fire. And you watch this rocket careen through the air. Who was the last person to steer? Cornelius, I'm gonna need an alacrity check to see if you can swerve out of the way of this missile.
Alright.
I will get to it. I'll get to it.
2 successes.
You found, by the way, left to you in the car as you're kind of panicking at this point, there's another bucket of red paint, and there's another rocket. Just left underneath the seat of this brand new car, I guess. Just so you know. What did you get, Mitch? How many successes?
2.
2. 2 is enough. Barely. As you swerve out of the way of this missile as it collides into the ground and makes a giant explosion near you. And you kind of like swerve a little bit, but you kind of keep your composure. And you look over to see the Drift Punk car that just fired a missile. And a wild sight betakes you. As you watch it, they're still kind of like cruising along the middle right now. The person who's still driving the car cuts the wheel hard right. And the Drift Punk member that is standing sort of with the rocket launcher falls out of the window. And is just like jerked forward onto the pavement. And as they hit the pavement, they explode. And you watch as their whole body explodes into various machina and metal pieces. And their motorcycle helmet just kind of like rolls and skids to a stop on the pavement. They're like bionic arms and everything. You can see they were androids. And it's just completely torn asunder on the battlefield. You don't know what the heck just happened. They shot a missile at you, there was a swerve, and now one of them is dead on the battlefield. The twists. It's back to you, Croons. You're bringing home this race. What are you gonna do? You gonna stay on the inside? Or you going back out?
So
I
where
think
does it end?
Hard turn right, and then and accelerate. So left, so 90 degree, and then accelerate.
Mitch, what did you ask? Sorry.
Where does it end specifically on the map?
It's up here where I'll bring Drift Punk up there, but it's where you guys started at the very top right.
Okay. So do we want to go 90 left and go up, or should we go up a little bit more and then do that left later on, right in the middle?
No, I think we do the left here.
You want to cut on the outside? It's up to you guys. This is it.
I can gotta go fast if you guys want a hard left.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Okay. All right. Well, go ahead on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's see it. That is a left, 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 90 degrees. Your speed, what was your speed? It was 2, right?
Yeah, it's 2.
So that is turn 1, 2. Well, you make the 90 degrees, I guess, is 1, 2, 3. You now need to go very hard to the right. The green racer continues taking off into the front. Hedgehog's coming around. Okay. At this, you kind of hear a commotion of like what the actual heck is going on. You see that Drift Punk has now parked in the middle of the road. One of them has been dismantled by the street. The other one kind of steps out, and they're currently salvaging around for the rocket launcher that's on the ground. But that is going to be their whole turn. All right, you guys, bring it home.
Okay, so we have to make a hard right.
and accelerate.
Okay.
So I can gotta go fast again if you guys all want a hard right.
On the count of 3.
Sounds good.
1, 2, 3. There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're starting to gain on the green racer again as she drifts around the corner here. Drift Punk stays there. The hedgehogs are covered up in the middle. At this point, the remaining Drift Punk person has picked up the rocket launcher and is kind of looking around at both of you kind of on the far side of the track. And you watch as they turn towards the hedgehogs. As they kind of like move the thing over. And they just kind of like ready and they let loose a missile. And I will go ahead and... Oh, that doesn't look good for them. It's not enough. They watch as the missile doesn't quite hit their car, but hits close enough to send them spinning off of the road, completely out of action. You just watch as they kind of off the edge and are just brought over into the grass over here, trying to swerve out of the way of the explosion. You don't know what's going on anymore at this point. All right. Unless you guys want anything to talk about, you got another 3.
More time.
Yeah.
I guess.
Get us up to a 5.
All right. You got a
only
hard
have-
turn.
We can try to drift it.
So we have to be going slow to drift.
Slow certainly helps.
But if we
What's
do, if we do 2 rights and 1 left, then that might work, right?
You could try.
So I'll do the left if we could get 2 rights and an accelerate.
Yeah, primary right, secondary right, primary left.
I'm secondary right, but I'm accelerating.
Okay, so then, gotcha.
All right.
Yeah.
Vicky and I will go right.
All right. On the count of 3. 1, 2, and 3. Bring it home, guys. Bring it home.
I think my drift logic is sound,
I think it is.
as someone who has never drifted before.
That is 2 to the right, 1 to the left, and a pedal to the metal. You do your best. You gain 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You do a drift. You do take a glancing blow of 1 damage. It's not as clean as you want, but it is good. So I will.
But it is something.
Yeah. It is. You guys are neck and neck now. As the green driver is only 1 tile ahead of you. Okay.
Oh, I have an idea.
Yeah. What's it gonna be?
I have smoke bomb. Can I throw it into her window?
Well, all her windows are closed, but you can throw it at her car. I don't.
Wait.
Yeah.
Wait. Is there order operations to actions?
Yeah. Every time. Break always happens first, then left, and then right, and then item.
No, like object.
Nope. It's up to you guys. You can decide.
Okay. I do object first. I break her back windshield with my spark plug. And then you throw the
my
smoke
God.
bomb into the car.
That's what
And
you guys
then
want to do.
the other 2, I don't know if we want to accelerate more and get ahead of her.
Maybe
But we don't
take-
have that much leeway before we have to take another turn.
Yeah, so maybe a
Play
little
it safe and do
little
the
break.
60-degree right. So me and Mitch are turning right, and then you 2 do items.
Okay.
Right? Right?
Okay. Let's go for it. On the count of 3.
So, yeah.
1, 2, 3. Let's see it. The rockets are still there. Yes, they still have them. All right. How'd we do? We have 2 items and 2 swerves to the right, of course. We still have a 5 speed. You turn a little bit early because you're not quite where you want to be yet, but I'll let the items go as the turning happens. What would you 2 like to do? Exactly what you said. Throw the spark plug and then throw a smoke bomb.
Yeah, and the spark plug will completely shatter the last fun text.
Then alacrity check from both of you.
Okay.
You don't need a lot. You're very close. We're choosing violence against this unknown green racer. Yeah, they're a good racer, too. Let's see it. Uh-oh. How we looking?
2 successes.
2? Magpie?
I got 2.
That's what you needed! Let's go! Sure enough, Tutu, you watch as Tutu kind of steps out of the side of the race car bed. And I guess you don't really have a roof. And you guys take the spark plug, and Tutu, you just through the air as it whistles, as it kind of, you know, flies through. Back of the windshield of this NASCAR car just shatters as it goes up against the back of it. No sooner does Magpie just kind of flick the top of the smoke bomb and yay! Right into the back of the car as well. Not 3 seconds go by before you hear a pop, and then smoke. Psh. Now the issue is the smoke is billowing out of the back of the car into you guys, but it is also sort of clouding up their car as well, as it's now coming out of the broken hole in the back of their windscreen.
The smoke bomb had a bunch of forward momentum from being thrown from a moving car.
Yeah, but you're both moving at the same interval, so it's kind of like a nice little toss that it just kind of, whoop, it's like between train cars, right? It's not really, it's just a woo that you guys are going. So, and you swerve to the right at 5 speed, so you a little early, but you go 1, 2, 3, 4. If you can finish this slalom, you may win this race. As the green driver as well, sort of 1, 2, only 3 as you cut ahead of the smoke. This could be your last go.
I want you guys to do the left swerve. I want to use the second can of red paint. Same way as the first time.
Oh my god.
I like my red paint cans.
Evidently so.
Okay, I think we need a
turn.
Yeah, it's a left.
Yeah, I think we need like a left and a right.
Unfortunately,
Like
if you do them at the same time, though, nothing's gonna
not
happen.
in the same turn.
Yeah, you can't do them in the same turn.
You know, wait, what's our car's damage at currently?
You currently have 4 health left. You could take another glancing blow at 5 speed, but you couldn't take a full blow at 5 speed.
We could take a glancing at 5 speed.
Yep.
Okay, so just a little cheeky left, and
Just
then
a cheeky left and just coast into the finish.
we could try it.
We could try it.
Okay, so I'll do the primary left.
We only need 1.
So we're gonna do 1. Okay.
That's 30 degrees if you want to coast into. You're gonna use it as like a marble on a racetrack. You're gonna hit the wall to go into the finish.
Use the paint can again, I think.
Very cool. Use the paint can.
Paint can.
Is it 2 breaks? Or what?
What's
No
our
break.
speed right now?
Your speed is
It's
5.
Well, we can't hold action, so we have to do something.
So if we want to maintain 5 speed, can we just do brake and then accelerate, and then I'll just
Yeah.
You could, yeah.
negate it?
Yeah.
All right.
I'm primary maker.
On the count of 3. 1,
Ready?
2, 3. That is item, brake, pedal, and left. Are you gonna red paint, Quartz?
Absolutely am. That's getting chucked.
And this poor racer, you just coat with red paint. The can off the windshield as well. They kind of start swerving a little bit. And sure enough, you do take 2 damage of a glancing blow, because with just a mini left, you hit this pretty hard on. And you careen across the finish line, Croons. You have successfully bested the final race, the jet fuel turbo circuit. Which is, can we get some applause, some claps in chat, of course. Wow. You immediately come to a halt as well. I'm just gonna fast track this so we're not here all night. And as you do, you kind of like skid the car up to the side. there's this massive celebration between the four of you as you're kind of like, did we do it? And you all kind of look between each other, and you did, in fact, you became a unit tonight, as all of you just kind of look at each other, and you won. You won. You step out of your vehicle, the little race car bed, which is looking really worse for what Wally is not going to be happy about this. Well, you guys are going to have a premium on this car right now, which is very true, so.
Yeah, but we won. We can pay Wally now.
That's true. Yeah, it's a $50,000 cash prize. It's a lot for raccoons.
Yeah, we can pay Wally now.
You guys all head out of your car. You start clapping. You're high-fiving each other. You look around, and of course, you remember what the happened with Drift Punk. And sure enough, strutting coolly towards you is the remaining member of Drift Punk with the rocket launcher slung over their shoulder. As they kind of come up, like, full suit, of course, As they come up full suit, they remove the motorcycle helmet, and underneath is the face of Spike, from earlier? What's that about? They just kind of look at you waiting for you to say something.
What happened to the other one?
They kind of look off to the side, and they were, oh, there's a lot of stuff that you're not quite aware of, with a significantly deeper voice than Spike.
Hello?
You guys are you're the Bindits, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Where is the real Spike?
I understand the confusion. I'm Spike's twin, Spoke. Not quite Spike. Sorry, there's a lot of things that you might not understand just yet, but just know Spike is safe. We kind of corralled this when Spike had a premonition that something was going to go down at the party. I'm not a member of Trash or anything. They look identical to Spike. I'm not a member of Trash or anything. I actually prefer racing, which is why my twin and I can sort of get into this whole kerfuffle in the first place. Are you guys okay? Sorry that the other android just kind of, nearly hit you.
We're not dead, so I'd say we're okay.
Okay, what questions do you have for me?
Where is... Oh, actually,
Don't
wait,
read
that
chat.
green racer.
Guys, don't read chat.
Whomst? The green racer?
Spoke looks at you and goes, I legitimately have no idea. Sure enough, the green racer, who has kind of swerved off with the red paint and everything, steps out of their car. You are bewildered, because we're not out of plot twists yet. A beautiful woman steps out of the car. Not anyone that you guys have ever seen before. And she kind of steps out in full Indy 500 gear. As she kind of gets out and she... Oh my gosh, was that red paint? And, sorry, was that a smoke bomb in my car?
No.
It wasn't us.
No, it wasn't.
I don't... these are so far against NASCAR regulations. Where's the
It
rest?
was Spoke.
This is NASCAR. Well, one, this isn't NASCAR, first of all.
She kind of looks at you and she takes her sunglasses off. This isn't NASCAR?
No?
She kind of...
Legal street fight racing.
See, I am going to fire my agent. He told me that this was the next qualifying race, son of a bitch! And you see her kind of like throw her sunglasses down and she kind of like, or now there's paint on my car and my windshield is... Oh my god, who the heck even are you people?
Well, we're the Bandits. Nice to meet you.
See,
I'm Tutu.
you're raccoons!
No,
And who are you?
we're raccoons?
I'm Danica Patrick.
Well, I've never heard of
She
you.
kind of looks at you and she's like, "What? I won the Indy 500. Who are you?" And she's kind of like, "Where am I right now?" She's so confused. And Spoke kind of like pats you guys on the shoulder, and Spoke's like, "I'll go talk her down. All right, you guys just sort of hang tight." And Spoke kind of goes over and is like, "All right, look, Danica, there's been a bit of a mix-up." And Danica's like, "You said you were a twin. What's happening?" And Danica's just like panicking all over the race course right now. Sure enough, rolling up from behind you, in actual rolling ball form, you see the 3 hedgehogs out of their car at this point. And they kind of like all roll up and then unfurl next to you. And they're all kind of looking a little dizzy from the rocket launcher that's happened. Cinco kind of comes up and he goes, well, I hate to be the first to admit it, but you guys did race a good race. And you see Cinco kind of extend a gloved, small hedgehog hand up to you guys.
You're not a bad
Little
man.
man.
I don't take it.
Periwinkle, you reach down.
No, I said I could punt you, little man.
No one's taking his hand. Okay.
I'll take his hand.
Okay.
Tutu will take his hand.
Tutu
You're not
reaches,
a bad rat.
Tutu reaches down and Cinco goes, haha, still too slow though. Gotcha. And you
But you
can,
lost.
yeah, you can see Fail's the kneecaps. I almost misspoke there. They kind of chuckle to themselves, and Cinco's like, yeah, well, we were getting paid a premium just to be here by those old Tanuki folks, so it doesn't really matter. We're still pretty fast.
I don't think that's true, considering you lost.
You were-
Anyway,
In last place.
you did
And
make lost.
Knuckles goes, yo, was that a bucket of red paint?
Oh,
No.
Nope.
What was it?
you like
What else is red?
Kneecaps doesn't say anything else. As you kind of all gather around at this moment, you feel that there is, of course, something missing at this point. And Spoke kind of comes back and goes, look, I'm not technically a trash representative, but the old fat Tanuki over there doesn't know that. Because I have Spike's jacket, I can officially sanction you guys as the winner of this race, which means he doesn't get jack shit from this. And he kind of looks over at you guys and he's like, I can make sure that you get the money, and of course the trophy should still be back on the podium. So all's well that ends well, right?
So true.
And
So true.
he kind of looks you all up and down, and he's like, okay. Well, Spike is back at the house, so I'm sure that they'll love to know that you've kind of. And as they're saying this, the community goal rings in all of your heads. It's not bedtime yet, fuckers. And all of a sudden, thunder claps in the sky, and lightning tears from the heavens. As you all look around, and you're like, wow, it was sunny just moments ago. This is wild. And oh my gosh, hang on to the seat of your pants, people, because oh, it's not over yet. It is not over yet. Let me just do this real quick, so we get that back and forth. Okay. You witness as thunder and rain seemingly come out of nowhere. Yeah, it's for every single Fast and Furious movie all at once. If there's any clips to be generated, it's now, people. Hold on. That's the music's getting ahead of itself again. There we go. That's better. Okay. You guys all look and turn when you hear a loud kerfuffle going on at the end of this abandoned LAX hangar. And sure enough, you see a big airplane hangar at the end of a nearby runway. And at first it starts to open, but then the door just cripples and crumples off of the actual facility itself. And tearing through the hangar of this abandoned LAX strip is a gigantic jet plane. And as the jet plane begins to roll out onto the runway, you can see there are barrels of nuclear waste strapped to the bottom of this jet. And who but Tom Nuki you see sitting in the piloting seat of this jet plane right now. And you just see him kind of hunched over the controls as he's beginning to fire up the engines. And you watch him press a little button in the plane, and the loudspeaker system of LAX just comes on wildly. And let me just get down to the...
But is the true ending that we die?
You'll find out.
With nuclear waste.
He looks at you all. You guys have seen Fast and Furious. He looks at you all, and over the intercom, how dare you? You think just by winning this little race you've won anything? If I can't have access to these streets, then no one can. which is absolutely ridiculous. As you see his plane sort of start to inch forward a little bit. It sparks to life once more as you read Rad X on the side of the nuclear waste barrels. And he says, I will poison the lungs of all those in this disgusting city. The underground is only big enough for the strong, and the strong will always survive. No one can stop me as I tear families apart. Now, of course, as Tom finishes his spiel, you can't help but feel that word, families, begin to resonate in your mind just over and over. Family. What does that word mean to you? Families. The dishonor, the lies, the cruelty. Suddenly, you all look at one another, even the hedgehogs, and realize that in fighting for your own purposes against the Tanuki, these barriers have made you stronger. You're more than racers now. You're family. And family sticks together. Simultaneously, as if scripted, you all nod at one another, now sure of what you must do. By some miracle, you have to stop that plane from taking off. And that will be the true ending of this game. As almost in sync, you watch as Spoke kind of looks to you all. Danica Patrick is flailing around the racecourse at this point. The hedgehogs kind of look up and they go, "Wait, sorry, did she just say the whole city? Is that what Tom just said? Does he not realize, like, we're part of the whole city?"
I don't think it matters.
I don't think he knows what is going on anymore.
Spoke kind of comes back over and is like, "Look, guys, there's only one way we get out of this, and if we combine all of our cars together with the power of family, and we drive against that plane and we knock it off that runway."
We.
It's Voltron time.
It's Voltron time. Spoke kind of, okay, luckily, them at Trash have just the thing for this, hiding under the LAX airport. Yes,
This is why I've been collecting this gum.
The whole time.
The whole time.
And Spoke goes, "Well, you can use the gum, but I think you'll like this a little better." And he goes, "Danica, hit it." And Danica goes, "What am I hitting?" And Spoke goes, "The thing I gave you to be dramatic, like 3 minutes ago." Danica goes like this, and she holds up a little remote. She's like, "Okay." She hits the button, and you watch as the ground opens up beneath you. And as the ground opens up beneath you, massive superconductor magnets elevate out of the ground on podiums. And Spoke is like, "Yeah, so Trash, Spike was telling me Trash kind of keep these around for any, like, apocalypse level situations. You know how these things go. So naturally, we're just gonna get all our cars close together, just attach them with magnets. Tutu, we can use your gum to attach the magnets to the cars. And then we're gonna combine together and save our new family." And Cinco goes, "Yeah, our new family!" And puts his hand back in the middle. Spoke puts their hand in the middle, as does the other two hedgehogs, and they look to you four expectantly.
I'll touch the hedgehog hands.
All the hands
Yeah,
go in.
I put my hand in.
And wildly, Danica Patrick comes over. She's like, "I don't know what the hell is going on, but if it gets me in the news, I'm all for it." And she puts her hand in as well. And this is it, chat. This is the true ending. So let's get that true ending music, shall we?
True ending is Voltron.
Okay, here we go. Let's actually showcase. Here you are, looking determined in the rain and thunder, of course, on our first tactical battle map. So you can actually see yourselves, which is great. Sorry, I don't have a tutu there. AI is limited. You're all standing there, and the plane starts to take off. This is it. Very quickly, you all rush back to your cars, which have all spun off, and you all drive them back to the center of LAX, where the super magnets are being conducted right now. With gum, chutzpah, and family, you attach the super magnets together wildly. Like Voltron, all of your cars kind of assemble into, like, a tank, I guess? As you're all kind of, like, driving this larger tank. Danica's in the lead, with the three hedgehogs kind of on various mobiles, Spoke in the center, and you guys at the very back. as you guys are now in this sort of Voltron-esque vehicle. I'm gonna play the family redemption so bad. As you begin driving this monstrosity, the intercom sparks to life once more. And it's actually shouting at you, Cornelius. And it says,
Cornelius, I can't believe you turned your back on family.
Family.
What?
and
What?
you wait for a second, like, what is happening here? And you realize, Cornelius, that there was a reason that the Tanuki paid off while your mother was dying. How much have you really known of your father when you were in this city? You hear once more over the intercom,
This is it, son. One last rice.
and you hear the turbojets of the actual jet start roaring to life, as Tom Nuki's final dark secret is being the father of Cornelius, which no one saw coming. All right, and now you guys are on the runway. Here we go.
Oh, I froze and then disappeared. I'm back. Okay,
You're
cool.
back. I'm not gonna make you guys roll for this because we'd be here all night. I just want you to tell me how you're going to take this plane off of the runway. That's all I need. Because oh my god, it's massive. I'm gonna put the plane. Well, it was not supposed to be this big. Well, the hangar, it has to go from here to here and then fly off that way. So it's wow, that is a very big token. That's honestly comically large. We'll get the race cars. Sorry guys, that was not as big in testing. I think it's just because it's just a very small map. Hold on, let me actually turn the map scale up. There we go, that's better. Okay, don't worry guys, we're all good. We are all gravy. Let's go ahead and put this up here, of course. All right, team, this is it. It's his world. What are you gonna do? What would you like to do as a member of Voltron here? You guys have to come over to the airstrip as the jet is taking off.
I will. We're not close enough for this.
You can
yet.
just all talk amongst yourselves at this point. This is for your
Okay.
family.
Okay, when we get close enough, I am going to throw my lead pipe through the windshield
Oh
of
my
the jet,
God.
like a spear. Hopefully hitting Tom Nuki.
Anyone else?
Actually, do you think that you are strong enough to chuck me with that lead pipe? So that I also go through the windshield.
Why would
Really
you
will
want
sacrifices themselves.
Because then I can bite him.
It's your call.
to? No.
The necklace gives me a bonus to ferociousness,
It's true.
whatever.
That is true. Cornelius
Do
and
we
Magpie,
need
what do you guys want to do?
Yeah, do we need to move the car at all right now?
Yeah, well,
or are we gonna
basically you guys
intercept
you're delegating Voltron of saying like, all right, Cinco and Kneecaps, you guys are on the engines. Spoke, you are on weapons. Danica, you're on steering. Like, you decide what is happening, and we're gonna play it out.
I think, do we want to like play a game of chicken with the jet and like kind
my
of go down the
God.
runway at it?
That
That
has
could be
actually
fun.
happened in Fast, so that's yeah.
Play chicken with the jet. I get on the hood of the car and I spear the lead pipe through the windshield. Do we still have? No, we don't. We left the grappling hook. I was like, I could tie it to.
You have lots of rockets left in your cars, though.
We do
Oh,
have
that's so
a
true.
lot of rockets.
Yeah, I have one on.
Yeah. So I say we play chicken with the jet and we shoot rockets at it.
I think that's good. I think that's good.
Spoke kind of stands up and goes, "Do you have any rockets left? Because I still have this RPG."
Oh, incredible!
I do. I have a rocket on me. Pull out the
All right, team, what's the plan? As they all kind of salute you now.
rockets and an RPG.
Well, yeah, but like, are we driving first? Do you want me to try and shoot? We're kind of far away. Are we like shooting from here? Are we gonna do the chicken thing? Like, what's the? Come on, we gotta work as a family.
Yeah.
Get
We need
closer.
to accelerate and take like a 90-degree right turn onto the jetway, facing the jet.
Facing the jet, and Danica goes, "You sure about that? It's a big jet."
Yeah. Full whip.
We.
Right, I didn't win the Indy 500 for nothing. She kind of like puts her racing helmet back on and like gets her gloves, and she starts revving the engines. Says, "I need some more firepower back there, though."
Rockets.
I got my rocket on me.
Power. Accelerate.
Are you cut quartz?
What? Oh, accelerate is what I just said. Just give her more power. Accelerate.
Yeah. What is the plan here, guys? Tell me your plan.
Rocket. Go fast. Get on jet track. RPG through windshield. Along with the lead pipe.
Is that the idea?
So how do we implement this though?
Yeah.
Like 3 of us takes a right turn, we have the rocket, and another one of us accelerates? Or we have to, because we'll turn first.
Luckily, you don't have to make any rolls. You don't have to do this, like, you don't have to say, I'm going to accelerate, I'm going to do this. You just got to tell me the plan as a whole, and we'll make it work.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah, I think we just accelerate and make a sharp 90-degree turn. And then accelerate, accelerate, accelerate.
And
Spear.
then just shoot.
Okay, Cornelius, any thoughts about this being your dad?
If I ever get close enough where he can hear me, I'd say, well, in this case, looks like blood isn't thicker than water.
You'd save that, but that's good.
Yeah.
And then you bring out the bottle of water you've been saving the whole time. All right, so you go ahead and you guys just start accelerating down. Danica is telling the hedgehogs in the back. Spoke is getting ready with the rocket launcher, of course. The hedgehogs are putting the pedal to the metal. You guys are all in your Voltron cars. The thunder is slamming down on the track. Danica is swerving left and right to avoid. It's going all over the place. It's ridiculous. We'll sort of come up here a little bit as the jet begins to speed and get more speed. You guys just make enough time to 90-degree onto the runway. I don't know if you'll have enough time to go fast against it, but you start to make game of chicken against the giant nuclear jet that's going to threaten the city. And sure enough, you're going dead on, and Danica's like, when do we turn? As she's just kind of full on right now. Guys, did I lose you?
You're back.
Yeah,
Back now.
you could have.
It's too much. As you guys are kind of going right towards it, and Danica is like, when do we turn?
Burley, do you not know how to drive?
She's like, we're playing chicken, aren't we? When do we turn?
We'll go under.
Did we stutter? Just go straight.
Man, I'm not dying for this, she says. And she's, oh god. And she just kind of like
Then eject.
starts driving a little bit. And the hedgehogs are like, hey, we noticed that there's sort of a windshield in the way. I don't know if you're gonna get that lead pipe through the windshield into Tom. We have a pretty good homing attack. If you want us to take out the windshield first with like a ship rock kind of thing, then you can spear through the open window.
Sure.
Great. Spoke goes, when and where do you want the rocket launcher?
After the windshield's broken. Right?
Okay. It's just the pipe is for good measure then. That's what the pipe is
Yeah.
for.
It's a windshield breaks, pipe to rocket launcher.
I was thinking pipe to steer him in place so he can't escape, and
Yeah.
then boom.
Okay. Sure. You all watch as Danica's just really bringing you in. Spoke kind of stands up with the rain kind of glassed over their visage. You are all ready at this point. As you get close enough, you watch as the hedgehogs, all right, triangle formation, as they all kind of jump off of the cars. And you watch one after the other, they kind of spin into these weird glowy balls. And then they kind of homing attack on the plane. one after the other until the windshield shatters. And you hear, "No, what are you doing? You work for me," from the inside of the plane right now. And it's just, you watch as Tutu, with all the might of 1,000 croons, just takes this lead pipe and you watch almost in slow motion as there's a like streak of lightning behind the lead pipe, and it just careens into the sort of cockpit, and you hear "ah" from the inside, and you look, and underneath Tom's shoulder is pinned through his fur to his seat as he's kind of, "Bloody hell!" as he's kind of looking around at this point, and then he looks out and he, "Oh no," and Spoke just goes, "Oh yes, this," and he hands it to Cornelius. "You should do the honors."
And I do the honors. All right. So he had me what? The RPG or the
RPG?
So just cock it back and just no words. I just give a salute and then I just fire it in there through the broken windshield.
You as the rocket launches through the air, and you just hear a whistling as the trail is behind it. And Tom goes, "These barrels are so radioactive." And as he sort of like hears this, the missile enters through the cockpit. It's like a needle in a haystack, which you just thread, Cornelius. But I guess it's your dad after all, so you gotta be accurate. You thread the needle, and in the last second, Danica cuts hard left as you guys are just going underneath the rocket. You veer off to the side as the hedgehogs catch back onto the side, and Spoke grabs onto Cornelius and pulls you guys down as you're all kind of holding on right now. You watch as the interior of the jet begins to self-combust, and as it encroaches the atomic barrels, the nuclear waste, you watch as almost a slow motion, like, mushroom cloud starts expanding black hole style out of the plane at this point. And Danica's like, "Oh, we gotta go. As like this green energy is now seeping out of where these barrels have just blown up, because I guess that's what you guys wanted to do." And you, Danica, just go as all of you slam your little paws to the bottom, and Tutu, you remember, you go, "Oh my god." You pull all of the chewing gum out of your cheeks that you've been storing the whole time, and you chewing gum the gas pedals to the bottom of the car. And you're like, "This is final." And you watch as it just drives off of the airstrip, forward, until you can't see it anymore. And with one final, the explosion ends. And there is no more. And it just kind of coalesces on itself, and where it once was is just this green pulsing crater with no remnants of anything left inside of it. And you have successfully, I guess, stopped the jet from taking off. So, it's crazy. RIP LAX. Yeah, no flights anytime soon. It's a very important, very good point. You all kind of take a second, and you kind of all look at each other, and then there's just a silent sigh of relief as it's over. Flash forward 1 week. And we head to our final scene, family. Here we go. You lot are the talk of the town, of course. Over here we have our little racing croons, the Bindits, as you will. Over the last week, all of your newfound friends have helped you sort of rebuild your stuff that's been going on. Spoke has given you the trophy and the cash prize, of course. Danica was a little upset after everything kind of happened the way it did, but she'll get over it. She has more races to win. Sure enough, just like Spoke said, they kind of rapidly explain everything to you, that they actually pushed one of the Drift Punk members off the Santa Monica Pier, stole their disguise, and then when they were doing the tranquilizer thing, that was Spoke, like dressed up the whole time. So when they were tranquilizing Spike, it was actually Spoke. Anyway, it's a whole long convoluted. It's honestly just too complex to explain. Turns out the Don was arrested. He wasn't dead. Possums are really great at playing dead. So he was just kind of curled up on the stage the whole time, but they did get him on not any sort of like illegal underground party charges. Unfortunately, he was evading tax checks, specifically on the morgue that he owned next door. Come to find out, there were no bodies in said morgue, surprisingly. As for the rest of your friends, you went back to Wally, who became more popular than ever, as Wally was given most of the mechanic business in the city, now no longer worried about trying to run for the croons, or for the Tanuki even, as sure enough, you were reunited with Blueberry, who was in fact captured by the law, but with a little bit of smooth talking and familial bonds between Wally the Wombat and the rest of Law. And he kind of gave you a side eye while he was doing this, like, I promise we're not all Wombat like this. But he still broke Blueberry out. Of course, Blueberry, you know, got out. The second Blueberry was reunited with you guys, Reginald came out of nowhere and was right at his side once again. No idea where he came from. Sure enough, you did reunite with Spike as well, who decided to take Tutu on that date. Of course. Spike was all well and good. It was just a sleep tranquilizer, of course. They were very happy that everything panned out the way they were sort of cautious about as well. And all is well that ends well, except some personal ties. As I'll sort of lower the music here. At the end of the week, Periwinkle, it's a bit bittersweet, but you stand on the very ground that you nuked nearly a week ago with one ticket to New York City in your hands. And as you look over the rest of your friends, they all look up to you, their eyes saying, do you really have to go? Of course, Periwinkle finally has the money to reunite with the rest of their family. So Periwinkle bids you adieu. And of course, takes the plane to New York City. Tutu, your story is a complicated one, as your brother, it turns out, after the whole of the Tanuki clan was expunged and all of the deep files were raided, your brother was not in fact killed or not dead, simply missing in action. As for where your brother is, apparently none of the Tanuki knew, but Spike said they could help you with some leads over a glass of wine, of course, and trash perfume, you know, as it is. Cornelius, you have exacted the revenge that you wanted on the entire Tanuki clan after, of course, learning a pretty dark secret. Life for you is back to normal, back to hitting the streets and just doing your best in spas, once again trying to train for the regime, now with newfound honor under your belt, that you can go. And of course, Magpie, Pierre is in fact still in LA. Just like the Tanuki said, he was actually being held in an underground facility after, like you had said, he hadn't paid any of his debts to the Tanuki, so they were actually making him sing for entertainment in the bottom of the Chinese theater, which you, after raiding, did free him. He doesn't seem like he's going to be much better with money in the future, but at least you're reunited as a big, happy family. And that, my friends, is the end of Crash Pandas. Good Christ. That was one hell of a session. We're done. We did it. We're all done. That is a wrap on Crash Pandas. Sequel in the works. It's a Mission Impossible now where Tutu puts together a team to go and find their, of course. So, anyway. Thank you guys, thank you. That was a blast. I know it's late. I won't keep my cast. I kept them longer than we said forever. How did you guys think? Did you enjoy the Crash Pandas?
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Wacky, right? Very wacky.
Oh yeah, the silliest.
Exactly. Well, thank you guys very much for not only agreeing to do the one shot, but also going about an hour and a half, 2 hours after we had said, which was very nice of you as well. It was a lot of fun. We had a blast over here. I hope you guys get some sleep. I hope everyone in the audience enjoyed. We had a lot of interaction. All those polls that we were running in the background. A big applause to D as well for running all the polls in the background. Was very nice. You love how chaotic it was. Yeah, that was kind of the point. Lots of references: Sonic, Persona, Fast and the Furious, Speed Racer, Knight Rider. Coxenormous, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. It's right at the end. Coxenormous, love it. Very true. Very true. Well, we will be back to do another one of these. I'm going to let my cast go so I can sort of divulge with you guys. Quartz, Nikki, Mitch, Shannon, thank you guys so much. I know you are periodically through the Twitch chat as well, so they can chat with you on Discord or elsewhere. But again, thank you. Big round of applause for our cast, because they really did a fantastic job. Maybe we'll bring you guys back for more in the future. I just have to find more wacky one-shots, you know? Mitch came up with a great idea earlier, so maybe we'll run with that someday. That could be kind of fun, so I know, right? All right, I will bid you four good night. Have an excellent night, you guys.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Good night.
Bye. Bye. Okay, we'll go back to the old big camp. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they did great. They did absolutely great. I'm triple digits on channel points. I'm poor. Well, you guys did great. Big up to the cast. I understood none of it, but love being here. Thank you for being here, Chief. Yeah, like I said, I couldn't interact with a lot of chat. I did ask them. I was like, can we go a little further if we end it? And they were like, yeah. So I was like, okay. Definitely late, but they're troopers. They really are. Well, thank you guys. This was a blast. Like I said, we're going to do more of these in the future. We're always going to rotate the cast. You know, originally we had Yona D with Nikki and Quartz. And this time we rotated and we had Mitch and Shannon as well. Always looking to get more people involved. If this is something that you're interested in, of course, let me know. Because this was a lot of fun to put together. It was a lot of work at the end of the day. It was about 4 straight days of tech and writing and planning and just everything that went into it. But I think it was a good time for the story. So yeah, good night, cast. Good night, cast. And thank you guys for being so staple as well. There was a good chunk of you that were here the whole time, which I very much commend because it was a long one. I know we have some lurkers. I know I have a couple people that couldn't make it and really want to watch the VODs like Ivy and Fiona. So I'm sure we'll hear more about it recently. But the Danica Patrick joke was an inside one. Obviously, she's the most famous like female open driver ever. Funnily enough, though, the reason that she was added is because in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing in like 2013, for whatever reason, Danica Patrick was a DLC character. There was like Monkey Ball, there was a Golden Axe, there was Chicken something. There was Sonic, obviously, and then there was just Danica Patrick in a full NASCAR like setup and everything. I know it's such an inside joke. I know Nico and I joke about it all the time because we used to play that game and it was mind-blowing that we'd load up a Sonic racing game and there was a human NASCAR driver that supplanted herself in that world, which was ridiculous. But yeah, I love that for Danica, so yeah. Yeah, no worries, guys. I forgot about that. Isn't that wild? Yeah. Yeah, well, I hope you guys enjoyed it, because that is really what it was all about for your enjoyment, for a bigger production kind of thing. I'd like to do these more frequently. They take a lot of work, and they take a lot of scheduling ahead. My August is, like, beyond busy with family, funnily enough. So the next sort of earliest time that we might be able to do this is when things start to cool down again in September, and we can start to look for some more one-shots in that regard, and maybe do another one. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Oh man, I'm gonna go sleep for like 10 years after this, if you can believe that. Yeah, I think that's it. Do you guys have any questions? I feel like it's late enough as it is. I'll just keep going. I'll just stay here all night. Mood, my favorite part when it's over. Thanks, Kia. Mine too. It's very true. It's very true. Lot of Fast and Furious had to go into that. It's all those twists, everything was wild. Not gonna do a raid because it is giga late and this is just such a specific thing that I feel like we all want to go to bed after. So we will just sort of end it. I don't have enough points for 500 Poyos. No. Yeah, it is sleep time. All right. You guys know where to find me on Discord if you have any questions about any of the setup or anything that you guys are curious about with D&D. We'll be back to our regularly scheduled programming. What's today? Friday? Sometime next week. Have a good night, guys. Good God. Family.